All right. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to day 2 of our 3-day budget extravaganza. Today is January 29th. It's 9:03 a.m. And we're picking up after a full day of our capital expenses yesterday. And we are now heading into our 10-year capital plan. So who would be like to be the first person at the mic? Our Madam CFO.
Good morning, Your Worship and members of council and the public. On the 10-year capital plan, so yesterday we did, as you said, we did approve our 2025 capital plan. And so the first year of the 10-year plan is obviously 2025. So we did make one amendment where we moved the messaging, the indoor digital messaging system for 25,000. So we did move that to 2026 yesterday. So that amendment will get reflected in the updated 10-year capital plan. I also wanted to note yesterday during the fires capital discussion, we talked about that emergency services campus feasibility study. And so I just wanted to note that that is in year 2026. So that is in the 10-year plan. Wondering at this point if there are any projects that council wanted to pull for discussion. Otherwise, we would be looking to adopt the 10-year plan, noting that that's not budget approval. We only have budget approval for year 2025, but adopting the 10-year plan reinforces council's commitment to the 10-year needs of the town. It's also effective for grant applications and asset management asset management purposes, where oftentimes on grant applications we have to say that council supports the 10-year plan of the organization. So if, like I said, if there's any projects specifically that council wanted to pull or discuss, now would be the time to do so.
All right, maybe I'll kick things off with one that kind of, I thought it was going to be on yesterday's. I'm just wondering where it's at. I know that we discussed some time ago about some upgrades for council's AV system. We have these sort of legacy old microphones that are sometimes work, sometimes don't. They're just aging. And we look at the new technology that's at the county, and even Penetang has it. Most people have the new sets that are wired and aren't nearly as flaky as this, as well as some changes to configuration that work better for the cameras so that people talking in our horseshoe down here, or circle as it is, can actually be seen by our online folks. So just wondering, I didn't see that as an individual line yesterday. I'm not sure if that was something we already approved and is in a bucket of funding elsewhere, or if that's something that's in our 10-year capital plan. And then more importantly, because we didn't speak to it yesterday and it's funded from reserve, of course, like any of these capital assets, whether that's something this council had any appetite to advance during this calendar year so we could actually get some of these upgrades in place and any bugs in the new ones worked out before the next term of council. So there's a couple questions in there and then an ask of council, so depending on the answers.
Thank you. So that project is slotted right now in year 2026. And so you will see it on screen sort of the third of the way down. Council chamber audio video system for 100,000.
All right. So council, this is, maybe I'll just kind of lob this one out there for you. Would there be any appetite to advancing that into a project that actually gets happening in 2025? For this budget year? I mean, it's the same pot of money. It's just when do we pull the trigger on having staff procure it or design it, procure it, and have it installed? It'd just be advancing it by 1 year. Is there any? Councilor Emeritus? We didn't rig these things to malfunction while we're talking about this.
Look bad. Thank you, Mayor Gordon. I'm okay in waiting for till the 2026 when it's slated. I'm not sure what other council is what they're thinking, but just in general, the 10-year capital plan. I just want to make a comment on that if you don't mind. going through these, and I know we have to have a plan and so forth, but I would like to see in going forward, us tightening up on the numbers. The numbers in the 10-year capital plan are what I say, and I have said from day one, are inflated, right? So, and that's where we get our reserves from. Our reserves come from the surpluses of inflated numbers through the budget. And this 10-year capital plan, and even in this year's budget, we went through it last night, we saw some outrageous numbers for purchases, right? Outrageous numbers for renovations, right? So these numbers aren't, these numbers are pulled out of the air. They're not gone for quotes like a normal corporation would, because they can't. So they inflate it, right? And then when they inflate it, it becomes a surplus, and the surplus goes into reserves. And then we magically say, oh, it doesn't affect the tax rate because we're taking money out of the tax supported reserve. Well, it came from taxes. It doesn't affect this rate. It affected other rates. So at the end of the day, when we're looking at the 10-year capital plan, we need to tighten up on it. And that's my take on this. And I've said it from day one. And if you don't like the words, the budgets are inflated, well, that's the reality. They are inflated. So if they weren't inflated, we wouldn't have surpluses and enormous surpluses in years. So, and then when I asked to give back a little bit from the surpluses from the inflated budgetary numbers to give back to the residents of Midland, it's shunned upon because we don't have enough money in our reserves, right? So I think we need to tighten up our numbers, and I'll be adamant about going in that direction, and I'll still stick to that. So that's what I came here for, and by God, I'm just gonna keep on plugging away. Whether council sees it that way or not, this is my opinion. Okay, and so that's what. So when you ask me to um, approve this capital plan, how can I approve it when I know the numbers are right? So we're just passing it but next year I'll be probably saying the same thing. Thank you.
Madam CEO?
Through your worship to Council Meredith. So, yeah, thank you for those comments. The one correction is, so this won't create a surplus just because we're pulling or we're not pulling, but I get your point of when we have surpluses in the previous year, we do move that usually to tax stabilization funds, and the CFO can correct me on where we move that. Although we can't do it this year because we haven't done the year end to know what we're going to move. So that was the one thing. But so yeah, so this won't create a surplus, but you are correct in saying that we do have to estimate. And the one thing, and I will look to Kim from procurement, but the one thing that we can't do here is we can't go out to procurement. I mean, without having a budget approved, so we can't go out to procurement and even see what it's like. So you are correct, and we have to estimate at our best guess because we can't go out to procurement to know what it is. And so the surplus aspect of things as well, I'll just say, I think that's due to the amazing work of staff to get the numbers down as much as possible to create those surpluses, but to be able to put back into the tax stabilization. So, and then on this project, just one thing to consider is it's an election year in 2026. So to do work in the chambers and stuff, just maybe be better to do this year, but if council approves it for next year, then we'll definitely work within that time frame.
Councilor Major?
So I can't really support that either because further on in the budget, there might be something that's more important to the citizens in the town of Midland than this. And we kind of didn't give the fire department what they wanted. So I can't really tell them no for what they want and then want new mics and that here. So no for me.
Anybody else? Councillor Meredith?
Yeah, the fire department did get everything they wanted. You're talking yesterday? Yeah, no, I'm fine in 2026 not doing the renovation either. So at the end of the day, everybody could hear me loud and clear, can they not? So there's nothing wrong with this mic. So I'm fine with not renovating at all.
Okay, well, the question's still on the floor. Oh, Councillor McDonald.
Good morning, everyone. Just in regards to the, well, first of all, the mics, I'm up for the challenge. The in regards to the surplus, what happens when they over budget? Like, this is a goal and say, the roof renovation cost 180,000 instead of 175. How does that work?
Thank you, through your worship, to Councillor McDonald. So just to clarify, so again, yes, these are budgets, these are estimates. They are in today's dollars. They are based on previous tenders, previous experience in our buying patterns. But they are a budget, and so they are meant to be high so that we meet the target. They do get refined as we come to that year and look at the budget and say, this is what we need, right? And Young Street would be a great example of that. And so just on the reserve. So when we over budget, for example, in our 10-year plan, that's not creating a reserve, right? So the reserve is created from past tax dollars, right? And so we then use that money to fund this plan. And so Councillor Meredith isn't incorrect when he's saying, essentially, if we are over budgeting, then we're overtaxing in the sense of we're saying we need more money than we really do need, right? However, our 10-year plan today is underfunded by 10 years. We don't expect to fund this plan from 10 years from now, given our current contributions. So yes, we do have operating surpluses, right, which do become reserves. We do try to direct those funds where they are most needed. In the past couple of years, we've directed them into operating, tax stabilization, planning, development charge exemptions, those types of things, with the balance going to capital. For 2023, yes, the year end is not yet complete. However, I can say with confidence that surplus is over $1 million. We need to direct those funds. My recommendation would be to put it in here because, as I said, this plan today is 10 years underfunded. And so that doesn't, as these costs go up, because we've seen significant increases over the last 5 years in our construction price index and what it costs to complete major infrastructure projects, will we be able to close that gap? Only if we direct the funds where they are most needed. So to answer Councillor McDonald's question, if we budget for $180,000 to complete a roof repair and it only costs 100, that 80,000 just continues to sit in the same pot as it is today for the next project. It can be directed towards the HVAC system that needs to be replaced, or the compressor or something. So the money is still there. We haven't spent it. The capacity gets freed up essentially. So we say we don't need this extra 80. Let's spend it here instead. And again, that's why budgeting and forecasting is a living document. It needs to be refined on a regular basis because your needs change, your costs change. All those variables are constantly changing. And we do consider that when we're doing this forecast. Thank you.
So I'll just weigh in a bit here. This feels a bit like Groundhog Day. This, for most of council, this is the third municipal budget cycle that we've gone through. We've got a couple councillors where it's their first one, so some of us can remember what that felt like. And for a couple of us, we've been through quite a few from being here last term. So I think the analogy that I like to use when describing forecasting like this, whether it's at a municipality or in any other corporation, because I have to do these same kind of plans in my other job, is these are estimates, and you used your best guess today, factoring in inflationary expenses to try and project. And the farther out you go, just like a flashlight, the more wide and fuzzy it gets, right? The more you narrow it in, the closer you get, the tighter that beam, and the more clear things are. And that's the way these multi-year, decade-long forecasts are, just the way they are for budgeting. But they can't be precise numbers, and you couldn't use today's numbers to buy a new truck in 10 years. That you'd be critically underfunding yourself. It's not realistic. Just as an example of a truck. So I equate this to like we can choose to drive our car by looking over the hood, for the first 3 or 4 feet in front of us, and we'll be sure not to hit anything. But we're not looking down the road where we should be. We should be looking several car lengths, if not a dozen or more, ahead to see where we're heading to. And that will tell us what we're going to not hit in the near field, but also we'll be able to see what's coming. That's what these budgets are for. The municipality can't run on a year-to-year basis. We're like crisis mode then, right? If we don't put away money for the future, the tax rates, especially, that's why we have the stabilization reserve, would fluctuate wildly as the cost of living and the cost of things and, whatever happens, like, we're expecting to happen with our economy from some of the drama down south. Those kind of things are wild fluctuations that would throw people's tax rates from, 3% increase one year to 40 the next to, 12 the next after that. Or we could always just not contribute to these reserves. And we already know after doing the asset management plan that the province required of all of us how critically underfunded our infrastructure is. I think it's close to 100 million bucks underfunded. We lack that capacity to even squirrel away the, 200 grand a year is not going to get us to anywhere near in the tens of millions under to manage this. Can't even throw all the old previous councils under the bus, because even if they hadn't drained reserves to keep taxes artificially low at a 0%, you'll even look back in history and see where they went down. Like nothing got cheaper in the world. Nothing has ever gotten cheaper. They only get more expensive. And you look at an organization of our size with $63 million capital, and what are we, 38 or something operation, nothing gets cheaper. So the only way to make the tax increases year over year crater is to vacuum out funds from somewhere else and live off your credit, which is basically living off your credit card. There are people in this municipality who do live off their credit cards. I think I've had to say this every year now. They do. That's how they pay. And they have more than one credit card, and they pay the 28% interest. Sometimes they go bankrupt, sometimes they don't. This organization can't run like that. It has to be funded for the future, for the next council and the council after. So in a plan that I created with a couple other councillors, because we couldn't form an official meeting, right, by having more than 4 of us, I put together a spreadsheet that sees us this year, to Councillor Meredith's point, actually pulling some funds from our reserve to help keep our tax increase lower this year, primarily due to the ridiculous OPP increase we got. Even with some of the forgiveness from the province, which was quite frankly a measly 10% off of our total bill, we're still facing, almost a 3% tax increase just for OPP. And that's not even spending a dime on anything to run this municipality or put money away in reserves for our infrastructure. So that plan, a few councillors have it, and we'll be talking about it as we move through today, especially because today is the day we change the tax rate, not yesterday. Today is the day. Because the capital stuff is forecasted. It's money that previous taxpayers have contributed to our operating reserves, so we can drive that car looking 10 car lengths down the road, not right off the hood. And we are going to still put away money this budget, like we do every budget, to help replenish that reserve for the next year's ask and the 10 years after that. And that's just the way this cycle works. So what I don't want to leave anyone with the impression with is that we certainly have to be careful stewards of the tax money. Every year we need to penny pinch and be careful what we spend. We can't be penny wise and pound foolish. We can't underfund this organization, nor can we, deny the inevitable growth that's coming. We can't cut our legs off by denying that growth or impeding that growth in any way, because that's going to spread the cost of running this municipality across more ratepayers, which will feel like your tax increases are going down because there's more people paying. That's the only way to do it. We got to grow. And as I said repeatedly, whatever in this world doesn't grow dies, unless it's an inanimate object. But, clearly this isn't, and nor is our municipality. So I think the short answer to why are these numbers bigger than what you might expect in today's dollars is because that's how it works. And that's how it has to work, and it's how it always worked. It's not a made in Midland thing. We're not trying to pull wool over anyone's eyes or jam the ratepayer. This is how municipal budgets and, quite frankly, large corporate budgets work. So we need to make sure we don't underfund them. My suggestion to move a next year project to this year, although it has no materiality when it comes to the tax rate, it's, just when do we want to do this? Not a hill I'm dying on. I just suggested that because we have these technology things, we have the ability and capacity to make that change now. It might feel more icky to do it in an election year than it would now, kind of like voting for pay increases. But and council size reduction, for example, which we're going to talk about later in February. So that was the rationale for advancing it 1 year. But again, I'm in council's hands. It's not critically important to me, but it's just an example of something we have in our plan. If we want to advance it by a year, we can. And of course, we can also push things ahead if we really feel that they're not that important. And then someone else later will have to make the decision when it becomes critically important. So that's just some high level talk about why the forward-looking budgets are the way they are, and they're not meant to deceive. They're certainly not meant to pad our taxes, and it's just responsible savings, the way we would do for a roof that we know we have to change in our house every 20 years, things like that. Unless we want to just wait till the thing's falling apart and charge it on the visa. So there we go. That's my little discussion on that. For what it's worth, I'm in council's hands. If they want to move this project forward, it's, from a couple of you, it doesn't sound like you want to. That's fine. I just wanted to float it because it was something that we do sort of feel every meeting. Councillor Ball, and then Councillor McDonald, did you have your hand too? Okay.
Thank you. Mics, I'm fine with the mics as well. Eventually they will have to be replaced. So that I think that we're upgrading a lot of technology this year, as well as there's a lot of technology upgrades in the next few years. So it's probably better to wait. I would even push it past 2026 to see if there's a more compatible microphone with the new technology we're getting. But I do want to discuss some of the maintenance items, I guess, that are on this 10-year capital plan, whether we remove them, we talk about them later. I just don't want to pass this through without mentioning them. Sorry, Chief, to pick on you, the fire hall. I mean, we just talked about the fire hall, getting a new fire hall. That's what's on our 8 to 10-year forecast. So things like carpet replacement, washroom renovations, like that, these types of things, they shouldn't even be on here. They shouldn't even be. I understand that we need to replace them in the 10-year capital project, but for a building that we are not going to be using and we know we're not going to be using, it should be, life or death items only, safety items only. Like anything that's just for show shouldn't be on here. And also I want to talk about the rec center. We've been talking all year about having the ability to fund that, $1 million dressing room addition. I know it's not forecasted until 2030, but I don't think we should be thinking about expanding anything at this point until we're able to even maintain what we have.
Council, is there any rebuttal on that? I mean, that's really forward looking, and council's past us will make those decisions. You're just telegraphing that it's out there. Madam CFO?
So certainly, yes, I can provide some general comments just on the fire hall building. I should note, again, we are planning for the future. However, the decision to actually move the fire hall or build a new fire hall hasn't actually been made, right? And so you will see, which is why that you're not seeing carpet replacement this year. It probably could be done this year, and if you ask the chief, he'd probably say it should have been done 3 years ago. This is also, again, that asset management planning, right? So if we haven't decided yet what we're doing with that building, we still want to maintain it and maybe maybe fire isn't there, but maybe another operating unit is. So again, this is a plan. When we come to council for budget approval, you know, when for that carpet replacement, for example, you know, I would hope that we would have a more concrete plan of what we would be doing with that building. Or again, is it we're not going to have a hall for 10 years and yeah, we need a 10-year carpet, right? Much like we needed a 10-year roof. So many of these items are in here because of that. And we do building condition assessments on a regular basis. And so you will see, again, windows, doors, things that just like you would do in your home, right, to maintain that building. On the rink, I do know that we did get a grant for design. And again, this is a forecast, but perhaps Dana wants to step in on that one.
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship, to Councillor Ball. Lindsay's correct. It is something we're putting on. We did a design. So what's happened over the years is that the number of dressing rooms per ice pad in terms of the recommendations for a building have gone up. We're not at that standard now, and we don't think we need to be yet, but by having it on the plan, to Ms. Barron's point from before, it makes us eligible to go forward for grants, to say, yes, we recognize we're not at standard. We've got it in our long-term plan. And then we look at things like our building utilization, our master plans that help us direct when we need that. And we will apply for the grants, similar to what we did with the roof.
Thank you. I do appreciate why they're on there. I just don't want to pass by it and skip over it and say, like, this is something that I approve. Just looking at it, I don't want people to think that. So thank you.
Your Worship, if I may. To answer again through you, Your Worship, to Councillor Ball, as the CFO said, these are placeholders in future years. As we get closer, if we can push it, the same as we did with the roof that we pushed, it was a 2020 requirement to replace as per the BCA. We pushed it and pushed it. Now it's failing. Now we need to do it. These are placeholders. If we get the next year's budget and we can stretch it again, we will. Our goal is always to stretch it. But if we don't put it in, then we come to budget and all of a sudden our capital is significantly more. The criticism will be, why didn't you budget or forecast for that? So these are placeholders that we're hoping to push forward. I hope that appeases your inquiry.
Thanks.
Councilor
Yeah, there was
McCullough?
no question. Sorry. I just wanted to make statements about them.
No problem. I know these are big numbers and it is very forward-looking, and if you add them all up, they're staggering, but those are the costs of running the municipality. And hopefully we're going to have more people to spread them around on over the next 3 to 5 years. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Your Worship, not your own. I just would like to use an example, for instance, on page 294 with the culture, the public art conservation. We've got in the forecast 30,000 for this year. And then the next 3 years, we have 100,000. Are we married to, like, is it going to come back to me and say, well, you approved the 10-year budget, so we've got $100,000 in there? That's what I want to hear. But do you want to elaborate on that? No?
So through your worship to Councillor McDonald. So yeah, this as was mentioned, this is just a forecast out. So you're not committed to any years past this fiscal year. It's just to give awareness as to where we anticipate costs will be spent in future years. And so that we can do planning on our financials, but also so that we can plan out and know the spend. So you're not committed to any future years.
Thank you.
Councillor Meredith.
Thank you, Mayor Gordon. I just want to make sure that, you know, the 10-year capital plan, like from 2026 in this plan, these figures can be double than what they are right now. It's what matters in the budget cycle of just for council to know, right? So these numbers, I'm not really fixated on these numbers in the 10-year capital plan, whether we get there's a dressing room going to happen or not, or so forth. What I'm trying to get at is tightening up on the budget year, what's at hand, what the staff requests, what they need, and so forth. You're talking about end of life, which 3 words I hate every time they come out of staff's mouth. End of life, like carpet, 2020 end of life, or in 2025, right? This was your house, right? Your asset, your pocket. Would you extend that truck because it's got a little bit of rust and stuff like that? Would you, because it was end of life 3 years ago? Would you replace it 3 years ago, or do we still carry on with it because it's doing the job, right? So this is what I feel about tightening up, right? Frivolous spending, that kind of stuff, right? We've had doors here for how many years? Now all of a sudden we want to make it soundproof, right? We've got through all the years, you know, for I don't know, is it 10 years, right? So, you know, this is the kind of stuff that drives me a little batty, right? And then we're getting, as I said, these numbers are coming out, and I know things are expensive, but and I know you can't go out and get quotes. I hear you. We have a procurement policy and blah 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 blah. So, and then it comes back as a surplus. Fine, and I want to be responsible going forward to make sure that this corporation runs smoothly, and then we replace our assets as it goes. But what I'm asking in budget years, especially when we get these surprises like OPP and so forth, and I know staff has tightened up, right? But then you're for 2025, and they got it down, right? So what? But we can even get tighter in these asks, whether we need, you know, a roof starts leaking in the last 6 weeks. I've had roofs leaked in my buildings for the last 5 years. I just patch them. I don't replace the whole thing. Can't afford it. Does it need it? No, I just patch it, right? So, but here we have a few leaks starting, and now we have to spend $175,000 on replacing the whole roof. Who knows? Maybe that's the right decision. Maybe it's not. Maybe in 10 years' time, we've only spent, you know, $60,000, and then we tear down the building and build a new one. Who knows? But at the end of the day, this is what I've been about, tightening up. And the people that come in here and inspect, the people that, you know, that you bring in and do core samples and stuff like that, of course they want to say, yeah, it's garbage. They want the money, right? They know towns are going to spend the money. They got endless amounts of money because where do they get it from? The taxpayer. So that's what I mean about tightening up, and that's my frustration. Thank you.
Any other items on the 10-year capital plan you want to pull out for conversation? Or pull out to remove? I mean, that is the joy. It is our plan. If there's something that we clearly think shouldn't be in the 10-year capital plan, because we believe that it's whoever the council will be in 10 years does need to have that earmarked as budget, we can remove it. This is our plan. We're not, staff populates this based on traditionally from council-led initiatives or things that they know on their own, because you know, buildings wear out, carpets wear out. But we have the ability to change this. So if there's something that really rubs you wrong, or you don't think it should be in 3 years and you want to argue that it's in 8 years, whatever, we can, this is our plan. So to your point, the tail doesn't wag the dog. We do. Although it sometimes doesn't feel like that when you look at some of these planning, because it's so far off. It's kind of largely out of our hands. So I hear your concerns for sure, and they're valid. But is there something we want to pull out or modify this, or is it more just a statement about capital planning in general?
Yeah, it's more a statement, because when the budget year comes into effect, just like this year, if we don't want to replace the roof, we don't, right? It's in the 10-year capital plan. It's up to, we cannot be forced to, you know, we have the plan in front of us. At the end of the day, the decisions that we make, that staff recommend that we make, staff aren't accountable for those decisions. We are, because when we leave here, or what, you know, well, last council approved this, right? So the finger is pointed at us. We're the ones who approved this, right? So at the end of the day, whether it's a fire truck, a roof, or whatever. If we say no, we say no. Doesn't happen, right? So there's no. I'm not getting at. We could pull the whole capital plan, but we need a guideline to go for grants and so forth, like they said, right? So that's just my take on it. If I'm way off, please correct me.
Oh, you're on. So the stuff that was scheduled for 2025 from the capital plan is what we went over yesterday and approved with a few modifications. So this is just really the forward-looking statement. It's mostly for our information, just so we know when these are likely going to be the financial pressures coming in following years. We have one more kick at the can to do this municipal budgeting in our next budget. So this is telegraphing it, and that's why it was nice to see in this budget document, and every year it seems we change it a little bit, which is hopefully getting better every year. You'll see that some of the staffing requests that I don't think we've got to yet, but we covered in the summary yesterday. I asked them, put in some forward-looking staffing requests so that we're not, surprised every year that, oh, what do you mean? Why did you all of a sudden need this new person? Telegraph to us and in the community at large that these are what they believe are going to be needed in the coming years, just so we can keep that in mind when we're making our decisions. So we're not, again, to my point, looking at the end of the hood. We're looking further down the road, right? So we'll have that conversation shortly, but everyone will see on that screen when it comes up that there's future year dates, anticipated staffing, still subject to council approval every year though.
And that is a good point, because when I'm going through the 2025 budget, I'm looking at 2026, what's coming up, right? So that 2026 ask, which is coming up, may affect my 2025 decisions, because I know this is coming up, and this is probably gonna, pretty accurate. You could read the council, and this is going to pass through, so I need to make adjustments in 2025. That's budgeting. That's my experience in budgeting. So so that information is very, very important, and I use that in my budgeting process for sure. Thank you. But good point. Thanks.
And not to belabor this, but I think it's good that the community hears us talking about it, or at least hears us talking about it. Anyway, is the key. I think we did this last year when we talked about fire truck replacement, right? Some of these things you only get a good deal if you order them a year or two ahead, because it's not like you just go to the lot and pick up a new fire truck. So that you have one that's coming to end of life, because for a variety of reasons, even though it looks perfectly good when you look at it, because they take care of it. If they don't order it ahead of time, we don't get the deal. And if we wait till the pump or whatever, the ladder falls off one day at a call, something bad happens, then just like a broken water main, we're paying multiplying times more to fix something than we could have done with preventative maintenance or good capital planning and replacing things on a cycle. So it's a tough one, but if you push things off too far, and rolling stock's a good example, then an emergency replacement, much like a water main, is always way more expensive and always the worst time of year too. Then planning to do these things, capital planning them, doing the project in the good weather, when you can control the costs of who's doing it and how much the pipe costs, for example, it just makes more sense to do it preventative maintenance wise and put it on a cycle. But that can also be shocking when you look at what those numbers look like when you have an organization our size with as many assets as we have over that 10-year. So, and we didn't used to do this 10-year capital planning. That's a relatively new construct, I think, from 2 councils ago when we first started doing it. It was always kind of there in people's heads, but it wasn't formalized. So now we actually know. And then, of course, the asset management study that we had to all do provincially exposed and lifted up the rug for us to see just how underfunded all of these things are. And so we can't pretend we don't know anymore, because everyone knows, and so does the province. So anyway, subject to any other comments on capital planning, it's a good conversation to have, because there are big numbers associated with this, and they're going to outlast this council and likely the next one, and the one after that just keeps on going down the road. All right. Next. Oh, I have a motion. Sorry. Moved by Councillor Bald, seconded by Deputy Mayor Prost, that council adopt the 10-year capital plan as presented in the 2025 draft budget as amended. Any comments, questions? No. Gonna beat that one to death. Okay, all those in favor? Any opposed? And it's carried. All right, now it's next. All right, so normally I don't lead on this slide, but I do want to call out something that's really important that I'm really proud of, and that maintains service levels for town operations at 2.1%. That is a beautiful number to see, because that has been the challenge that we've all been hoping for, that we can achieve as a municipality, is keeping our municipal tax increase to run the municipality at or below the rate of inflation. And 2.1 is below the rate of inflation. There's different calculations you can use, but we've seen how wild and crazy inflation has been over COVID, since COVID, and now trying to stabilize. Mind you, that could all go out the window. What is it, on February 1st, when the Orange Menace implements his tariffs on us? But we'll see. But I just wanted to say that 2.1% is awesome. However, the bottom line, what's coming out of people's jeans, isn't what it costs to run the town from a purely town perspective. We have to add on all the costs we have no control over. As we saw, we got the old throat punch from the OPP this year. Everyone did, but I mean, I only really care about the Midland ratepayers. And we whined and we lobbied, and God knows I did, to try and get the province to help us, everyone out. And I think collectively all of our voices were heard, and the Ford government did come to our rescue to some degree and gave us a 10% discount off of our bill this year. Not next year or following years, just this year. And some money back for previous years on overbilling or underbilling. So just a call out here is, when you look at the bottom line, right now we're sitting at 5.32%. That's the blended rate that we estimate is going to impact our ratepayers. That's the increase over last year. Keep it in perspective that to staff, this is even before, I got my little spreadsheet here, slicing and dicing, and I'm sure everyone's done some homework. But even before we've brought out the steak knives, staff came to us with a super responsible budget of 2.1% increase, which if that was all if we didn't have these other pressures against our budget, we'd be all doing a happy dance right now. So I just want to call it out, because I've seen criticism online where, it's all obviously people post things because they have a mandate or a mission they're trying to accomplish by whatever they post online. But staff and this council are looking at a 2.1% increase in operations without cutting any services to the town. And that's the number that we really have control over. We have zero control over OPP, although we, a bit of moaning and groaning, we did get the number down. We do have to put away for our assets and infrastructure. And we do enjoy some revenues from assessment growth, which has been kind of stagnant for many years. And we know from the stuff that we're approving and being asked to approve that that's going to change significantly, which is a lot more revenues, development charges, all those things come with it, taxation. But the key that I want to call out is this 2.1%, because when I first got this draft, I was elated. Yeah, it sucks that when you add everything all up at the bottom, library and all these other expensive things we run that aren't actually ours to run, that we fund, it's 5.32% right now. I've got a plan that I circulated that could get this down as low as, I think 3.82 is the lowest I'm able to get it right now. So there's some savings to do today if we work together on this. And just because I've written it down doesn't mean we're doing it, but I just want to give you an example of how low we can go even with the impact of the OPP's increase. So I'm optimistic that I know we're going to get it lower than 532. I don't know if we're going to make it to the 382 that I've optimistically put in my calculations, but let's see what we can do, because today's the day where the rubber meets the road. Tomorrow with ABCs, largely that stuff's out of our control too, because I guess we could just unfund certain organizations, some we can't, like things we own, like the airport. So I just want to really, just before staff do the comment on the slide, just point out that the real number, the one that runs the municipality that this council governs, the Corporation of Town of Midland, came in at 2.1% increase year over year, which I just wanted to really call that out, because that's impressive. And I think Councilor Meredith was asking for 2.5, right? And we didn't formally adopt that as council, but man, did we talk about it. And you heard it, staff heard it, and you came in at 2.1. So I want to give credit where credit's due. I know there's lots of things on here that you don't have say or control over. To some degree we do, and we're going to beat the heck out of that stuff over the next 2 days. So I just wanted to let you guys know, thank you. I'm proud of you. And now we're going to make some tough decisions. There are things in our wheelhouse that don't, take the wheels off the bus. literally and figuratively. So there's my little preamble on this. So take it away, Madam CFO.
Thank you, Your Worship. So yes, we put the slide up to essentially sort of bring the conversation back to our operating budget. So we've dealt with capital, and now we're dealing with operations. And so the mayor's correct in that to maintain our existing service levels, you're right, we did come in at a 2.1% increase, which again, staff feel very, very good about. Again, that's not the final number because there are other factors, like you said, OPP. Again, I do want to note that the OPP bill, the total bill did come in a bit less, so it's not 2.4% anymore. But we also then took less from that operational subsidy for OPP services so the net of those two numbers is still 303,000, which is, just over 1% of the tax levy, 1.1% about. So that is an addition that we are still very much looking at. And then, yes, the reserve contributions are a big factor, but again, that aligns with the asset management plan, with the long-term plan. And that is that 10-year plan to fund our needs that we've identified, the needs that we've identified today, for today and tomorrow. So right now, we're going to go through the operating base budget reports, which again align with that 2.1% and that increase in reserve contribution. That's what you're seeing in these operating reports. We've already dealt with water and wastewater because that's rate funded and it's separate from tax, so we don't have to go there. But we will go through the individual operating summaries for each department. But again, just wanted to reference that the overall increase of those summaries is that 2.1% to maintain service levels and that increase to our reserves. So with that said, we will start with the taxation and general revenue section. And again, you will see the 2025 change vary throughout as some departments do go up more than others. But again, in total, it's that 2.1% plus the reserve contributions.
Thanks. This is page 64 for those following along.
And again, the notes that are displayed are intended to reference those significant changes that have occurred from the previous year's budget. Should be.
It's divider number 4. It's on the back of the graphic page for the hard copy folks.
So again, it would just be if there's any questions of council, because again, this is the cost to maintain existing service levels.
I got a little call out. So, I mean, under our fines and penalties, not most residents' favorite part of our budget, but it is an income source for us. And it's one that we hope we don't have to use, but we do. And I've actually been encouraging our ops folks to get out there and tag and tow people that are impeding our snowmageddon clearing process in the town, which, indirectly brings some revenue in and bothers people when they get up in the morning and find their car gone. But this is a reminder, don't park on the road overnight, please. Or at least don't do that and then complain on Facebook that the roads aren't clear. It came to my attention that, oh, sorry, am I talking on the wrong line?
Sorry, yes.
Feel free to correct me.
Yeah, sorry, I probably should correct you. Because we're in the taxation and general section, that fine and penalty, and you're right, if we were under bylaw, that's exactly what that would represent. This line here represents interest and penalties on taxes. So we do have a number of
Yes,
accounts
defaults
that are in arrears, and we do follow the municipal act as far as what the prescribed interest and penalties are per month. So
I'll save
that
my
is-
comments for the other fines and penalties for later, because I think there's a couple important call outs as to why they're lower than they probably should be. And we may as well just talk about that elephant in the room at the time. So I will not talk about these ones. It's unfortunate. A reminder, anybody that's having trouble paying their taxes, please don't put it on your credit card, even though you can now. Please don't. Work with our team in finance to come up with a payment plan or something rather than fall into arrears, because we really don't want your house. And that's an important distinction to make. We do have lots of options to stay current and to pay, even if you're going through some troubling times. So I'll talk about fines and penalties in the other spot. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor Gordon. Could somebody elaborate a little bit on note 6 for me? The increased charity rebate budget.
Through your worship to Councillor McDonald. So we do have a program in place and have had it in place for a number of years where we rebate the commercial portion of taxes charged to nonprofit organizations. And so as the number of nonprofit organizations in our community has gone up, we naturally have more people applying for that rebate. And so, you know, it's usually a couple $1,000 at most that they do get, but there is a formal process that they go through, and my staff do handle that on their behalf.
Thank you. It's our way of contributing to social needs in the community.
So it is a rebate program, and so it is tax funded by the tune of $21,000, I believe, or so, for 2025. So normally, because those are commercial operations or commercial enterprises, they would be charged that, or occupying commercial space more so, they would be charged that commercial rate, which is higher than your residential rate. And so this program does reduce that back down to the residential rate.
You.
Councillor Meredith.
Thank you. I did have questions for the transfers of reserves and the insurance, but I had a meeting with staff gave me a good educational meeting on transfers or reserves in general and transfers, and then the insurance question I've already got an answer for that. It's coming back to council in the next couple of agenda meetings. The one question I did have for today was on the interest and investment income. You got it at 550,000 in the base budget, and 550 for in 2023 it was over $1 million. Is that kind of just being very, very cautious, that number, from 550 from 24 and then into 25?
Through your worship to Council Emeritus, yes, I would say it is being conservative. However, it also is considering the fact that, again, we do have now that that $63 million capital plan has been approved, we also have a $39 million plan from 2024, and have some significant projects that are carrying forward. And so, you know, there are upwards, I'm going to say, to $100 million that we expect to spend over the next year, 2, 3, right? And so as we do that, our bank account balance naturally goes down. And so the interest that we earn on our reserves will go down. So that's part of it. Also recognizing that we don't want to incorporate an inflated amount for interest income into our operating budget, because ideally I'd love to see all that interest go into our reserves, our capital reserves, again, to help close that infrastructure gap. So again, historically, we have funded some of our operations through this investment interest. And actually we did increase it when rates went through the roof, right? And we were earning well over 5% on our general funds. We did increase that budget, but I would be very cautious against increasing it anymore, given the sort of the forecasts that we know today.
Great, thank you. That makes sense. Thanks.
I got a quick question on the insurance. Councilor Meredith touched on this yesterday. But just for those wondering about this, there'll be a report coming to us, I think February 5th, with the option of joining our peers in Simcoe County at joining the new insurance pool, which is a self-funded insurance policy that has an underwriter for staggering payouts, if there's something huge that would collapse the whole pool. But we're going to learn more about this in a report with recommendations coming next week. My question to staff is the estimates in here, are they going to change materially if we decide to join the pool, or is it's all kind of par for the course? Because insurance is really more of a long game, right? So
Through to you, Your Worship. You will hear more at the next meeting on Feb 5 about the insurance pool issue. We don't anticipate the 2025 number to change in any way based on any option that might be presented to council.
perfect. I look forward to seeing that and the discussion that ensues. Any other call-outs, council?
Sorry.
Oh, sorry, Madam CFO.
Sorry, just to add to that, I did want to note that overall, the insurance increase included in the 2025 budget is very minimal. I believe we have a 1% or so factored in at this point, so.
To you, Your Worship. Yeah, this year we had a very, very good renewal. While it shows at about 2%, it was actually about 1.8% that we renewed at this year. Very minimal, and a lot of that was change in value of property or increased asset.
Great, thanks. And as we've seen in the past, massive settlements for natural disasters around the world and in North America seem to really drive up insurance costs in general. So in the past, we've seen some pretty violent changes to our insurance, like up 23% of things through no fault of our own. We haven't incurred any new risk or new losses. We just are helping to pay back on these huge natural disasters. And I think we'll talk about it more on February. If there was ever a time to get out of the general insurance business, it would be now, because you look at the losses that are happening still in California, just as one example, and what happens in Florida and other places. There's only a few underwriters for the whole world. And when they lose, they don't really lose. They just pay it forward to everyone else. So I look forward to seeing this report and for the community following along on the cost of insurance. Julie has been kind of a one-person, machine when it comes to beating up our insurance carriers over the years to get us better rates, and which is why you've even seen the cost for insuring the MCC, which always seemed to be a contentious issue with us, drop last year and remains low this year. So good work to staff, and that was probably the only impediment to whether or not we want to jump on, and we'll hash this out next week or a couple weeks or next week, I guess, because we do settle a lot of claims and manage our claims in-house, unlike a lot of small municipalities that have to rely on lawyers and outsourced for everything. We have a lot of in-house talent, so we can continue to rely on that. But insurance is one of those necessary evils, and so I just wanted to call it out because it's not a big number in the grand scheme of our budget, and yet we carry a lot of, that's the increase, but we carry a lot of insurance as a municipality, and we have to. It's again, necessary evil. So. Alrighty, next.
So you do have a motion in front of you. Motion 7, I believe.
Yeah, we're getting through motions
Just
quicker
to,
than yesterday, that's why.
So we do have individual motions for each of the summaries, just for council to approve in principle.
All right, so this one's moved by Councillor Bull, seconded by Councillor East. Is that okay? That the tax-supported 2025 budget for taxation and general revenue be approved in principle, because it's always subject to change. All those in favor? Any opposed? Carried. Keep this one closer to me. All right, next is council and committees budget. Page 66. So this is largely what it costs the municipality for us. Committees are trivial expense. I think we command most of it with our meager and austere salaries. Any call-outs or questions on this one? All right, Councillor Major.
So I was talking to Counselor Meredith, and just to set the record straight, Committee of Adjustment and Property Standards. I was on that committee for 2 terms, and the way the committee is, we have to go to properties all over the place. So we do get a small, how do you say that? Stepping, yeah, for being on that committee. So I just wanted to let everyone know that that one is the one committee where, not that you should apply to get this, the money, but we do get looked after for our due diligence and traveling around town, and because you have to be hands-on that one. You don't just come here for a meeting. You have to go to all the properties and make your judgments. So I just wanted everyone to know that that was the one committee that you do get a step in.
Yep, it's like that. I think the police service board hasn't decided yet because it's a brand new board. Usually there's compensation at the board. The airport, for example, has a pretty minor remuneration. I think I just got a check for $250 for last year. I missed a couple meetings, or it would have been higher. I think the high end was like 400 or something, or 3 something. Anyway, so that's one of those things where I'm going to be donating that $250 to the coldest night of the year campaign that's quickly coming up for the guest house. Because my position has always been that I'm getting paid to go to these places anyway. That's part of my salary as mayor. And I put myself on the airport committee, so I have no one to blame but myself. But I don't want council ever to feel guilty about the remuneration you're getting, where this is something that comes to us for council remuneration. I think we probably have you never decide for, or we choose not to decide to better ourselves. It's always for the next term of council. But this has been a source of a lot of conversation because of a decision to county, for example, and other municipalities that decide to give themselves raise within their own terms. The discussion around compensation for this job, I've said it before, and many of my predecessors have. Anybody that gets into this for the money is, needs to check themselves into the day program at Waypoint, because by the time you figure out how many emails and people you talk to everywhere you go in the town, and phone calls, and the time you spend preparing for these meetings, you're almost donating your time. Like, you'd be lucky to work for $1 an hour. So nobody's signing up for this job for the money. But there is some compensation involved, and this is one of those slides where some people will try and use it against you to make you feel icky. And I would, I'm hoping you don't ever internalize it like that. You're underpaid for the job you do, in my opinion, and you always do a great job. So, and the other thing is your expense account that's primarily used for going to conferences. Use that. That is professional education. That is making you better at your job. You're learning from your peers. You're learning policy. You're interfacing with peers in these organizations, and it's professional development. And anybody at any level of their career, including our own staff, needs to be encouraged to engage in professional development. And we give you a budget for that purpose. And there's no hero biscuit at the end of the year for not using it. If anything, I would say that that I would probably want to have a meeting with you if you didn't spend any money on professional development, because we value every opportunity possible. And if your personal life and your job allows you, I would strongly encourage you to take the online courses or go to the conferences in person. So don't anybody feel bad about that. And every time that this gets published at the end of the year, each year we have to mandatorily, show how much was spent for each counselor. That usually gets posted at least on one place or two online, with, trying to make people feel bad on council or in the municipality for receiving some compensation or training. I'll always come to your defense. I always have, and I will continue to do so. So this is the one page that sometimes people try and use to make us feel icky, and I'll be your strongest defender. Councillor Major.
Full disclosure, once I got on council, I had to resigned from Committee of Adjustment and Property Standards, just so everyone will know.
That's fair. Councillor Ball.
Thank you. Staff can tell me where I should be bringing this up because I know this is probably not the time, but the draw from reserves for the mayor's golf tournament, I didn't see it kind of in the budget anywhere about that $60,000 we normally have for community grants. And I know this 41.5 was pledged towards community grants. So I'm wondering if we have the $60,000 allocated somewhere that I just maybe missed. I know this is not the right time, but it's in front of us now. So you can answer now or let me know when I can bring it up. And then I have another question.
Through your worship to Councillor Ball. No, this is entirely the right time because this is the section of the, this says council and committee, but the community grants program actually is under council's budget. And so you will see the grants and donation line that Jacqueline's got highlighted there. And so the total is 63,000. And so that 63,000 is made up of scholarships and bursaries of 3,000, 20,000 for the Georgian Bay General Hospital, and then 40,000 for the community grants program. And so the draw from reserve of 41,000, that's the proceeds that we earned in the 2024 golf tournament that we then tucked in reserve, and now we will use on the 2025 program. So the net tax impact for 2025 is 21,500, believe. Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. I wanted to make sure we still had that full allocation. 'Cause I know I've sit on that committee and the need in our community is much higher than we're able to give right now with that small amount. So thank you for that. And my next question would be about the increased clothing budget. Is there a plan for us to actually have these uniformed outfits? Like, is somebody organizing that so that we do all have the same type of outfit if we're increasing the budget?
Through you to Councillor Ball. I believe the answer is yes, that is in the works.
Thanks, Councillor Ball. That's a good point. In the past, it was really like, for as long as I can remember, there was no team Midland jacket. I think there was a shirt for a while, but it wasn't really done. And this term, a couple of us anyway have availed ourselves of the online shopping thing we have for our staff, and we got jackets, and I think we got name pins. Everybody got a name pin, but it would definitely be a good thing to avail yourself of that. You can get an all-season coat or a fleece or whatever you want. There's a whole bunch of stuff to pick from. There's a budget in there for a reason, so you can showcase when you go to events who you are, who you're representing, and I wholeheartedly encourage you to avail yourself of that. Get a hold of procurement. They'll send you the link. It's the same link that our staff would use to get uniforms, basically. And but we haven't actually picked one formal one that all council has the same. And I see other municipalities showing up at events like the log song that's coming up in Penetanguishene, where they're all wearing the same fleeces and or they all have the same hats. I think that's a great idea. So thanks for tweaking staff on that and reminding me of it.
Thank you. Tiny was showing us up at AMO, so we've got to come prepared this year.
It's a small thing, but it does matter. Councillor Meredith.
Thank you, Mayor Gordon. That was my question too, is regarding the 26.3% increase in the uniform budget. So my question is, I guess, do we need an increase of the $1,500 in the budget? Because we're 2 years in now, in this council, and there's only, I know I haven't used any of the budget for uniforms. There's maybe 2 or 3 jackets. There wasn't much coming out of that. So is there a need for an increase on that line item for 2025?
So the increase is there. So if you look at that line, protective clothing, uniform, subscription, membership. So it's not just clothing, right? So I do want to note that there is a sort of a other things in there, right? So memberships, for example, council is enrolled in a number of memberships as well, and subscriptions. And so if you look at the actuals for 2023, you'll see that those are already $7,200, right? And so staff have adjusted the budget to meet what we're already spending. And yes, there is a plan to get clothing in there. And so you could say, well, will we be over budget still? So we look at budgets as a whole, right? And so that's also why these expenses are categorized, because I'll look at, or we'll look at, as a team, we'll look at the clothing line as a whole, and are we over or underspent, right? When we look at all the different departments and whatnot. And so we've factored that in. So as much as council is increasing, organizationally, we've actually reduced that budget because recognizing that we can't just continue to go up, 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 right? So council needs uniforms for proper representation at events like AMO. And staff also needs clothing and whatnot. But we, again, we're balancing the needs and wants with the funds available.
Okay, thank you. This heading's under council. So I'm not sure what I'm a member of and what my membership fee was to whatever I'm a member of under this category. So what am I spending money on that I'm not aware of? I don't, and if you're pooling, if this is a broader uniform question and then it's divided by all departments, is that what I'm getting here? That we're actually, no. So this is just council spending. Okay. So I don't know. I got a pin and a name tag. That's all I know that I have for the 2 years. So if you could explain to me what else I've gotten, then that would be great.
Sorry, I just certainly didn't want to give the impression that you're paying for all of staff's uniforms, or that you're involved in a number of different organizations. So AMO is probably the one and only membership that council actually pays for. The clerk's office probably pays for the AMCTO and other associations. I've asked Jacqueline to put up the tax rate supported summary so that you can kind of see what I meant by overall, we've actually reduced the clothing line. So again, if you look at that clothing, uniforms, subscriptions, and memberships, we look at what we're actually spending. If you look at year 2023, we've actually spent 155,812. The budget in previous years was higher. So we've actually brought that budget down to reflect organizationally what the spend is and what the needs are. So you may see a line go up in one department, but it gets corrected in others, or as a sort of a general reduction to recognize what we're actually spending. So the budget is not inflated. The budget is what it needs to be.
And that's fine. I'm just worried about council. I'm not worried about anything else up there on the big picture. I'm just wondering that's all I needed to know. So I wasn't suggesting it was inflating. I just didn't think we were spending it because as I said, I only, other than AMO, then yes, I've gotten a pin and a name tag. Thank you.
Councillor Ball?
Thank you. I just would like that note removed then, because if we are just bringing our budget up to what we're actually spending, that's not a true statement. Our budget's not being increased for us to get extra uniforms. We do have a uniform budget already that, like Mr. Meredith said, we are not all utilizing, and we're not, I think none of us are utilizing the full amount. So I want that note removed because that, I mean, as Mayor Gordon's point, this slide is people are getting mad about it and they criticize us about it. So having that statement on there, I don't think is a direct reflection of what the budget numbers are.
Okay, so if we remove the note, it doesn't change the fact that the number is going up to match what our actuals were. So we can remove the note, but the fact will remain.
That's fine. The fact is that it's not due to an increase in uniforms, though. We're not increasing our budget to gain more items. We're reflective of what we're actually spending right now. So there shouldn't be a note suggesting otherwise.
That's fair. When any of our budget, we don't, this is maybe a good time to note this or remind people watching at home too. This municipality does not subscribe to the use it or lose it mentality, meaning that, like some organizations do, where, you know, oh geez, it's end of year, December, we still have some money in our budgets, so we go on a wild Amazon shopping spree to try and blow the money. So otherwise, we won't get the same amount next year. There are organizations that run like that, even some government, the province, for example. But we don't. So the fact that it's being, you know, increased to match what the spend is, and I'm probably responsible for this because I got a couple of coats. You know, that we're just basically trying to balance the books here and match, putting our budget to what our actuals are, which makes sense, right? So the fact that we're allowing for counselors to order stuff and avail themselves of this doesn't mean you will. So both of you may make the conscious choice to not spend any of this money. No problem. It's still budgeted, so it's there if you need it. And quite frankly, if everyone decided to order a coat, that might not be enough money. So we might go over budget for next year, and we'll have to, you know, obviously explain why we were at 10K rather than 7,200. So just a note for clarity for anyone following along, just because it's in the budget doesn't mean we're spending it. It happens in this case, we overdid it last year. And again, that might have been me. I think they're like $300 a coat for these, you know, indoor, whatever they are, all season things. But it's there for you, just as your expense for going to conferences and online trainings from AMO and other places is there for you. Nothing compels you to use it. So just want to be clear for one watching, just because it's there doesn't mean we're going to use the money, much like any other reserve. Fair enough. I'm glad you're able to get a coat. Hopefully I'll see you at Winterfest. All right, Councillor McDonald.
I didn't have a question.
Oh, you didn't? Sorry, I thought maybe I left you so long you forgot.
But
I
I
got
thought you
Councillor Patel
asked.
then. All right, Councillor Patel.
I'm
Oh.
not a big, I'm on the same page as Councillor Meredith with the pin and the name tag. I show up at events and hopefully look the part, but I haven't invested in the clothing. I've looked at them and I think it's a little I'm not a big proponent for wearing the same coat as everyone else to prove I'm part of the team. We know I'm part of the team, but if that's the route you want to go, so be it. I'm not going shopping. Thank you.
All right, Councillor Patel.
Thank you, Worship. So just, I think it's gone up 1,500 because I lost a pin and that pin replacement was $1,500. But it just shows that as a council, we're responsible. We're not wasting money just trying to acquire gear. We're just happy with the pin. And like the mayor said, if we were all to get one coat each or, you know, a couple of hoodies and pants, I think that budget would be quite well underfunded and the cost would be probably triple or quadruple that. So we should be proud that we're being responsible, how we're spending the town's budget. Thank you.
All right, anything else on this slide? Going once, going twice. All right. So I've got I don't need prompting this time. Moved by Councillor McDonald, seconded by Councillor Meredith, that the tax supported 2025 budget for council and committees be approved in principle. All those in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. All right. Next slide, page 74. Lucky number 74. This is the administration side of house, where the rubber hits the road.
And so just to clarify, this includes the Office of the CAO, the Clerk's Department, Finance, Procurement, and HR.
Big bundle. Any callouts, questions, comments? Council Emeritus, all good for one?
Always good one. Just, if you're looking at the change for 2025 change, column, the big number there is 614%. So maybe, to the right-hand side, it's draw from reserve. So number one. So maybe get us a little bit of insight in that. I know, but just for whoever's, maybe some councils looking at that as well, and the public, if we're going down that column, there's like, what the hell's that all about? So.
Sure, through your worship to Councilor Emeritus. So yes, it's a 600,000 or 614% change. It's actually 43,000. That change is a one-time draw from reserve, where essentially we're moving approved budget funds from one year to the next. So in 2024, we did not spend our training budget for specifically for leadership capacity building training, and yet we did commit to a program that we started late in the year, and so it is appropriate from a budget and from a accounting recognition to only expense what we used. So we will record the, essentially 1/8 of the costs in 2024, and the rest will hit in 2025. And so we've moved that budget from 2024 to 2025. And so you will see a one-time draw from reserve, and you will see equal amount in the one-time expense column of $40,000 under training, travel, meetings, and conferences. And then the other 10 relates to our sort of our staff appreciation. And so we did have service awards. Thank you. We did have our service awards, or will have our service awards. Thank you, in March.
Anybody else? Going once? Going twice? All right, moved by Councillor Bald, seconded by Councillor Bald, that the tax-supported 2025 budget for administration be approved in principle. All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Lovely. Next, fire. I mean, I'm not actually yelling fire, I'm just saying fire. This is page 81. Councillor Emeritus.
Yeah, I was waiting for somebody else. I actually didn't have my hand up, but just call my name every time. What the hell? Question regards to overtime, I guess, and salary. Go under the salaries. So last year we hired 2 firefighters in the 4. Sorry, 4? Did we give you 4? God, you got all your asks last year. You got all of them this year. Oh my goodness. Jeez. Collective agreement here. Yeah. What was I going to say? 4. Wow. You're right. You did get 4. Congratulations. So we had 4 new firefighters last year, and we were talking about overtime and so forth. So the big question is, what do we save in overtime? Like, what are the savings for, I think that was the main driver, to have before at the station for the fire calls, so we don't have to wait for the full complement to get on at the station for them to get in the truck and move along. So how's that working out? We haven't really got an update on overtime. This is the time to do it. So, and salary, or how that kind of dwindles down to the savings, I guess. Thank you.
Through you, your worship, to Councilor Meredith, thank you for the question. I'm going to start by letting you know that our call volume went up 14.8% last year. Tiering, our calling out the general alarms, went up by 21.5% last year. Over the last 24 hours, actually last 12 hours, the fire guards haven't been good to us. We've had 2 structure fires. Luckily, we have 4 on duty. The truck was out the door within 90 seconds, was on scene within 4 minutes, or sorry, 6 minutes because of the travel time, to which the reports were you had 3 people inside with smoke inhalation. The second truck, where we wait for the 4th person or to staff that truck with the volunteers and callback, we're there in 14 minutes. So you can see the difference that your 4 people, the added 1 person on each shift, when you have them on duty, how quickly we get there. We had an arson fire this morning, or a potential arson fire that we're investigating. It hasn't been proven in court. Again, we were there within a short period of time because we have 4 people on duty. The challenge that we have is when we don't have 4 people on duty, and I sat, just here last year, if you remember, and I kept on flashing the number 4. The truck rolls when there's 4 people on a majority of the calls. When we come to motor vehicle actions, like fires that we had, the 2 that we had last night, that's where you see the savings. Unfortunately, you see the efficiency when we have a structure fire and when the numbers go up. That doesn't change anything. We would have to staff with 20, 30 more people before we can stop that. What it does is it provides a quick response to our citizens, and it improves the level of service. If those numbers were not there, the ones where you see the savings is when we have 4 people and we have calls that we can run with those 4 people. That's where you see the savings. It's a convoluted evaluation because we have to take in all sorts of stuff, all sorts of factors to show you the savings. The savings are there. We're still stuck in the situation where, with a 14.8% increase in calls and a 21.5% increase in general alarms where we're calling people out, those are still costing us a lot of money. And unfortunately, we're moving forward, and council, as I said on day 1, were very good to us. We were able to catch up, and I got to say, I walked out of here very pleased, showing the support that was given to us. We also identified in the fire master plan the need for a metered increase in staffing, and then with the community risk assessment that was brought forward earlier this year, or last year, I should say, it also identified staffing needs. And if I may, Councillor, you asked, can we meet those needs with the current people in place? And my response was no. As a team player, because I believe, and I say it all the time, one team, one dream, we're trying to work together. I have the benefit that if I need staffing, we call a general alarm. Unfortunately, that creates overtime. It's a lot more expensive. It slows down our response, but I can get people. My colleagues around the table don't have that option. And that's why when we look at service delivery, you don't see any firefighters, even though our fire master plan shows an increase so that it's a metered approach, so that we don't end up like last year where we have this big ask in 1 year. So to answer your question, yes, unfortunately, the overtime costs are there. It's for a variety of things. Overtime for certification that's mandated by the government for our staff, increased call volumes, and increased durations as well. If you ask me, how do I fix that? We look and we try our best. Unfortunately, when things happen, like I said, and I don't know if the gods are helping me for this presentation today or they're just punishing me, but 2 structure fires in less than 12 hours, right? And that comes at a significant cost. I hope that answers your questions.
Yeah, it does, and thank you very much. And I'm glad to hear those response times, are within not sure, what is it? What is it? Is it 90 sec? What would that report say? Like out the door, it was some like, it was a minute, like really, really small number to get out the door.
Yeah.
With-
So the,
Go ahead.
So, sorry, didn't mean to cut you off. Through you, your worship, to the counselor. Our muster time, or so the time from the tone to the time the truck is rolling is 90 seconds, so a minute and a half. That becomes a challenge when you have a two-story building. Because, you know, if you start running, that's when people trip and fall. So you move with authority, as we say. So you need to get to the truck. You need to get dressed in your gear. The days of driving down the road with people getting dressed in the back or not belted in are long gone. There's a safety part to that. So it's 90 seconds. And then the response time, ideal response time is 4 to 6 minutes. In this case, with both the situation, the first call slowed us down a bit because we had snow coming through. That slows us down, right? But it also slows the second truck coming down. Like I said, you know, we have a truck on scene. I believe it was just under 7 minutes from the time the tone went off to the time we got there. So we were able to deal with the people with smoke inhalation. Second truck where we're actually waiting for the people to get there, it's 14 minutes. So if you're that person inside the building, 14 minutes is a long period of time.
Yeah, great. So we have a little bit of work to get that second truck there within reason, but in 90 seconds seems like impossible. Like you almost have to have your gear on 24/7 there, and then I just don't even know how that's even possible. But I'm sure you'll get there. Thank you.
Our staff are meeting that, right?
Yeah.
They're pretty close.
Yeah.
Like I said, you know, 90 seconds, when the tone goes off, you move with authority, right? You get to where you need to be. There's no, we'll call it lollygagging, no pauses. You get there. But when you have a two-story building, you know, there's still the distance that you have to deal with, right? You still need to get downstairs. You still need to get there. You still need to get dressed, right? It is an aggressive time, but that's what we, you know, when we have a composite department or a full-time department, that's the benchmark we work at. So 90 seconds out the door.
So in the new fire hall, we're going to invest in poles, not stairs, right?
I would like you to invest in a single-story building, but if we are going to go, poles have their own concerns, and I'm sure if I look just down over here at Julie, she's probably looking, going, that's how people get hurt. But a single story, we work from heights, we're good with.
Deputy Mayor Prost.
Thank you for sharing that story about this morning. I'm very impressed with our firefighter team. And I think what we need to remember when it comes to fire, our saving is saving lives. I mean, we do have to be responsible with funds, but anything we can ever do to make that easier, saving lives is far more important than money.
Councilor East.
Figured it out. Thank you, your worship. So first of all, thank you to you and your crew of safety people that help us. Next year, I know that you're going to be bringing forth an ask for 2 more fire and or one. I wanted you to kind of paint a picture of the roadmap of your envision of how you see that's going to affect, you know, not only budgets, but safety. I know that I'm kind of premature with asking for this vision, but I'm just trying to plant a seed so that next year when it's brought to budget, we all understand the benefits of your roadmap of the next 2 firefighters and how it'll affect our corporation.
Through you, your worship, to Councilor East, thank you for the question. As we increase our staff on the fire suppression side, so the trucks rolling out the door and doing the firefighting side, we put them on shift so that when those shifts have the proper number, we change the minimum staffing so that there's 4 people on the truck. And that allows us, while we have those 4 people on the truck, they can respond within that 90 seconds. And that's our goal. The tricky thing is when you have 2 and you have 4 spots, where do you put it? Because you'll always have deficits on the shifts that don't have them, and you know the right staff on the other. So you try to work within the CBA and see where we can best position the people, right? As the staffing increases, I mean, ideally when we get to 4, it makes it very clean, right? The same as when you gave us 4 last year, We put one on each shift. It made it very clean. We increased. As we get there, we're going to continue to increase it. The challenge is, you know, if you ask me, do we put them on straight days versus on shift? There's pros and cons to that, right? We also have to watch out for the SCBA that we don't violate things there as well. But the associations work very well with us. It's trying to find where's the best guest benefit to putting them there. And unfortunately, if we had them on straight days last night, the two fires we had, one was at 6:39 and one was at 4:24 this morning, 5:24 this morning. That wouldn't have changed anything. But if we had them on shift, like they had the 4 today, trucks out the door in 90 seconds. So that's the challenge that we have, right? We are working hard by looking at partnerships and involving other people to reduce the overtime costs, to try and find ways to save and still do what we need to do without coming back here saying, the overtime is up and we have additional costs. We are challenged with that, right? When we do things like water rescue, we have one training officer. Well, we have it's a 3-to-1 to 5-to-1 ratio when we put people in the water. But with one training officer, you need to bring in a lot of people. Well, if we increase to 2 or 3 training officers, then we don't need to bring in people, and they're at a base salary versus an overtime salary. Same like the firefighters, you know, if they're here on a regular shift, they're responding on a base salary, not a time and a half salary, minimum 3 hours, right? So that's where our challenge is. We're working hard to work within the envelope that we can. We're doing our best to save money. Madame CAO asked me when we got to Q3, our overtime numbers were high. So we looked into it, and we already saw the trend of the calls going up, and they continue to go up, right? So we're at the mercy of, you know, it's like the roads department wondering how much plowing they're going to do. You're at the mercy of what happens, right? And unfortunately, a nice clean year where there's not a lot, we don't have as much. Unfortunately, that's not the trend that we're seeing. Our numbers keep going up. And like I said, with an increase of 14.8% and 21% with call, it causes overtime. So to answer your question, because that was a very long-winded answer, I'm trying to find ways, and we're continuously looking to see how can we best serve the community where we have shortcomings, but also work with the dispatch center, work within the CBA, and it's really guessing, right? It's when will these calls come in, and where do we get the best bang for our buck? It's easy when we can fill all the slots. When we're filling half, we're kind of challenged, right? And same thing with fire prevention and public education, right? The documents that we have consultants give us a roadmap saying these are where the deficiencies are, so that council can make an informed decision. Now it's up to you to make that hard decision as to where do we find the staffing for. And I mean, my colleagues all have the same challenge in their departments, right? I just happen to have an option that they don't. Thank you.
Follow up? Well, thank you. And I guess what we did by giving you those 4 firemen last year saved lives last night. So you see the value in it. So there's no doubting that when it comes to safety, that's first anyways. Just to follow up. So your roadmap, do you like where it's been heading since what we did to help you in the fire station last year? Like, do you see the positives? Is it going where you foresaw it? Because I know originally I'm not looking at fire safety as, you know, money first. It's always safety first for me. That's it. But originally what we were talking about was, you know, we're going to bring in these extra workers and it's going to help kind of offset the overtime fees. And I know that we see that even with OPP. You know, OPP, the overtime just kills us, right? And a lot of OPP actually jump on top of that opportunity, right? Where the roadmap has been heading, do you like the direction?
Through your worship to Councillor East, yes, I do. The savings, there were savings last year. As much as we had these increase in calls, there were savings with the additional staff, because in certain calls, we didn't have to call people back because we had the 4 people there. So we are moving in the right direction. The challenge that we have is when we look at forecasting to the future, you know, the call volumes keep going up, the demands keep going up, public education and proactive inspections so that we don't end up with dramatic failures, you know, that keeps going up, you know, and we have the studies for that. That's not a a fire chief approach. That's a third party that's taken a look at this, right? So the support that we've had through council and moving forward, absolutely, right? Ideally, obviously, you know, the sooner the better, right? So that nights like we had last night can happen every night. That's my goal, right? But I'm working with mayor and council and the team here to proactively find ways to get there, but also support the other departments so that they can address their issues as well.
Sorry, just one last question then. Why didn't we ask for the 2 fire men or women this budget? Like, was it just to be responsible and try to keep our taxes down if there was a need for it? Like, I'm just curious to why it wasn't brought forth this year and why we couldn't have tried to help get you those 2 more this year.
Through your worship to Councillor East.
Yeah.
As part of being a team player and and coming forward, you know, like I said, I have an option. When I need staff, I trigger a general alarm, you know, and last year we were able to get where we were. Did I bring it forward to our planning session as a group to go with the 2 that we wanted to consider, you know, the additional fire prevention officer that we talked about when the document was present? Absolutely. Unfortunately, the mandate brought forward by council is stick within a certain number. Some councillors would have liked to see a 0% increase in staffing. So I'm trying to work as part of this team to get there and be supportive of the other department. By all means, you know, if it's the wish of the mayor and council and Madame CAO is going to shoot me to bring forth 2 additional firefighters, I'll gladly take that. But I'm glad I'm on this side. Madame CFO can't kick me. So, but that's why we didn't. We brought forward when we met as a group, we brought forward all our asks. I think we were at 12. We tried to reduce that to the numbers we did. And because I have options, you know, that's why you see it in next year and the year after. The one part is the fire prevention that's not there, that might have to show up at some point. But like I said, it's one team, one dream, and we're trying to move this forward and be responsible and not, you know, overtax.
Okay, we need to do a bio break because I've got some people doing the dance. So I think there's few more councillors that have some questions about this matter. I was hoping we get through the slide, then we'll do the break. But if we could just pull the pin right now, put it in pause, and we'll come back to fire. So we'll take call it 10 minutes. It's 10:47. Let's get back at 11 o'clock. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for that brief indulgence. And we are still on the fire because we still have some more questions. I believe we left off with, actually, Councillor East, I think you had another follow-up, and then we're going to go to Councillor McDonald. Are you good? Oh, you can come back to you. Oh, he's not here. We lost it. He maybe had a fire call. Saying how busy he was. Okay, well, we'll just talk about, what are we going to talk about? Talk about the roads. Let me talk about the roads. I get lots of email on those. And windrows. Windrows are the new evil. Because we haven't had winter for a couple of years, and now we're having what we should have had for the past 2 years, all in 1 month. Anyway, I guess I'll just use the time for anybody watching. If clearly we're doing our best with the operations team. And Mitch, we were talking this morning over coffee, like I'm literally killing time here until our fire chief comes back, about, oh, here he is. You're lucky. I was just about to put you on the hot mic. Tell us about the sidewalk snow clearing. Okay. All right. Welcome back, Chief Renaud. It was a 3-alarm. All right. Okay, I think Councillor East had something for you, but he might have forgotten, so we'll come back to him. Councillor McDonald's been waiting patiently, so we'll pass over to Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor Gordon. We've kind of lost some momentum here. Hopefully we'll pick it up in regards to the fire budget. One team, one dream. You mentioned at the beginning that the calls are up 14.8 for fire alarms, did you say? And then 25% for general alarms? I'm wondering whether we have to up the public education and proactive happenings to keep the fire alive, or is that has anything to do with it? It's just circumstantial or?
Through your worship to Councilor McDonald, proactive fire inspections and public education is definitely something that we try to do with the goal of if we can prevent the fire, then the fire doesn't happen. The challenge is bringing numbers to show, well, we didn't have these fires because we did this, right? And that's next to impossible. The community risk assessment identified the need for additional fire prevention and public education work. With the current one person that we have doing that, again, I don't want to dwell on this, but our fire prevention officer worked all day yesterday, then went to the fire last night, then investigated the fire last night, went home for a few hours, went and fought the fire this morning, is investigating the fire, and is with the fire marshal today. So there's only so much each individual can do. And in a case like this, there's only certain people, a fire prevention officer or the fire chief, that can do that. So we have 1.5 people that can do the investigations, right? So to answer your question, it makes sense that if we can educate people and enforce the code and address issues before they're a problem, then they're not a problem. It's just, if you ask me how much will that change, I can't answer that, right? All I can say is the studies and the science are very clear. The community risk assessment is also very clear that we presented. There is a need. It's just a matter of when is the right time for me to bring it forward so that as a group, it's feasible.
Thank you. I'll just refer to the board, the message board, that we can maybe get some public education out there when we get someone to donate a message board. But my next question is in regards to the increase in clothing, protective clothing, and training and travel. Both of them are over 25% increase. Now, I suspect some of it is because of, I'm going to answer the question and you can sit. Because there's an increase in staff and the increase in cost, or is there something else hidden there?
Through your worship to the councillor, yes, you pretty well answered the question, and that would have been my answer. 4 additional staff come at a cost. We have to outfit them, give them the proper uniforms and protective equipment. And the cost of equipment is going up, right? The cost of uniforms are going up. So we're constantly looking. We've changed the vendor that we go to, which allows us to get uniforms that will last longer. They wear better. We also are under certain requirements to provide certain uniforms as per the collective agreement, which, as you know, we're going into negotiations this year. And if we can find some savings there, using, the logical approach that we've changed the uniforms, they last longer. These are the amount of shifts you work. Can we change that? And hopefully we can find savings. But right now the cost is exactly for the reasons you brought forth.
Thank you for keeping Midland safe.
Thanks, Councillor. That's a good call out, because with protective equipment, I'm just thinking back to police days. I never got shot, and yet my bulletproof vest had to be replaced when it expired, and you couldn't push the expiry date, even though it didn't make any sense. How does Kevlar expire? It does, and you have to have it replaced. And the SCBAs and other protective equipment that the fire service uses, they are getting shot basically every time they go out. Stuff's getting burnt. Weird chemically dripping things are all over you. There's only so many things you can wash out, and burns happen even though the equipment's supposed to, not make it combust. You get a hot enough room and you will go. There's just a lot of things that put pressure on the equipment that the fire service uses. I know from back in my days as a volunteer in Tiny. So it's a good question about why these costs go up. And, to a big degree, yes, you have new firefighters and we've spread the cost of those firefighters' salaries over several years using some creativity from our CFO last term. And that's what we see indicated here. But there are those uniform and equipment costs that follow them. So good points. Councillor Major.
So just a quick sidebar. There was an incident on King Street that I wasn't involved in, but I arrived about the same time the chief did, and it was the fire department that handled the whole incident. And so I just want to make sure everyone knows it's not just fires they're doing around town, but you can take over on the rest of the story.
Again, through you, your worship, to Councillor Major, thank you for that. And there's another example of the fact that we were staffed at 4, and unfortunately, a lady crossing King Street didn't make it all the way across. And I happened to come across the incident, but the truck, again, within 90 seconds was out the door and there to help this lady. And as ironic as this is, the lady lives in the same building that I live in, and on the same floor, actually across from me. And she's the caregiver for the other elderly people on that floor. With the injuries that we saw, we didn't think it would turn out very well, but it is turning out really well, and she is kind of becoming home, which is not what, if you had asked me, the result was going to be. But I truly equate that to the quick response of first responders, the fire department, in helping the paramedics and the police shutting down the area. And again, for staff, the truck was out the door and there in a timely manner. Thank you.
Yeah, good point. Those 3 people with smoke inhalation could have easily become 3 fatalities if you hadn't got there quicker. So it's fire service, policing, ambulance, very expensive services, never going to get cheaper, always going to go up in cost. But it's just part of the cost of the society we live in, and we're blessed to have these services in town. Other rural areas all volunteer. Some of them it's 10, 15-minute sludge through the roads that may not even be plowed in fire trucks to try and get to them. So we're pretty blessed in our rural municipality, or our urban municipality surrounded by rurals, and the collaborative approach we have with Pantanguishene, and even the assistance of our 2 rural neighbors when we need them, which we use them fairly frequently, I understand, for tanker shuttle relays and, places where the hydrants can't keep up or they're not accessible. So. Great. Well, I look forward to that study coming back to council, looking to see if there's any synergies and efficiencies in merging 2 fire services. But for now, we have our Midland Fire Service with our shared chief and the cost in front of us for everyone to see. Any other comments, questions? We'll go on to the next slide. Excellent. All right. So I have a motion here, moved by Councillor Major, seconded by Councillor McDonald, that the tax-supported 2025 budget for fire be approved in principle. All those in favor? Any opposed? Carried. Excellent. Now we're into digital government, customer, and recreation services. Page number 97. Or, yeah, the results on the screen is 97, but you'll see the other items leading. All right, who wants to kick things off? Any comments, questions, concerns? All right. That was easy. There's a big sigh of relief in the room. Huh? Right. Good cost containment. Keep it up. Moved by Councillor Patel, seconded by Councillor East, that the tax-supported 2025 budget for digital government, customer and recreation services be approved in principle. All those in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Yeah. Slip something into the coffee on the break. All right, now we've got the North Simcoe Sports and Recreation Center. A big asset and an equally big budget. And one that we love to talk about. And we have Mr. NSSRC in the crowd here, so at the table, so to answer questions. Oh, this is page 109. 109. Yeah, we're just keeping you on your toes here. Yeah, I'm sure Councillor Major's got something to say. Or maybe not. Got anything? It's a big budget. Big service in the community. One we're working on trying to, lose less money on. We're always going to lose money operating this service, but it's a greater good item. And as we know, it's well used throughout North Simcoe. Maybe I'll just remind council too, and folks follow along, there is a coming up, we'll be talking about it, a request to move along with the non-resident fee exploration. Does that make sense? How does it get implemented? Clearly we have people that don't want it, but they're not Midland ratepayers. And so we're gonna have that conversation later to help in the future take a ding out of some of these operational costs. But as I alluded to earlier, my objective this year is not to push ahead on that and just to instead contribute 10,000 with Penetanguishene on a joint study and have somebody with no dog in this fight or skin in the game, whatever term you want to use, look at this really objectively with no emotion and decide whether it's worth doing. And if it is, here's how it could or should be done. So for now, this is what it costs. Councillor Patel.
Thank you, Worship. So is the ice resurfacer part of that budget? Capital, okay.
It's just operational. Councillor Major.
So I was, got a bunch of other towns which, kind of mirror ours, and I went through them. And not to beat a dead horse, but the rec center is the rec center. It's a very important building in our community. It's being utilized at all times. The only suggestion I make for the rec center is we got to raise the prices in the gym. The 2 ice pads are doing fine. I got the facts and figures here if anyone wants to go over them. It's the gym that has revenue coming in and is being used, but the revenue isn't enough. So anyone wants to question anything on the 2 services, they're doing fine. It's a gym that's we gotta raise the rates up there.
When we get to the fees and charges, we'll have a good wholesome discussion about that. And I know that staff's done a lot of background research, as you have. You're impressing me yesterday with your facts and figures, which is great because you're right, it's a very important asset. One that we hope will have a little help with the naming rights when that goes out to tender. When is that going out to tender, by the way? Or going out, do we know? Approximately, Madam CEO?
Through your worship, in Q1 of this year.
Fantastic. So when that thing closes, that'll give us a bit of influx of revenues, which is lovely. Councillor Bull.
Thank you. I just want to know, do we have all of our rental spaces filled at this point, or is there still a pattern that we're recognizing of empty rooms that we could be filling with some local artists who want to offer art classes, et cetera? I know we met and we did a little tour. I think it was been a while now, but I know we are trying to identify some maybe gaps that we could think of creative ways to fill. So do we have those filled now, or are we still looking at that?
Through your worship, the Councillor Ball, no, there's no empty rooms. All the office spaces are rented. We have one office space that we've reserved for ourselves to this point for storage because we don't have enough storage in the building. But if anything, we have more requests for space than we do have spaces. So every room is utilized.
Thank you. I'm glad to hear it.
Councilor McDonald.
Thank you. I must say that your change column is very impressive. A lot of zeros there. But my question is in regards to the, oh, I misread that. The advertising revenue, it's up. Never mind. I don't have a question.
I think Dave said he'll put a sign or advertising on anything. Anywhere. We'll even get you some uniforms or clothing with signs on them, whatever we got to do. Councilor Meredith.
Thank you, Mayor Gordon. I have a few questions here. First of all, for the naming rights of the RFP, if we have an update on that. I know it was going out to RFP. Not sure what the holdup was on that, or if we got any information back on that. Second question would be, there's talk about the cost of the NSSRC. We received that report last council meeting. Just want to hear it from either yourself, Dana, or Mr. Brissett. If we were to remove one ice surface from the NSSRC, what kind of savings would we expect if we removed one? Now, I know from Council Major and his stats yesterday that it's producing revenue tune of around 60,000, 60%. Okay, so anyways, I'll let you guys answer that one. And then we'll stick with those two right now. Thank you.
Okay. Do you want to speak to that RFP first? As well?
Sorry, just for point of clarity, when you say remove, you don't mean like backhoe remove. You mean like melt and use for pickleball, or just leave it empty kind of question?
Yes, correct. Just melt the ice and don't have those compressors running or so forth. And then use that facility for something else, whether it's, concerts, dances, I don't know, or pickleball, which we should invest in pickleball, Town of Midland. Thank you.
Through you, Your Worship, to Councilor Meredith. Thank you. On the RFP, it is going out this quarter. We're expecting to put it out in the next probably 60 days, 30 to 60 days. It is ready. We just wanted to get through budget first so that we weren't influencing the market with anticipated numbers.
Okay, through Your Worship to Councilor Meredith. As far as the potential revenue difference if we took an ice surface out and transformed it into a gym per se, which I've heard before, I have run the numbers, and based on what our revenue is for each arena, so if you take the 7 months that we run ice, you divide it by 2 for the 2 ice surfaces, the revenue, and I don't have the numbers right in front of me, but I think it works out to about it's roughly 35,000 per side per month. The accepted number for utilities for an ice surface is 5,000. It'll be different in October than it is in January, but it averages out to 5,000 a month. If you take the revenue that we make in the gym over the course of the year and you divided that by 12 to get a monthly rate, essentially we would lose 25,000 a month more if we removed an ice surface and ran it as pickleball. I've heard about pickleball, but yeah.
Okay, well, I'm not a fan of losing money, so as you're aware.
Oh, sorry, and just to touch on that too, sorry. Our youth groups utilize both ice surfaces essentially from 4:35 p.m. till 9 p.m. every day, Monday to Friday, and on the weekends as well. So we wouldn't be able to accommodate our youth hockey organizations if we did that.
Thank you. It's good to know. The other question which will come up is our rates comparable to other municipalities, which was in the report, and I believe that there will be a study possibly with Penetang if we approve it for user rates. But our rates currently right now, you know, we are under the normal, the average, I guess. Is that correct? Or are we in line with our competitors?
Through your worship to Councillor Maris. Thank you for the question. That was one of the budget questions. So you have a spreadsheet that shows we are definitely at the top end of market for ice, and we are at the low end of market for gym. So you will see in the fees and charges, which we'll talk about in a future agenda, that we are proposing a larger increase to the gym to start making up those differences.
Thank you. And then one question on the fees and charges. Why aren't we discussing those during budget? And I know it's going to come forward to a council meeting. Is that just to save time? Because I thought in our first budget cycle that we approved the fees and charges through budget. Just wondering why that changed. Thank you.
Thank you. So you're correct in that the fees and charges schedule actually is included in the budget document, and certainly can be discussed throughout the deliberations. Last year, we didn't adopt it during budget. You'll recall we had some changes to parking program that were sort of muddied the waters there a bit. I certainly want to, if council has recommended changes to those fees and charges, we should discuss them today, tomorrow. But the actual sort of final schedule will come forward to, normally I would bring it to February 5th, but again, being respectful of trying not to overload council next week, the plan is to bring it to the February 26th meeting. But again, at that time, that's that final schedule. The time gap, gives council, gives the public, again, that sort of opportunity to comment. We have received comments on rec center, for example, as well as harbor fees. So just try to get it done once, I guess, is sort of the point. When we have to make multiple revisions throughout the year, it's takes staff time away from other duties.
Okay, thank you. So that's good to know. So when I do want to discuss the fees at the NSSRC as well as the harbor, the two major ones. So when would be a good time during the budget? Like, is that tomorrow to discuss those? Which I haven't really fully prepared to with all my numbers, but if we can discuss it tomorrow, that would be great. But I can kind of go through my numbers that I have, but.
So tomorrow, we do have motion number 33, where it's that staff be directed to present the 2025 fees and charges bylaw for council's consideration at a future meeting. And so I think that would be the most opportune time to discuss that. Thank you.
So when we're talking about fees and charges bylaw, would we need Mr. Brissett here, or would that be under, like, to answer any questions, or would that be under Dana's umbrella? Not that I need it. It's just a discussion, I guess, and then it would come to council on the 26th, I guess, right? So, okay. So.
And so I'm not sure what Mr. Brissett's schedule is tomorrow. So, I mean, certainly I would say if you had specific questions for him, that we could certainly do it now, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't, but my numbers might be, he might not like what I have to suggest, or staff or so forth, but that can be taken back to him, and then maybe a report on the 26th, so not necessarily do I need him to answer any questions, or anybody, just my views. That's basically it. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll have that conversation tomorrow. And if there is back and forth, we can do that. If not, it'll be just direction to staff to take back with them, and that will inform the report we'll get later in February. Perfect. Councillor Major.
I can give Counselor Meredith a few things to think about tonight. So the rate in Elmville is the highest, $186 an hour. Midland's at 170, Arroyo's at 173, Wasega's at 153, and Collingwood's at 134. So there if you want a copy of that, I can make you a copy to take home and study tonight.
Sure, those are ice rentals?
Yep.
Yeah, so I'm not concerned about ice rentals. I'm concerned about other charges, but yeah, I would like to copy
Yeah.
that though, for sure, 100%. Thank you.
Got it all written down here.
Good, and also refer to the response to the, because I put those questions in strategically to staff, so they would give us back. So check that email that you would have got from staff, because I had them do the comparative analysis, because I was and remain concerned. I just don't want to be the cheapest ice anywhere. And when we had our non-resident fee collaborative discussion, whenever that was back in the spring, even the organizations that were in that room trying to help us find ways to lose less money, it was a really productive meeting, suggested that our gym rates were, almost jokingly low. Like they were all fine with paying more. I mean, that was the weirdest thing to have to come out of their mouths, but they actually said that. So I think staff already know that, or anticipating the increase as we see. Maybe they're just not bumping it up as quickly as maybe we want, like maybe 5% needs to be 25%, but these are the conversations we'll have. So I think we can all agree there's going to be some changes in the fees and charges, but we do want to nail those down sooner or later, because the organizations that are impacted by a lot of these things have registrations that, start up mid-year. And we certainly don't want to introduce any volatility. And when it comes to hockey, for example, with the two hockey clubs merging, there's a lot of, unknowns and what that new organization is going to look like and how it's going to operate, and, what are going to be the costs. There's a lot of change coming to youth hockey. Which is one of the reasons why, I'm pumping the brakes on my request to implement something this year. I'm content to, defer the savings that I believe we'll achieve with some form of compensation from the non-residents for a year, because there is all this sort of chaos in the merger that's just happened, or that's happening with the hockey clubs alone. And it would be worth, in my mind, spending that little bit of money with Penetang and looking at this collaboratively for our two shared assets. So it's good. We're going to talk about these fees and charges and see what makes sense to change this year, what makes sense to talk about but not implement this year. And then next year will probably be the year of more change. The only constant is change, right? So, Councillor Major, anything else on this one?
Yeah, the only thing I want to add is that those watching at home and here have to realize that the $443,000 debenture, whatever it is off the books. So that's something that's off their bottom line. It's finally, we're done paying that. Just to give everyone a heads up on that.
We finally own our rec center. Is that what you're saying? It's not the banks anymore. Woohoo, 20 years. Okay. Councillor Meredith.
Yeah, so just elaborating on that comment, and I would say, hey, we have another almost $500,000, all this money, that we have to shell out. Maybe, take 500K off the tax rate for a year, like 2%, right? But it's not so. Lindsay, can you explain? Thank you.
Through Mayor Gordon to Councillor Meredith. Yes, so the debt that we had taken out 20 years ago, so there was a portion that was certainly paid by the taxpayer. However, in recent years, sort of the remaining portion was deemed to be growth related. And so it's actually been our development charges reserve that has been funding those debt payments for the last 5 years. So, and likely, and some before that. But yeah, so there is no actual impact to the tax rate by that debt being changed or expired, I should say. So yes, you see an in and out in that change column, but yeah, there is no found money, unfortunately. Sorry.
Thank you. Now I'm saddened by that, but I knew it, Thank you.
And for council's benefit, that spreadsheet that I alluded to earlier from a little mini working group I threw together, shared it with all of you. So there is some, rating of the piggy bank from the reserves to help with our tax increase this year, which normally would be, well, I think we always be browbeaten for doing it by staff, but this might be the year because of that big change with OPP. We're trying to compensate for it by sucking reserves, so it doesn't, doesn't impact our ratepayers quite as violently as it would otherwise. So I think we're going to be aligned for sure on pulling some money out of our, whatever reserve you want to call it, tax stabilization, future police savings, whatever you want to call it, to help at the end, in the end calculation. But that'll be the very last thing that I suggest we do. Let's keep on doing what we're doing and focusing on the parts that we really can control. And today, again, is the day. Once we get through this, we're going to get to the parts we really can control that'll knock that 5.32 blended down to something we can all sleep better at night with. All right.
And I'll just add to that. I mean, I'm always going to be aligned for the tax rate and the taxpayer. It's not always the answer, and certainly I'm not relying that on this budget cycle. I'm relying on hacking whatever gets the tax rate down this year, and then resorting to what Mayor Gordon just alluded to. So I'm hoping not to touch much of that, but be prepared. It's not going to be. I'm not going to be. I'm. The axe is coming out. So that's just the way I operate. Thank you.
All righty. Any other? Got this one? All right. Moved by Deputy Mayor Pro, seconded by Councilor Meredith, that the tax-supported 2025 budget for the North Simcoe Sports and Rec Center and SSRC be approved in principle. All those in favor? Any opposed? Carried. Okay, next slide. No worries. It's all good. All right, we're on page. This is the OPP.
Mayor Gordon, if I may.
Please.
So the version that you have on screen here is that corrected version of police services that I noted yesterday and earlier today. The old version is on page 194. But as I said, the net expense or the amount funded by taxation has not changed. It remains at that 303,437. What has changed is that draw from reserve and the corresponding increase to that professional and contracted services line. So both lines went down by 275,000 or so. Because that the reconciliation costs that we got back when we got our final bill were actually less, right? Because they dropped the overtime costs and prisoner transport maybe. So yes, so just to note, this is the corrected version. No change to tax, but definitely a lesser need to draw funds from the 23 surplus to fund those essentially those 2023 costs that were not billed.
Thank you. So this is one of the items on my spreadsheet where we are subsidizing to a large degree. It's part of the increase from the province thrust upon us and softening the blow, dulling the edge, whatever you want to call it, pulling this from our reserves, whether it pick a reserve, just the pot of reserve money. If we were to not do this, then the tax rate increase would be substantially higher. So we are really helping out the province in this case by offsetting this big increase with some of our reserves. On my spreadsheet to try and again further help, this is one we kind of have to talk about right now because they're always, we're going to improve it in principle, so we can always go back and hack later. But I'd suggested it as part of my calculation, we added an additional 50,000 draw from the reserves. That number is malleable. We can change that to whatever we want. But the problem, I guess the part that I have trouble with is that whatever efforts we take to draw from our reserves to make the OPP increases look and feel more better and palatable, kind of disguises the real impact of what this violent $1 million increase to us, with zero new boots on the ground, no new effort, no nothing. It's just, and it's not just Midland they're picking on. They did this across the province. I don't want to let them off the hook. I have no axe to grind with OPP. Clearly, a lot of my former colleagues work there, but as an organization, you know, we made the decision years ago to move to the OPP to save money. That was the driving force in this council chamber. I sat there shaking my head going, it's never going to happen. You know, I spent a lot of time on TV explaining that too. And they got beat up for it for a while, but we all knew that we weren't really going to save money in the long game. We still have like $3.5 million or 3 million left from the cost of disbanding that we basically have a loan on. We're paying it off over the long term. Our future police savings reserve, which was the sort of fantasy that was peddled at the time that, you know, we're going to have all this savings and we'll be able to use it for all kinds of great things, never came to pass. It's in the hole deeply. So we're going deeper in the hole here, but we can't change the past. It is what it is. So I'm not dwelling on the past. I've totally gotten over it. But the reality is now something that I as mayor and we as council need to deal with. And certainly when the pitch was made to go OPP to save all this money, nobody said, hey, when we give ourselves across the province a massive raise, guess what? You're going to get the surprise bill. That should have been factored into it because that's the way it works. But my concern now, where I'm going with this, Lindsay, is that should we be anticipating and putting money away in our sock drawer for the next collective bargaining agreement update from the OPP in 3 to 4 years, where we can reasonably expect, the best predictor of future is the past, that we're going to see another large increase on that first year, maybe not with the retroactive because they won't let the agreement lapse, but should we be stocking away some more money for an OPP increase that probably is reasonable to expect in the next 4 years when they renegotiate? Or should we absorb this the way we're doing it, blunt the impact with reserves? Next year, our OPP increase is probably going to go back to what we've been seeing, the normal kind of increases, until they renegotiate again in 4 years. Just wondering what your thoughts and wisdom are, given that, again, I'm trying not to drive the car looking over the hood. I want to look down the road where we should be.
Thank you, Your Worship. So maybe I'll address that first before we get into the 50,000. So certainly those increases are out of our control, right? And it's difficult to estimate what they may be. However, you're right, past is sometimes a predictor of future. So we're already in that transfer to reserve line. We're already, to your point, paying off that $3.5 million essentially debt that we have on our books, right, for that disbandment. And so the operating budget includes a $180,000 transfer every year for the next 17 years to try to pay that off. In addition to that, we're now faced with the increases that we've been given. So it would be difficult to say, let's start tucking away more money for a future increase that hasn't quite happened yet. So today I would say not yet, right? Which is why I also would say it's important to absorb the costs of policing today, right? That 303,000, as I said, is about a 1% or just over 1% hit on the tax rate. If we reduce that down by 50,000, that means next year our increase for OPP right off the bat, before we even do anything, is 50,000, right? And so we don't know what the 26 bill will be just yet. Again, will it be another 303,000? Quite possibly, right? So we're essentially pushing costs of today onto tomorrow. Now, we do that with other things, right? So We do that when staff go through a market and pay equity review, for example, right? We phase those costs in or smooth those costs over a 3-year period. We control those costs. We know when that next market study will take place. You know, the OPP, we don't control, right? So it's more difficult to say, let's push today's costs onto tomorrow, I would say, when you don't have that control. Having said that, you know, if it would be council's decision if the 50,000 were applied to this year's budget. Again, those reserves, essentially, they are there today. Again, go back to the comment of the 10-year plan. There is a plan to spend them and more, right? So it's balancing those needs and wants. And my fear is always sort of adjusting your tax rate to what you think it should be versus what it is, right? And so making sure that the money is put in the right places. That's what staff has presented, is tried to put the money in the right places based on our best ability. Thank you.
Thanks. Very fair comment. And so anytime we're looking at rating the reserves to help tamp down that number at the end game, I would always suggest we make that the last resort. So I'm not going to suggest that we make any modifications to this slide or on the screen right now, only to suggest that in the end final calculation, you know, much to Lindsay's point, we really shouldn't do that. The taxes are what they are. But if we're trying to achieve a number that we're happier with, that don't align with what the reality is of the organization, the only way to make that happen is to draw from reserves. So we'll have that conversation as we get closer to the end, just like we did in the past 3 budget cycles. Or yeah, so anyway, I'm open to it. I just I'm the same cautionary statement that you know, Lindsay shares with us and has got us drilled in our brains. It should be last resort. Ideally, we don't do it, but I can accept that we may need to, you know, because this was a uncalculated, largely unforeseen surprise that got passed down to us. I'm still hopeful that the province will renew or review the billing model entirely and find a more equitable way to spread the costs of policing across municipalities who've opted to go with OPP as their police. But nothing signaled to me that there's going to be any radical change anytime soon. There's a whole lot of other pressures the government's facing across other areas, and then new stuff that's largely probably going to land on our lap in the next day or two. So, Councillor Ball.
Thank you. I know we can't vote this down. I mean, we have to pay it. That is what it is. But I think that's the issue I have with it. Like, where's the accountability? There's nothing saying that next year we don't also get $1 million increase. There's nothing saying that we won't. And that's the issue. This is 0% increase in service. Our number one complaint in our community is community safety. So if we have to increase community safety on top of $1 million increase to actually secure our community and keep it safe, we're looking at like astronomical costs. This is catastrophic to a municipality, and there has to be accountability from other governments. There has to be from the provincial government. Like, thanks, Doug Ford, for giving us a 10%, you know, tax break this time, but what's next year? What's the year after? Like, how far down the road are we looking? So we can draw from reserves like you're suggesting this year, but we probably will have to again next year, because I don't see this changing as an increase. There's no accountability to decrease it.
And just to tag on, because you reminded me of something, we can't even add, like, let's say we actually wanted to spend more money. We want to throw another $1 million at OPP and have 4, I'm just making this up, but 4 dedicated officers to Midland at all times that we know we wouldn't lose to Penetang or Salong Bay or you know, Woodland Beach. Like, they're Midland officers. We can't do that. Even if we wanted to pay, never mind ability to pay, even if we wanted to pay, we can't, because there's a moratorium on enhancements to your contract that allow for dedicated officers, primarily because the OPP just doesn't have the staffing to support that. So the suggestion that I was working on with our detachment commander that I hope to push with our new board, which just met for the first time Monday. Took a year we couldn't meet because we couldn't get insurance, but we just met for the first time, is to really push for that alternative pilot, the special constable pilot, because special constables are deemed to be civilians. And there is no moratorium on enhancing your contract with civilians. So some of you probably heard that I was musing about bringing into the budget private security to patrol the downtown area and other parts of our community. You know, the cost of that, you know, first of all, when we got the OPP bill, that vaporized. That's why you don't see it, because it's just, I couldn't in good faith bring that $500,000 or whatever expense to budget with the new OPP costs. But, you know, they are not a replacement for police because private security has no authority on the public roads. They'd be just eyes. So we're going to work with the Southern Georgia Bay Detachment Board collectively, all 5 municipalities, because we all share the same problems. Midland obviously has a concentration because we're an urban node here, to try and find alternatives. But to your point, we have no ability to control the budget. We can't even raise it. You know, if we want more services, it's not an option for us right now. So we're kind of stuck with status quo, unfortunately, until the billing model, or if the billing model is reviewed. And heaven knows, maybe they review it and it comes out worse than it was going in. Don't know. So we'll have to see. Councilor Bell.
Thank you. And that's a great point. And I mean, at this point, we're looking at private security, we're looking at increases. Like, I know it's an astronomical cost, but it's like, what amount of millions of dollars could we spend to gain our own police force back? Like, no one wants to go there, but at least we have some, you know, accountability and some say of what's happening in our community. And obviously, that's not a talk that we're ever going to come into fruition during our term, I'm sure. But this just is an increase. And if we're looking at private security and the cost, it's ridiculous. That something has to change. That's why we're here. We can't change it. It has to come from upper levels. So I know they have other, you know, priorities, housing, et cetera, but the police needs to be looked at. And I don't know what we can do, but I think collectively we should be looking at the pressures that we need to put on the government above us.
And part of your wish will be granted because it is being looked at countywide. At what would it cost, and is it feasible to take the South Simcoe Police, for example, and turn them into a county-wide police service with the exclusion of Barrie because they have their own police service. However, I just from being in the business for 25 years, that's not going to be cheaper than OPP. It's actually going to be staggeringly more. Will you have some control over costs and deployment? Yes, in one of 16 or one of 15 voices, but I think you'll find the per household charge will go from a couple $100 to like 900 or 1,000. But we're going to let that play out. The county, because they shared your concerns at this, county authorized to look at this. I don't know when it's coming back, probably not anytime real soon, but they are going to look at it to see whether there is an alternative. But the short answer to, and I talk to people all the time about this, why don't we just get Midland Police back or North Simcoe Police, join with Penetang, or put all North Simcoe together. Nobody's costed that out, but just from the rough math that, I did, whatever it was 4 years ago, it would be in the tens of millions of dollars in startup costs, just for capital. And then you have all the cost of trying to find officers to work, and people aren't lining up to be cops anymore. That's why OPP and other departments have such huge deficits in staffing. It's really a non-starter. Had we kept what we had, maybe we'd be in a better place. It's hard to say. Every year that goes by, it's harder to predict what the increases would have been for the former police service. But it's not a realistic thing for us to try and go it alone or even with the partners locally. It needs to be something bigger than that. And is something bigger going to be cheaper? We'll see. So I did wanted to add that in because, your concerns are valid, absolutely. And the county shares them. And as a county council, I think it was pretty much unanimous. We asked staff to look into that, what it would look like to extend the services of an existing police service to do the county.
Absolutely. Thank you. Glad to hear it. And hopefully the numbers are better than what you're anticipating. But I also just want to point out that this decision moving towards OPP, it just shows how important the decisions we're making up here are. So just let that weigh in for people that it is important what you're making a choice about.
Councilor Major.
So just on a sidebar, I ended up talking to a counselor in Collingwood. their OPP. They're going through the same stuff as us. They got a security guard in the library like we do. And the bus terminal in Collingwood, the OPP had 300 calls last year. He said it's so bad over there that in the cold weather, the people that want the bus stand outside and the people that are causing the disturbance are inside. So it's just not Midland. Like if you look around, we're all in the same thing with the OPP and safety in our towns. But I was shocked when I found all that out from him. So just a quick sidebar.
Councilor Meredith.
Thank you, and Mayor Gordon, and I echo Councillor Ball's comments and concerns 100%. And even her last comment, which I was going to touch on, is the decisions that we make today affect the next council, 1 year or two terms from now, and therefore, and that's why when this OPP came up, which I'm not over it, you may be. Mayor Gordon might be over it, but I'm not over the decision and what it's costing our taxpayers for the service level that we're getting, which is way below we were getting before. We're paying five plus million now, plus the 3 million we owe, plus the interest on the 3 million. You add that all up, and yeah, you can probably plainly see that we would have better service, even if we were paying the 5 million and the 3 million for disbandment plus the interest, right? For our own police service, we would have the service that we were so used to getting before. So the lobbyists back then who said this is, and the council that back then, not to point fingers, but they're getting the information from staff and outside, lobbyists in their ears, and they're making these decisions, which you really have to do your homework on big issues like this and dive deep and look ahead to see what that's going to look like, and the province needs to step in. And we prior to going to OPP had opportunities. Council had opportunities to look at other municipalities. Our neighboring municipality of Penetanguishene was OPP. Could have grilled them on their costs and so forth. Maybe they did. I don't know. But at the end of the day, we knew this was going to happen. The decisions here, now we're dealing with it. A couple terms later, this is the impact. This is the impact on the tax rate, and now who suffers, right? We're getting into the meat and potatoes of getting that tax rate down. We need, more help getting the services and the growth, and staff is asking us to increase staff levels, right? Well, this kind of handcuffs us a little bit. So you guys are asking for this. OPP's getting, hands down whatever they ask for because we need them. So who suffers? So staff and our municipality suffers on these. So that's why it's so important that these decisions are thorough, do our homework, and hopefully we make the right decisions. So, and this is coming back to bite us. So, thank you.
Councilor Patel.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I feel your pain that, but the OPP costs are basically something not something we decide. The increase went pretty high, and then we made some noise, and that reduced the cost. So hopefully this year at AMO, we can make some more noise, and that can make a difference on what the cost will be for the future. And that's our voice, is AMO. And I'm sure there's policies being worked on in the background through AMO as a collective for all the townships to help reduce the cost. And, we've been talking about this OPP cost for quite a long time, I think, since we first heard about it back in October, or maybe it was August, I don't know. So I think we should go back to fire because that was kind of more happy. So I just wanted to just reiterate that, yeah, it's unfortunate the costs have gone up, but it's not in our control. Thank you.
Yeah, and if I could just add to that, and fire we're happy with fire because we're getting the service and tremendous job, right? So we could be happy with OPP at this cost if we have the service, but we're not getting that. So that's kind of what is sparking this, comments from myself. But glad fire was here today. Gives a little bit brighter day. So maybe, and he needs to be negotiating the OPP contracts, I believe. So we need to get OPP or our chief in there for negotiations. Thank you.
All right, well, I mean, to your point, that was what it was like in the old days. The chief would be here with the police services board, and, we had the ability to torque back on their funding. To a degree, they still had to maintain adequate and effective policing, which is the baseline, so you couldn't defund them, but, you could push back. And you can't do that when you have a contract relationship, but that's the way we went. So anywho, so here we are. And so what I was suggesting, and for those who saw my spreadsheet, is that we dip a little deeper into our reserves to help offset the overall tax increase that we're ultimately get recalculated as we move through the process. There isn't a specific OPP bucket to draw from, or policing bucket. It's just part of our, our reserves. But this could be one area where we tamp down the impact a bit more as well. The line by line item is really irrelevant. It's the end final calculation that we have to come to terms with. So just for those of you who saw my spreadsheet, that was the rationale for me having it on here. Yes, yeah, please go ahead.
So I just want to comment on reserves because it's kind of my middle name here. So in the we do put in the 2025 budget, there's 2.8% put away for reserves, like we always do, is just 785,000, right? So that goes into the capital plan, and then the million or so surplus from 2023 would be get thrown, as Lindsay said, to capital, right, which is underfunded. So as you said, last resort, absolutely. But we're hoping to get that tax rate down with what's in front of us and not have to utilize that. And whereas before term one, I was coming in and, give back to the taxpayer, reserves, surpluses, right? I'm understanding it a lot better now. Our path forward is not to go down that hole. But at the same time, we have to give some relief to our taxpayers. So it's a balance, and we have the authority to do that. So we'll wait and see what happens. But just wanted to touch on the reserve. But we are contributing to reserves at 2.8% every year, and hope maybe with growth we can contribute more. Thank you, Lindsay. Just to make sure that I'm kind of on the same path here.
Yes, my only point of clarification is that we are putting in an additional 2.8% every year, according to the plan, not just 2.8%.
Yep, build, baby, build. Yep, growth is good. Responsible growth, but growth. All right, moved by Councillor East, seconded by Councillor Ball, that tax-supported 2025 budget for Ontario Provincial Police Service be approved. Do you want to be this? You don't want to be the seconder? Okay. Who wants to be the seconder on this one?
You know, and it's
Councillor
like,
Major?
okay, well, you got me, so
Yeah.
tell me what you want.
Yeah.
We'll do it. I mean, I'm
I
here,
think somebody's unmuted online.
use me.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. Well,
Anyway.
it's funny because Trish, so the Culture Alliance is actually dissolving,
Hot mic,
Which
hot
is-
mic.
happening in April, May, but Trish was on the Culture Alliance committee. So everyone is kind of interconnected and
So we just
Yeah.
kick the person
yeah,
off the meeting?
she's, yeah.
it's, I mean, it's gotta be more money somewhere, but, it's hard to find.
You can hear us? You can hear us?
They probably lean
Doesn't
on their
microphone.
space bar.
Oh, that's really.
Yeah. Yeah. That wasn't our mic. That's the online mic. Okay. Okay. Don't we just love hybrid meetings? Okay, so the motion moved by Councillor East, seconded by Councillor Major, that the tax-supported 2025 budget for Ontario Provincial Police Service be approved in principle. All those in favor? Any opposed? Okay, it is carried. Okie dokie. Next, we've got the OPP Detachment Board, which is a brand new construct. We had our first meeting this past Monday. And we haven't, as a board, met like our next meeting, which we're, normally they're going to be like every 4 months, but because we're just getting procedure policies and everything in place, we're going to have like meetings probably closer to monthly now, because we have to get everything together, including making our own internal budget. But we've collectively, the 5 of us have all agreed to put approximately the same amount in our budget for the startup costs for this board. The objective for this board is not to be a money pit, and to only spend what we need to spend. And although we haven't had the meetings yet, I'm the vice chair of this entity, and Mayor Rawson from Penetang Machine is the chair. And we have a 13-member board. We do have a vacancy right now, which we're advertising for a member of the public, because we received, I think it was in the CIP, Mike Osborne, who was our council rep, has resigned. Basically, it's been a year of nothing happening, and he's gotten busy with his being a grandpa and his little side hustle he's got because he's retired, but you're always working. So we need to find somebody new for that, so we're going out advertising. So there's no real cost associated with that. The board hasn't come up with remuneration yet. The last board chose to remunerate everyone on the board. I think the chair got a little more money than the rest. I believe this, I have to double check with the new Policing Act, the new version of it, the CSPA, to see whether or not it changes compensation. But the old one said the only people that had to be compensated were the provincial appointees, as I recall. I don't think that language changed in the new one. So it's up to the board, though, if they choose to compensate their members in some degree. My pledge to you is that if the board chooses to compensate their members, that I will just sign the check back to the board to keep the money in there, because that's been my position, that I'm already getting paid to do this work and I'm there. So just throwing that out there so it's on public record again. So we don't have a budget created internally for the board yet, because we literally just met for the first time on Monday. That's coming. So that what's put in here is what it's again, just a placeholder. We're ascribing some funds, and all 5 of us have done the same to this board. And the objective is to be really frugal with it. We don't anticipate having a lot of expenses. There is one association of municipal police service boards that hosts a conference once a year that, again, we're strongly encouraged to attend, because that's where all the knowledge transfer comes from. And with this whole change to the Policing Act and the governance model, if there was ever a time for everyone to go to this conference, it's for sure year 1, probably year 2. So those are not horribly expensive, typical $1,000 per head. So I can tell you that the startup expenses for year 1 should be hammered out down in the next couple months. And that once we do, we'll make sure that that is communicated clearly with all the member councils, as with the minutes and everything else, so that you can keep an eye on that. And of course, I'll be happy to give updates on what's going on from the board perspective and make sure that Midland's voice is well heard and represented at the board. So you can see the line item here that we put aside for it. Expense-wise, other than the whatever the compensation is, which generally is not a lot of money. We're not talking about tons of money. It'd be like $1,000 a year or something. There will be costs for the website, which right now I built the website at our last OAPSB conference just during coffee break, because we needed something, even though we weren't meeting. And I'm paying for the licenses for everyone's emails on my credit card, because we had no ability to bill anything, because this thing didn't exist yet. So assuming the board chooses to keep what I've built and what I've got going, then that'll be I'll submit that expense to get repaid. But the burn rate is, like it's $100 per year, I think it was, per user. And there's 13 of us. So again, I'm not anticipating any big expenses. The board may choose and likely will to hire somebody to help with the management of the board because there is quite a lot of responsibility, and it's up to now we've been relying locally on Julie running the old police service board on the side of her desk, and she did a killer job on it. But this is not a municipally driven board anymore. It's its own creature. So where I'm going with all this is that I don't know, I doubt the number is going to go any higher. The objective is to get it lower, and we will not be adopting use it or lose it mentality at this board. And you have my pledge on that as vice chair. I'll make sure that that's heard well. And the people that are on the board, although some of them I've just met for the first time, all seem like really good eggs. I was part of the vetting process, and I think we've got a really neat team. Do we have the ability to change the OPP billing? No. Can we help with the focus of policing in Midland and of course are the neighboring municipalities? Yes, that is one of our reasons for existing. And the good relationship that we already have with Inspector Pittman from the Southern Georgia Bay Detachment helps. And we're going to stay plugged in and connected to him as a council municipally, but also through this board. So high level update on the board. It's finally met. It has a couple of people named. We still have to pick a couple more positions in there. We have a vacancy we have to deal with in short order. And we're still waiting on the province to appoint 2 of the 3 provincial appointees. It's been a year. So we have quorum, but we're short 2 appointees from the province. So once the election's over with, I'll resume my lobbying to say, can you please appoint these vacancies? And I'm sure my peers from the other municipalities will join me in calling for the Minister Kersner to do that. All right, so there's the update from the cheap seats on the new detachment board. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor Gordon. I'm jumping right to the request to approve the budget at number 14. I'm just wondering why it's not in principle. You're going to ask for a motion to approve the budget OPP detachment board to be approved. Everything else been in principle.
Through you, Mayor Gordon, to Councillor McDonald. So the Southern Georgian Bay OPP Detachment Board is essentially it's one of our ABCs, and so that's why you've got the ABC list on there. All of their motions were written in a sense of just be approved and not in principle. Much like we did to the library, we could certainly defer it until tomorrow. We actually have reduced that budget. So in 2024's budget, we had a budget of 60,000 because again, that board was just starting to form. Lots of details we hadn't worked out yet of what would it look like, let alone what would it cost. Now that we've got it more of the scope defined, we feel comfortable with having a budget of 30,000 for that board. And so you actually see for the 2025 change, a reduction of 30,000. If council's not comfortable with approving it in totality right this moment, we certainly could defer it till tomorrow as well. But it is sort of a must do.
Meredith.
Thank you, Mayor Gordon. So the 60,000 that was put away last year. So with that, it's safe to say for 2025, and as long as in 2026, the other 30 would be allocated from the 60, or do we? Because the board is just formed right now, right? I see we spent 6,000 in 2023, a little over 6,000. So. Is it safe to say that it would be coming out of reserves next year? The excess of the 60, the remainder, unless the budget goes up for the police board?
Through you, Mayor Gordon, to Councillor Meredith. So the 2023 costs would have been under the old board. And so the budget under the old board was much less. I don't have the figure in front of me, but around 20,000 or so, maybe even a bit less. So there would have been a surplus there. And then you're right, there is certainly a surplus in 2024 because the board wasn't formed until now. So the 24 surplus of probably entirely that 60,000 or very close to it will be transferred to reserve at the end, or has been transferred to reserve essentially. So it has become part of the surplus, right? I certainly wouldn't recommend that you fund the 2025 costs from surplus because, again, much like the discussion we just had on OPP, we're essentially then transferring that $30,000 ask to next year. So you're just taking the costs of today and pushing them to tomorrow. Instead, I would say the unspent money is part of your surplus, which can then either be directed into tax stabilization or capital reserves.
Thanks. I just want to make a comment that this is again frustrating that the cost went up. Like the entire point of this board was so that we weren't spreading. Did you not just say that we went $20,000 the old board? Is that not what you just stated?
Yes, but again, this is mandated by the province. This isn't a decision of ours.
Yeah, I understand that. It's still frustrating that
Yeah.
it was supposed to go down because they no longer meet with each municipality individually, but yet it somehow went up, like the OPP bill. It's frustrating. And I know we have no control over it, but that's the problem. We should have control over it. Somebody should be accountable for rising costs.
I believe I can address Councilor Ball's concern. So last year when we were doing the budget, we knew that this new board was going to have to be in place by April 1. So we accommodated that because we knew there were going to be startup costs and some other things that needed to be addressed when it initially started. And then this year, being the second year, they would come back down. Last year, that didn't happen. So that's why it reflects that we didn't spend what we allotted. There will be startup costs that we're going to have to incur for this new board. I can tell you the legislation provides that we should have their budget by June 1, so that we'll have a very good idea next year, well in advance of doing this budget process, of what the actual costs of this board are going to be. But we did build in last year in that $60,000 some startup costs because we just didn't know the full extent of how we were going to be moving forward. There would be electronics costs by way of computers, and we weren't sure if they were going to need location costs, whether, you know, if one of the municipalities was going to house and then charge back or just donate the space, things like that. So we kind of made a ballpark guess on what the startup costs were going to be, and they were included some significant one-time costs. Those are now out, so the $30,000 is there. That will move forward once the new board does their budget. We'll have a very good idea for next year.
Thank you. I look forward to hopefully the costs going down then.
Actually, sorry, that was just a good question. Councilor Meredith was asking, you know, can people see these things? So the first meeting, because we have no procedure policies, it was in person. We were at Tay Council Chambers, and I think we had one person in the audience. But I've offered to host the next meeting, which is next month. I put it on the website, which if you're interested is, if you just go to detachmentboard.com, it flips over to sgb.detachmentboard.com. That meeting will be held here in council chambers, and I think we'll use the owl. Heads up, Mike. The meeting owl. So it will be hybrid, because I think we have a couple of members who can't physically attend, and we didn't want them to miss out on this important stuff. And the public then will be able to watch the meeting on the YouTube channel. So we have to create the procedure policy to allow that, but the spirit around the room when we were talking this Monday was like, yeah, let's do that, because we want people to be able to see what's going on and hear what's going on. And we're probably going to take delegations and deputations. It's just quite a new construct. The whole thing's new. Now, the same thing, the funding model right now, we've all agreed to fund the same just to get the thing started. But that's one of the things the board's going to be discussing on, how is the funding going to be? And, you know, my guess is that we're going to be talking about things like not assessment based, but population. So that they'll try to find some equitable way to spread the cost of the board around rather than even slice the pie 5 ways. Although there's some merit to slicing the pie 5 ways for this type of board. But anyway, these are discussions we're going to have. And that will be coming back to council, whatever the board ultimately decides in how the funding gets spent. And like if they're going to have staff, more than one, and is there a place that is leased, or do we run completely virtual, or do we become the hobos that we are now, which I'm fine with, which is bouncing around from municipality to municipality, much like we do for heads of council meetings. So these are all things that are coming, and I'd be more than happy to hear from you, your input. As we get closer to it, I will canvass you, because I'll have to come and try and sell it to you as your rep. So I'd like to canvass you ahead of time. But these are conversations we're going to have together. So that next meeting, there will be a link published and people can join on, and you're certainly all welcome to join on and be part of it. It's a brand new construct. And again, not under municipal control anymore, which is why we struggle with insurance, because it's a completely separate animal outside of the municipality's control. So anyway, there it is. Leave it to the province to make things easy. Any follow-up?
Yeah, and I can just comment and thank you for that, because I wasn't anticipating. I thought everybody, just because it's all provincial police, that everybody comes in. It costs $100,000 a year. It's split between 5 parties, and now we're talking into a funding model. And you know how I am again. You pretty much know the way I'm gonna go on that one. But it's just, yeah. But thanks for the heads up. I may not get any sleep tonight, but thank you.
All righty. That's it. Okay, so moved by Councilor McDonald, seconded by Councilor Meredith. You want to be the seconder? Okay, that the 2025 budget, the Southern Georgia Bay OPP Detachment Board be approved. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. What time are we breaking for num-nums? 1 o'clock? Very good. Okay. Let's flash back to Peter Sellers. Birdie num-num. All right. Next, we've got our planning / growth department. That is going to be page number 118. Here's a department we haven't been working at all this term. They're just being idle with their feet up on their desks. Just waiting for a stapler to come flying across at me. We have been working you guys like dogs. And so has the development community, and the province has been shaking the snow globe violently and changing the rules every few months. And it's probably a good time and a bad time to be a planner. And then, of course, with the changes of the county, at some point, the county will no longer be the next approval authority, which could streamline some things or complicate them depending on how quick the province gets around to being the approval authorities. So, any call-outs or questions on the operational side of the planning department? Councillor Ball.
I don't have any questions. I just want to recognize the planning department because I certainly personally have seen a huge improvement in our processes and our community relationships. So I appreciate that sitting up here, and the less complaints I have is the better that I think our community is running. So I'm glad to see that we're moving on a good path.
Councillor Meredith.
Yeah, and I was just gonna, not a question, I was just gonna say the same thing. Hard working at clearing all these, we're on our path to growth, which is good, and open the hopefully the floodgates will come to Midland and help us all out with with more revenues coming in for sure. So just want to just say that and you know our operational, as we said, is 2.1%, right? So there's not much I can dissect from that, but I'll still have comments here and there. Thank you.
Councillor McDonald.
If I'm digesting this properly, our fees and services revenue is going down. And if that's the case, that surprises me, or it's going, okay. The negative is a positive. Never mind. Good work, folks.
Okay.
Steve, through you.
Through your worship, so as council may recall, we did a review of our fees with engineering. And as part of that, we have kind of divvied up the fees on some of our applications. So for example, like a plan of subdivision, engineering will get a portion of those planning fees, and then planning will retain some. So we've gone back through our fees because there's some applications that Mitch's team is very heavily involved in, and to cover their time, they're getting some of those fees, and then planning or retaining them. There's some applications, excuse me, like a minor variance, for example, that comes through the committee of adjustment. Mitch's team's not having as much involvement in that, so planning retains most of those applications fees. So while it shows a negative, it's being reallocated towards Mitch's team. So you'll see Mitch's budget is up thanks to planning. So yeah.
I appreciate that explanation.
And then I think in February, we'll have it's our February 5th meeting. We have development charges. Or is that?
February 26th will be our public meeting for development charges.
Yeah, so that's another one we got to deal with, because that's an incentive for growth that pays for growth. And as we're seeing, some of the changes allow development charge revenues to be applied to more of our capital needs, which is wonderful. So anyway, the public meeting will be on that, and then we'll have a report, because I think we're up for the mandatory renewal for development charges. So there's one that does help us, and it helps offset the cost of all kinds of things, from recreation to, well, there's just lots, right? A lot of things. We saw already a few things offset. Councillor Major.
So being on committee of adjustment and property standards, I probably have more of an inside look at the planning department than the rest of the staff up here. So I just want to say it is fascinating, and it is pretty interesting, the amount of research and work they have to do when they bring something to committee of adjustment and property standards.
Well, I certainly love my planning department. I think yours are the offices that I probably darken the doorstep of the most, as it relates to most of the communications I get. Interest in growing and developing in our community. We see that in the applications that are coming. So got really, really high hopes. My objective was growth this term, and can't do it alone. Got a great council, and we definitely can't do it without our staff. So, all right, and no more discussion on this one. Moved by Councillor Ball, seconded by Councillor Major, that the tax supported 2025 budget for planning services be approved in principle. All in favor? Any opposed? Carried. All right, well, we got a 3-fer here. So we got building services and bylaw parking, and then culture, tourism, and harbor. So we're at page 124. This is building services, yep. Yeah, you're up. Okay, yeah, Councillor Meredith.
Yeah, thank you. I understand that, you know, that in building right now, there's not, there's not much revenue coming in because of our, um, building is, you know, in talking with our CFO that, you know, permits and are slowly coming in, but not at the levels that, we'd like. So, I'm hoping, what is your kind of, feel for 2025? Are you increasing, your permits coming in, developers, that kind of thing? I kind of know what's on the horizon, but, what do we expect kind of for 2025 in your eyes?
Through Mayor Gordon to Councillor Meredith. Yeah, January is typically slow. It's hard to judge it at this point. We do have one major subdivision that's active, and we're expecting permits from them. So we're kind of anticipating a little bit of growth. We added a little bit extra in the budget for growth from last year. So it's hard to tell at this point, but we're anticipating some growth.
Yeah, thank you. And I just got an update on interest rates went down 0.25% today. I just saw that. So, but then again, now you have what's going on with our down south. So, it's kind of a tough question to predict. You don't know what is going to happen with the economy. So these are the bumps in the road that economy that I think as Canadians, you know, province of Ontario, Canada will experience throughout the, you know, at least 2025, unless we get some, I don't know. I think maybe the volatility in it might be for 4 years, possibly 8 if they pass a bill down there to get the Orange Wonder in term for another 2 years. But anyways, right, I know it's a hard question to predict, but hopefully in our community now we have some strong developers coming up with in conversations with Mayor Gordon that we can spark that that growth that we need. So thank you.
Yeah, through your worship, just on that. So planning and building are, you know, closely knit. So we do have our meetings and about current development applications, and there's quite a few that are knocking our door down to try and get their approvals done right now. Because once, even though it's the white stuff's falling right now, it'll be gone hopefully in a couple of months, and then they're going to want to get their shovels in the ground. So we do have to, it is tough, as the CBO indicated, to try and guess the numbers, but you know, we've got one subdivision agreement right now that Mitch and I are trying to get out because the developer's pushing because they want to get going on a new subdivision. So there's that, there's site plans, there's, you know, the U-Haul development that they're trying to get going. So there's commercial, there's residential. So hopefully we will see shovels in the ground this year. We're anticipating that. We did see a huge push for planning applications at the end of last year. So planning staff are pushing those out in the anticipation that we get them approved, hopefully approved, with no appeals, and then shovels are in the ground, hopefully in the spring or in the summertime. But yes, it is, we don't know what's happening south of the border and how that may impact us, but we'll keep plugging along, and the CBO will get the permits out. And you know, we did have the shared service agreement with Penetang finalized as well this year. So, you know, Mike and his team are doing a great job providing services also to Penetang. So it's not just our residents that are benefiting from building services, but also Penetang's as well. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that. That's promising to hear that, and I'm excited to hear that news. So I wasn't expecting that in 2025, that's for sure. But thank you.
To your earlier point about, you know, mud on the roads and dust and all the construction and ripping up roads, and we're gonna have, you know, housing getting built too. So I never miss an opportunity to mention this to people. As a lower tier municipality, we don't build housing of any form, market, affordable, you know, deeply affordable, none of that. That is not, we're not funded for that. We know jurisdiction for it. That is the county and the province and the free markets. But we are in the land use planning business, and housing doesn't get built without land use planning. So we can set the stage and change our policies and, you know, do whatever we got to do from a staffing perspective to make it frictionless for people that want to build houses and set up businesses in our community. We can do that in the land use planning side, but to your point, we can't compel them to pull the building permit and to put their development charges on file and start paying for all this. That's driven largely by the economy. Like the big E economy, you know, between lending rates and people's, you know, ability to borrow money for a mortgage, to the cost of goods, to, you know, getting contractors to do the work for them, the whole gamut, right? And then the speculation market. So we have don't have any control over that, but we have control over land use planning. And man, oh man, has it ever been like a complete 180 change in Midland's, you know, open for business sign has been on since this council took office, and we were being rewarded by the development community. And it's looking like the people that are pushing us for approvals aren't doing so on speculation. They're actually pushing for approvals so they can move ahead with their studies and start building the homes. Because most of our revenue comes from residential tax base, not the commercial side. So super happy. I mean, I'm ecstatic, actually. The planning department is just killing it. We've got a lot of applications on the go, lots more public meetings, lots more interest coming. Approvals that we need to look at. Some of them are going to need some tweaking to comply with environmental concerns or to comply with land use planning concerns. Other ones are a slam dunk rubber stamp. It's just really, really good to see all this. So I know we're going to be talking a little later about the bolstering of the planning / growth department with another body. So we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. But you guys are doing great work, and I'm looking forward to great things in the next 2 years. Thank you. Anything else? Councillor Patel.
I just want to say, the planning department has done an outstanding job lighting up all the projects that are coming up, and it does deserve the Trump dance. Thank you.
Okay, yep, we're starting to devolve here. All right. I got a motion here moved by Councillor Bald, seconded by Councillor McDonald, that the tax-supported 2025 budget for building services be approved in principle. All those in favor? Any opposed? Carried.
Sorry, Mayor Gordon, can I make a friendly amendment to that?
Well,
It shouldn't say tax supported budget because the building services budget is not tax supported. Can you just strike that word out? Thank you.
struck
That
out.
that was my fault.
So we'll just make sure it doesn't change the way people's sentiment is for voting. That the 2025 budget for building services be approved in principle. All those in favor? Opposed? It's still carried. Okie dokie. Bylaw parking enforcement. Page 126. Oh, sorry.
Thank you,
Parkinson.
Worship. Just as we're getting started on that, I just want to introduce our new manager of municipal law enforcement. I believe some members of council have met Mr. Kennedy, but I just wanted to formally introduce him to council. Thank you.
Welcome. I always joke that I head up the complaints department, but really you head up the complaints department. So I'm just good at forwarding them. Okay, so this is one where I just wanted to call out, you know, administrative oversight. I'm just going to own this one, you know, like for the municipality. We seem to get lost in our whole parking change, you know, because we did make quite a few changes this term in parking. That the 2-hour parking enforcement downtown that we all naively believed existed, and there's signs that indicate accordingly. We didn't have the ability to actually ticket people for that because the bylaw never actually got formalized. And so there's a lot of missing revenue because you know, our bylaw department's credit, you know, they're not laying tickets that would just be thrown out in court. So this, I'm not trying to throw anyone under the bus on this one. It's a miss. Our fines, you know, as much as it'd be nice to not have fines, everyone complies with the law. It's a reality. People park on the street overnight in the winter and impede our snow clearing operations and then complain on Facebook. So, we need the ability to tag and tow them legitimately. We need to keep the people moving downtown so that our stores and merchants and visitors and what the like have a place to park. No one's camping in the spots. And so we can expect, I think, reasonable expectation is we'll see the fines and penalties grow just because human nature is what it is. But there is a bit of a downturn here that is explainable, although it's not a great thing, and it's certainly not your fault. You joined us recently. But kudos to you for reviewing glaring gaps and omissions in some of our bylaws. And I think council is going to see a reshuffled priority list of bylaws that need to be having care and attention done coming to us soon. We did see one in the past, but we're going to have a new one that's going to be not only doing some best practice fix up, but also some oops fix ups. So we got a lot of work ahead of you, I know. And you also happen to be I think you're our only property standards fully accredited bylaw officer right now. I think our other bylaw officer is coming up. He's going through the training, is that correct? And property standards is of course something that, that's subject to a lot of complaints in the summertime, especially. And without someone who has all the accreditations, it's difficult for us to do the full investigation and charge. So maybe you could just introduce yourself to us, first of all, and to the community watching online, and then maybe just give us a quick update on the department and anything you wanted to add. I just didn't want you to have to bear any responsibility for the decreased revenues and the fines, because that you inherited that.
Yeah. Thank you. Through the chair. My name's Rob Kennedy, obviously new manager of bylaw enforcement. To your question in regards to property standards, yes, as bylaw, I am the only certified property standards officer. That doesn't mean that the other officers can't do the job and can't lay the charge. It's just they have to go through the training to be certified. Mr. Downing is about to do his part 3, which is the last part for property standards officers. That'll be done, I believe, in May of 2025. And from that point forward, he can apply to be certified. I believe he's already done his 2 years service. So he would be our second certified property standards officer. Probably roughly happen in about August of 2025 is when that gets done through. As you stated, you'll probably see me quite a lot over 2025 with multiple new bylaws, bylaw amendments, starting with the parking bylaw coming, I believe it's next week. So you will see me quite a bit over 2025, and look forward to working with everybody and hopefully get things on track. Thank you.
Councillor Ball.
Thank you. I've said this before, I just want to say it now because we have a new head of bylaw. I think we rely very heavily on parking as a fine and penalty, and there are municipalities that offer free parking and still do have fines and penalties. So I think a little maybe encouragement that we need to not just rely on parking, but there are alternative solutions. And I think we don't always ticket when we should, and that maybe needs to be looked at. So that's just my one process here, like 75,000 to 2,500. That's a huge jump. I don't think that $2,500, the amount of fees we should be, or fines we should be handing out should be more than that without just parking related expenses.
Councillor Major.
So welcome to Midland, and I know you got to review a whole bunch of the bylaws, so good luck with that. And good luck with the property standards, because I was on the committee, so it is fascinating to watch it go step by step by step when there's a property that one is not up to standards, or the second one is properties full of junk. And the bylaw last year, we ended up closing a house on Robert Street, and it took the OPP fire bylaw building, but we got it closed up, and that was the main thing. So welcome to Midland, and good luck.
Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, and ditto that. Welcome and good luck. My question is in regards to the expenses listed in your summary the summary. Taxes. Why does the bylaw and parking enforcement have to pay taxes? What kind of taxes are they?
Through you, your worship, to Councillor McDonald, I won't make our new bylaw manager answer that. So that's under the parking part of this. So that would be the parking lots that the town owns, that we are required to pay taxes on. So we pay ourselves.
We pay ourselves, okay. Thank you. Seems bizarre, but thank you.
We don't get to keep it all. We get to keep our, whatever it is, 58 cents of the dollar. But yeah, it's land that we own. We pay taxes on it, which is why when we talk about parking, which we will after the parking study is done, with the community input and everything, parking is not free. It's always subsidized in some way. So we just have to decide, much like the Sports Rec Center, how much are we prepared to lose, if any, or do we want to monetize it? So it's a good call out. Thank you, Councillor, because I have mentioned this in the past while talking about the parking, that we do pay taxes on these parking lots. So, Councillor Meredith.
Thank you. Welcome, Rob, to the Team Midland, one team. What was that expression? One team, one dream. Thank you. I have to get that one. Between end of life and one team, one dream, I have to kind of.
We're going to get T-shirts made, so that's part of your.
Out of the fire budget. Yeah.
Make Midland great.
Yeah, make Midland great again. So yeah, welcome. On a more serious note, from sitting on the outside here in previous bylaw, I could say my frustrations with bylaw and has since I've been on council has been there. I'm hoping, and I'm sure there is, and you're off to a good start. It doesn't make me happy to hear from Mayor Gordon that we can't even give a ticket. We have a bylaw that's not really enforceable because of the wording or however it is. So that is yeah, concerning when if we have bylaws like that, and I hope you don't come across many more. But I am I'm not sure if Mr. Farquharson has reiterated to you. I like to see reports on parking revenues, expenses, that kind of stuff. See where we're at. It typically shows up in the CIP. Haven't seen one in a little bit, but I think we're getting on track, and I'm looking forward to 2025, the parking study as well, and I believe that we're heading in the right direction. We're wiping the slate clean and getting all this cleaned up. So I'm looking forward to it and excited to have you here. And it seems like from your comments right now, you're pretty serious about getting this all cleaned up. And I look forward to seeing you every council meeting with well, not every, but whenever you need to be here. But thank you.
All right, well, before I call the question on this one, just a reminder, since we got bylaw, I know our bylaw officers have been really diligent on the ones they can enforce, like the folks parking in handicap spots without valid permits, meaning they've expired, or not displaying their permit properly, or simply not having a permit at all. I got to say that sitting in my office, the number one tale of woe I get from people after they visited the glass window is about the fact that we're cracking down on enforcing on that. Fire routes too. So good on us for that. They're good charges. I mean, the folks that I talk to, after I've had a conversation with them, they get it. Yeah, I mean, I let it lapse. I forgot to renew. There's a great big bold writing in the middle of the permit. It's not even like your driver's license where you got to put your reading glasses on to see the expiry. It's great big bold black writing in the center of the permit saying expiry date. So I've urged people on social media and my other channels to check that to stay compliant. You may be entitled to it for life, but it still has to renew, and it's just the way it is. And it's not our fault. Basically, display an invalid permit. It's like driving with an expired license. So kudos to the staff for enforcement. I'll reiterate that I have their backs, lay good charges, collect good evidence, exercise, your discretion where you can, because, some tickets, there's a tail of woe that justifies, not filing it. But you'll never find me or any of my fellow counselors meddling, or we certainly shouldn't, in law enforcement and compelling you or browbeating you or suggesting that you retract a ticket or just keep doing what you're doing in your team. We support you. It's a revenue generator, one that we hope to see on a decline because people will comply with the bylaws and laws, but there's human nature involved. So I think there'll always be some degree of enforcement needed. So again, tag and tow for the winter ops team. I've, like, with the number of people complaining about the amount of snow, which, might as well yell at the clouds. But the reality is, if there's, discretion and cautions and warnings are nice, but I think when it's interfering with our ability to do our job, it's time for the tag and tow. So again, I'm prepared to take the heat, and I'm saying it right now on purpose for that reason. Do what you got to do to get our streets clean and clear and enforce the bylaws. So carry on, and welcome to the team. And I, as Councillor Meredith says, look forward to see those reports with an increasing frequency, just to know where we're at. And you find pain points and gaps in our in the bylaws, and we'll dream up new ones for you, believe us. And we'll just try and make it all happen. So thank you. Oh, sure. I'll leave it to me to inspire. Councillor Meredith.
One final question. I want to get the last word in, I guess. So just for the CFO on the revenue side on the fines and penalties for the 2025 budgets is like $2,500. Why is that? Is that a forecast, or is that just like, I'm sure it'll be more than that. I just don't know why it's so low. So I guess you're basically saying, yeah, in 2024 was the same. So 52,000. Nothing's going to change in parking basically for 2025. You're basically saying, right? So over 2023 or 2024.
From 24 to 25, you're right, there is no change. So that $2,500 is with no parking program as we stand today, right? So as you know, we're going through that parking study. That $2,500 represents the sort of the bylaw portion of fines and court fines. And that's where that came from.
I should add that with AMPS coming online, the administrative monetary penalties, and not having things going through the provincial court system, once we get AMPS spun up, we'll be keeping effectively all of the revenues, minus our costs for these fines, parking and otherwise. So that's another good reason for us to switch the AMPS program. And I know we're well into that. Maybe even this year it'll go live. Or is that being a little optimistic? Yeah, sometime this year. Okay. Anyway, didn't want to, it's not a red herring, but it's just a revenue source, right? Madam CFO? Yeah, I know. We'll be the bad guys when it comes to that stuff, but I'd rather see it stay in Midland than go to the province and get spent on things the province spends money on. All right, moved by Councillor Bald, seconded by Councillor Patel, that the tax supported 2025 budget for bylaw and parking enforcement be approved in principle. All those in favor? Any opposed? Carried. Now lunch is ready upstairs. We have one more. Can we pound through this one? I guess it will depend. This is culture, tourism, and harbor. Now it's not the fees. It's not the fees for the harbor. This is, no, we can't do it. Or yeah, we'll break. We'll break. So it's 12:56. We'll come back to this because we don't want to rush it. And so we'll come back in what, half an hour? So 1:30 we'll resume. All right, thank you. Cameras off, everybody. And we'll see you back at 1:30. Welcome back, everybody. Hopefully you weren't timing us because I did say 1:30 and it's 1:48. We are just getting ready for budget for culture, tourism, and harbor. And so we'll pull up on the screen. And that is page number 128. 128. Bingo. So I can kick things off with Harbor on my little spreadsheet, my hacking spreadsheet, budget hack. One of my suggestions was to take the security guard that we, Madam CFO.
Thank you, Your Worship. The 30,000 in security, I believe you're speaking about, is a service level change. So right now we're still in the base budgets. And actually just to kind of recap where we're at. So we still have this sheet and 3 others to go through before we get into those service level change and council requests, which we'd really love to spend the bulk of the afternoon on. Thank you.
Oh, good point, sir. I had forgotten because we actually had the guard present there for the tail end of last year. My brain was thinking it's just built into here, but it's not yet. So very good. We'll talk about that later. So this is the status quo version of Culture, Tourism, and Harbor. And any questions, call it Councillor Ball.
Thank you. I would like to know how much the Tall Ships event costs us and how much we profit from it.
Through Mayor Gordon to Councillor Ball, are you asking for the exact budget or just, I would have to sit down and calculate that all out. It does cost us probably more money than we bring in ticket sales. However, there's an economic spin-off for the community of having that event. Red Fest comes in that same weekend. I think if you ask some of the downtown merchants, it's one of their busiest weekends of the year.
Is that for the Red Fest or Tall Ships though? Like we can't really say that. I just see all these notes here. It says Tall Ships included in this, Tall Ships include. I would like to see the Tall Ships number, the actual number. Had to come from somewhere if it was calculated inside of this.
I can probably help with that. So Tall Ships is an event, as you know, that only happens every 3 years, right? And so the operating budget actually has a contribution in it every year towards this event. And so there's a $35,000 transfer to reserve that we would have made in 2023's budget, 2024's budget, and now again in 2025's budget. So that would total 105,000. We also, and you know, Karen is very active in the grant world, and so we also apply for a number of grants and have been very successful in past and likely present for this event. And so I do know that there was also another $26,000 sitting in reserve from a grant that we had received for this event as well. The event is costly to run, but we do plan for it. And we do, as I said, sort of those systematic contributions annually, much like we do for the election, right? That happens every 4 years. We put away a little bit of money every year so that it's not a big tax hit in the year of the election. And same would be for Tall Ships in the year of the event. The ships themselves are quite costly to bring in, but that's why we do look for grants wherever possible and make those contributions annually.
Thank you. I would like to know how much exactly we're spending on it because I don't see it as an inclusive event for our community. I don't honestly think we should run it at all. I don't think it's a big draw. And I know that a lot of families with especially multi-children are not affording to go there. So it may draw tourism. I mean, with the same weekend as Ribfest, it's hard to really debate if it's drawing the tourism or if Ribfest is. I'd like to know the ticket sales so that we know, and if we're spending money on something when we're not recuperating that cost, we should be offering a free event for the residents who can actually gain something from the entire community getting something.
I can tell you that the ticket sales portion of the budget is just over 40,000. Just running through the numbers, just again, ballpark estimate I'm going to give you because I can't say for certain that all those costs are included right there. But it is well over a couple $100,000 to run this event.
I mean, that's quite costly. I don't want to approve something like this. Like, this is not giving our residents anything. So this is a huge expense for taxpayers, and taxpayers aren't getting anything out of it. You have to pay a fee to see it, and it's not a fee that everyone can afford.
Just in part of that, you may have seen in the CIP that maybe Divine Intervention was listening to you because unfortunately the province pulled the funding entirely, not entirely, or there's some grants we're still seeking, but the big grant that I think was submitted by the City of Toronto Harbor, maybe, you know what, rather than me paraphrasing, why don't you explain what's happening with the funding for tall ships and whether, I think there was an article in the paper about it too, are we faced with, critically low funding where we may have tall ship, or is it tall ships? So it's probably a good time to talk about it.
Yeah, so yes, we partner with the other Ontario ports on some grant applications. Unfortunately, one of them wasn't successful, but they're still trying to lobby to see if it's not a specific grant, it's different funding. So they're still trying to see if we can possibly secure that. There's another joint grant that's been submitted. We'll find out probably in the next month. Staff at the town of Midland have also applied for grants worth about $65,000 to support this. And additionally, we have the reserves that we allocate every year. So we plan on still having 3 tall ships. Where we would cut back would likely be on the programming that we have, some of the entertainment that we have on the dock, the buskers. So we still want to have the ships coming in. And there is revenue coming in from the ticket sales that we have. And we're hoping that one of the ships that we haven't signed agreements yet, but we're in good talks. It sounds like they're coming to us. They also do sale at excursions on the Friday and Saturday night, which we can sell tickets for, which we didn't know at that time when we created our budget. So that could be another source of revenue to support this event.
So hypothetically, if, Councillor Ball gets the support and says, we're out of the tall ships business. We're not interested. They can go to some other port. Is it too late to make the change for, I would assume it would be for this year, even though we've got some of these funding troubles with the province? Or would this be a decision that council could potentially make to not engage them again in the next cycle?
To Mayor Gordon, I think we would want to wait till the next cycle. We've signed an agreement with Tall Ships America. They help us secure all the ships. I'd have to read it over to see what the out clause would be in that. All the other ships that we've been talking to them and finalizing the contract agreements with them.
Councillor Major, and then we'll jump back to you.
So I thought we discussed culture and tourism stays by themselves and moving the harbor to operations. It doesn't make sense to me because culture and tourism, when there's stuff needs to be done at the dock, it's operations that does it. And I just assume the harbor by itself are doing something other than being with culture and tourism.
Through your worship to Council Major. No, actually, the harbor team is under culture and community, and culture, tourism, and harbor is all in one group, and that group is reports into Ms. Mealing and then through to Mr. Farquharson.
I'd still like to see the harbor either on its own or different than that. Like, it doesn't make sense that she's got enough with culture and tourism, and then she's got the harbor master coming to see her, and then she can do more what she's good at, and someone else can, or the harbor can go by itself. Like, it just doesn't, I don't get it at all why the two are together.
So through your worship, this would be something that would be through administration that we'd work on, but just from a procedural perspective today, it's just with regards to the budget that's up on the screen. Thank you.
Councillor Meredith? Oh, sorry, Councillor Ball. Yes.
Thank you. Okay, I'm just, I think if this stuff is coming in an operating budget, and we should know exactly how much there is, that's just a takeaway for next year. If there's something in the budget, it should be able to be backed up with numbers. And I think that what I'm hearing is it's still costing us money either way, even if there's an additional revenue stream to be made by doing boat tours. Again, still to my point is that we are not including everyone in Midland, but Midland's paying for it. I don't agree with that. And I also don't understand why we would be signing a contract if it's not an approved budget item. If you have to go back and look at the contract to make sure we can get out of it, how was that even able to be signed if that's something that isn't approved yet?
Great question. So again, we're going over our base budgets right now, which is to maintain existing service levels, right? And so this event, and Karen can tell me how long it's been running, and although it doesn't run every year, again, there is a contribution in every operating budget for this event. And so the spending authority, staff essentially have spending authority to, and Kim can correct me here on the procurement bylaw, but there is a clause in the procurement bylaw that basically says until the budget's passed, staff has the ability to spend, 10, I think it's 30. We'll find it. Basically, again, we have to enter into contracts to keep services going, right? It'd be no different than us entering into a street sweeping contract for 3 years, even though next year's budget's not approved, right? It's a service that we do today and we expect to do tomorrow, unless told otherwise, right? Just back on the budget. So there are several line items here where this event falls, right? So there's advertising, there's program costs, there's entertainment. And so again, we certainly can tell you what the cost is. It's just not that easy on the fly. That was sort of the comment. In total, though, I can say that the tax portion, you're not going to save the 200,000 that I mentioned, right? Because a lot of this event is funded through either that reserve contribution or grants. And so actually very little is funded from this year's tax rate.
Reserves are still taxpayers' money, and it's still the same. We're still running an event that everyone is paying for and not everyone is benefiting from. So if it needs to be said now that I don't want it to be approved for the next cycle, then you let me know, but I'm not for it. I'm against it. If our taxpayers' money should be going to all of our taxpayers. So if we're running an event, we should run one that's inclusive. If it's costing taxpayers, it should be allowing all the taxpayers in.
Councillor Ball, if you don't want us to charge admission fee, we can. That'll just decrease our revenue lines.
Then we should be looking at an event that does not lose money.
Councilor McDonald.
Thank you. And I'm moving off from the tall ships onto a few questions, if I may. And the first one is advertising revenue is 0 for the last 2 years. Why do we have that line? Why don't we have advertising revenue, I guess, as well? And then I'll move on to the expense.
For Mayor Gordon and Councillor McDonald, I believe that was advertising revenue somehow under the harbor budget, and it predates me.
Okay. Harbor's not here to answer.
Yeah, and so sorry, it's just it's one of our standard categories, and so it will show up in other departments, but not necessarily this department. So we do usually try to hide those lines because they are zeros, just to avoid confusion. But we must have missed that one. Thank you.
In regards to the expenditures, there are several over the 40%. Well, one's 39. Can I address each one that I've got highlighted individually? So the grants and donation, it went up from 3,000 to 5,000. Why is it more expensive?
through Mayor Gordon to Councillor McDonald, the addition was, in the past, we've supported the tree lighting, and that was under our programming costs. So we put it under our grants and donations where we have the Santa Claus parade allocations. That was the change there. It's been in our budget before, just wasn't in the correct column.
Thank you. Which brings me to mind, I'd like to see a profit and loss statement on the golf tournament thing someday. The next line I have highlighted is material and supplies, up 95%.
Councilor McDonald, that's because of the Tall Ships event. There's additional costs, so we increased that budget line. The Tall Ships, it changes our budget every 3 years.
See, my next three questions with the increase of 39 and 49 and 60% have the note. This includes the tall ships. Okay. And then the vehicle line, note 14. Oh, it's increased 41.5% in its vehicle equipment and facilities. And it's reference to the butter tart. Why is it increasing by 13,500?
Through to Councilor McDonald. That line there is, it's all related to the Butter Tart Festival. It's the rental of the MCC, porta potties, tents, garbage bins, the stage, and vehicle barriers. So the past couple of years, we've been bringing in specialized vehicle barriers to prevent vehicles from actually driving into the festival. We're trying to protect everyone that's within that boundary. We've talked to operations, and they've suggested that perhaps we do these barriers throughout every road closure for the festival. It'll decrease operation costs, but it affects our budget, but it doesn't increase our costs greatly. It's going to save operations staff a lot of time and setup for the road closures that we have to put in place, because we have about 30 road closures with the Butter Tart Festival.
If I may have follow-up. But we've had these costs in previous butter tarts. It's gone up by over 40% this time. Like in 2023, it was 28,000, and you're suggesting that it's going to be 46,000. It just seemed like a big increase. Or are we blocking off that many more streets?
To Councilor McDonald, it's also the state cost of the stage that we need for the Butter Tart Festival. The cost of it has gone up significantly since the pandemic.
Thank you.
Was that all of them, Councilor McDonald?
That's enough, isn't it?
Yeah, those barricades are those funny looking L-shaped contraptions. Yeah. Because there's psychos that just drive into crowds to kill people now, unfortunately, and now we have to pay more. And the Jersey barriers weren't enough of a deterrent. So troubling times we live in. Anyway, Councillor Meredith, you'll be waiting patiently, and then we're going to go to Councillor Major.
Thank you, Mayor Gordon. Pardon? Oh, okay. So I can see some points here on costs related to festivals, not just butter tart or tall ships, but butter tart and so forth. And in line items, in notes 9, 10, 11, and 12, which Councillor McDonald just referred to in the increases and so forth related to the tall ships. Yeah, so those line items, and when it comes into it says includes costs estimated for tall ships. Is that just strictly tall ships? So if I add up all those costs, there's about 600,000, a little over $600,000 in budget requests in those line items, right? Is that all for tall ships, or there's other stuff in there, right? Correct? You're nodding, so.
Councilor Meredith, like for example, the note 12 program costs, I believe that also includes our allocation of the municipal accommodation tax to the county. So under our revenues, we show the entire amount of revenue mat that we collect, but we also allocate 50% of that to the to the county. So that's in there as well. So that's a substantial amount.
Okay, perfect. So when it comes to a festival, and what I'd like to see is how much is that, what is directly related to cost-wise to tall ships, right? With all this other injections. So we get a clear picture. Same thing with butter tart. And therefore we can make, I had this problem with parking. And that's why we had to go to a study, because we didn't have proper documentation of revenues coming in. So I couldn't make a decision whether should we continue this or should we continue a parking program? Is it going to cost us more than, and so forth. So when we break it all down, it gives us a clearer understanding of what's going on, right? And versus we're not making any money. Now, the economic spin-off for the tall ships, for Ribfest, and I can vouch for the downtown businesses, is great. And the attraction to put Midland people coming in is great. Butter tart is one of the for retail businesses downtown and restaurants. Other than the vendors coming in, they're making the money, but most people on butter tart will say, revenues are down. The biggest revenue generator is Ribfest, right? So where is the downtown's open, the draw is down at the dock, and everybody's spending money. So you get that, the influx of people, and one of the businesses sits on the BIA, and they were adamant about road closures and butter tart and this and that, right? So the years when I was on the BIA, and I thought differently, and then she came to me and she said, "You're right. You know what? My biggest revenue for the year was Ribfest, and the street was open." So there are draws, there are advantages, but what are our costs breakdown for those? Butter tart costs us a lot of money. There's intercompany, ops. I've heard ridiculous charges back to your department of $40,000+ for that day, right? I don't know where that money is, but at the end of the day, that's a line item, numbers going back and forth from departmental charges. So I like the events. The bigger the event, the better spin-off is. I understand they're expensive. I understand they have to come from somewhere. We don't charge anything for butter tart for people coming in, right? And yet, it's a free event. But if you're gonna ask, if you ask retail, downtown on the biggest economic spin-off, they'll say it's not butter tart, and you're getting 60,000 people in, or whatever those numbers are. Now, the only advantage, and I said this before about butter tart, is you get noticed. You have 60,000 people coming into your town, and it's a great day to get noticed. Okay, and then they come back to our town, visit. So there's the big picture in my eyes, the value of butter tart. But other business, I'm talking for some restaurants, some retails. Most people, offices are closed that day. So, but anyways, that's where I'm at. But to hone in on our events and break it down, it would help us better understand whether this is, and I don't know if that's possible. I know there's a lot of, right? Go ahead, Lindsay.
Thank you. So sort of just to simplify things a bit. So that $35,000 transfer to reserve I mentioned, that is what it's costing the taxpayer. It cost the taxpayer that in 23, 24, and now in 25. So, if this event were removed, that would be the savings, $35,000 every year. Yes. And so the event in total, plus staff time. So you have to understand that staff time's not included in that, but in total, yeah, the costs are in excess of $250,000 plus staff time. But again, grants cover a portion, a good portion, and as well as the fees that are charged through day passes and basically day passes, yeah. But yeah, the tax funded portion is that 35,000, yeah. That's still chips, yes. If you want event by event, you'll
Yeah,
need to give
I
us
know
some
we're,
time.
yeah, just in future, that's why, because it'll help us. But if it's $35,000 out of the, I know it's, you're talking about, you're putting away in reserves, so it's 35,000 in taxes that are coming out, put in aside for um, these events, well, for tall ships anyways. Okay. All right. Thank you.
So if you can't see me, my Zoom is crashing, keeps booting me out. I'm trying rebooting my computer, so we'll do a little IT work in the background. So I'm just gonna be a voice, not a face for a minute. Councillor Major.
The staff can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the previous regime, I don't know, back one or two regimes, in their wit and wisdom, they decided to charge the Butter Tart Festival wear and tear on vehicles, setting up the things to block the road, a bunch of other stuff. And I've looked around and I think I'm not sure, but I think it's like 40-some thousand they charge Butter Tart Festival or whatever it is for closing up all the streets. So I reached out to a few private places and it's like a lot better price to farm it out. They'll buy all the stuff and have it for years to come. It's just, now, I don't know if I got my figures right at the cost, but why should you give money to operations that comes, like when you can make Butter Tart Festival can show more money if you do it a different way. Like you're there to run that event and to generate revenue, not give it away. That's, so I could be wrong, but I know that's the facts I got.
Through Mayor Gordon to Councillor Major. So you're right in that is our past practice and our current practice. And that aligns with our practice to do activity-based costing. So we're trying to determine the true cost of providing a service or running an event. Now, you have to also know that when operations is charging tourism for an event, it's not necessarily a net increased cost to the organization, right? So it's really only that Saturday cost of overtime that would be sort of that net new cost. The Thursday, Friday setup would be costs that we're paying anyways, right? So you would see a corresponding decrease in operations budget that corresponds with that increase in tourism. But so to the organization, there's no new cost, but it does show the budget and the actual costs do reflect where they should be because that time of operations is now being redirected to tourism, right? So there are activities and operations that are not getting done, right? So we do need to be mindful of when we're adding additional costs that maybe are above and beyond what we could pay, to your point, an independent contractor to do, right? And so we are certainly aware of that. And I know Karen and her team look at that bill very carefully to make, to make sure that it is appropriate.
Yeah, I'm just going by like previous regimes and I didn't care the way they did it. And I have reached out to different ones and they're basically blown out of the water how much there's a money change or whatever it is. So I just thought for future times that if she wants to do it a different way, there's different ways of doing it.
Councillor Patel.
So I just wanted to speak about culture and tourism. There's really no way of measuring the success of these events. Like the chief said, like there's preventive measures or preventing fires, but how do you measure? So same thing with these events. How do you measure the economic success? We can't really measure it, but the town is surviving. The downtown is thriving. We got more hotels built in last 15 years than last 100 years. So these events are bringing in economic success to this town. Also, every event strikes to a different segment of the population. So the tall ship strikes to a certain segment. Maybe it's the older generation, or maybe it's the mid-50s. I don't know. And if we don't charge for it, we can make it free, but it's going to cost us. Just like the Canada Day event, we are subsidizing all these rides that the kids take. We're charging $5. This year is going to be 10. I think I saw it in the fees. So each event is for a certain segment of the population. It might not be in our favorable because of our age group, but if we get rid of an event, how do we find the next event that's going to benefit the entire population? Because we can't always strike that balance to make every segment happy about a certain event. Thank you.
Councillor Ball? Again, sorry people can't see me. I'm struggling with my Zoom for some reason, but I'm here anyway. Councillor Ball?
I just want to speak to that for one moment. Canada Day, Butter Tart Festival, those are all events that everyone in Midland can come to. There are things that they can do, they can see, they have access to, whether they pay for inflatables or not. I mean, that's a whole other conversation I'll be annoying about later. But the tall ships are a fenced off event. They do not allow any Midland resident to benefit from it unless it's a paid fee. So the other festivals we run, I have no issue with because they're open. This one's not. And this one is costing taxpayers money and they're not getting the benefit.
Meredith?
Thank you, Mayor Gordon. I just want to make to Councillor Patel's comments. Yeah, there is a balance, and I understand that. And the downtown is not thriving; it's struggling right now. Just to make sure that that's clear. And it's not. It's inflationary times and so forth. So the boost in tourism is what Midland's all about. We need events. The bigger the event, the more costly it is, but the more impact there is as well, right? So I believe, when the tall ships come in, I love it. Actually, when a cruise ship comes in, it's awesome at our port, and that there's an economic spin-off on that too. So people come in, they come down in that area and into our community, and so forth. So the fenced-in area that we're talking about at the tall ships, that you have to pay, you get a tour of the ships. Is that revenue is from the tall ships? Do they dictate that, or is that something that your department gets a cut of, or is that the town of Midland's revenue generating for the tall ships? How does that work?
For Mayor Gordon to Councillor Meredith, we pay the tall ships to come in, and then we charge an admission fee to go in through that area.
So that kind of offsets some of our costs, right? So so the only other thing I would look into, and maybe this parking study can help us out as well, when we're talking about butter tart, right? And maybe that's one area where we have an influx of a lot of tourism coming in that we can capitalize on some of the expense on that, whether it's, well, I'm talking about parking, so parking study may include that, I'm not sure, in the RFP for that, if that was actually in there. Maybe Mr. Parkerson can comment on that one.
Through your worship, are you referencing like special event parking? So during our kickoff meeting, we did mention that to the consultant, but all options and alternatives and suggestions are on the table. So they are aware of that. And so as part of our review, and when they do meet with council as well and the public, they'll get engagement back on that. So time will tell with that one, but it is on their radar as part of the review. Thank you.
That's good to know. And I also want to make out that we have to have some type of balance too, where with these events, whether it's Butter Tart, Rip Fest, and we add a layer to it every year. We have to keep on adding, because if we keep on, we add additional charges and we don't give people more, then the festival will probably will flop eventually. So we have to make sure that in our decision making, when that happens, that we don't want to affect, from like past decisions could hurt us. So we have to make sure that we get it right. So, but at the same time, to Councilor Ball's point is what's the taxpayer paying, right? So, but there is that balance. The spin-off, as Mr. Patel said, that you can't really gauge it. And some people just come out downtown in these inflationary times just to get out of the house and don't spend money because they don't have money in their pockets right now, right? So there's a lot of factors, I understand, but as long as our tourism department keeps on adding layers and draws people to our town, our community, I think it's I'll support that. Thank you.
Councillor McDonald.
This culture, tourism, and harbor budget before us seems to reflect, I would say, 95% culture. So it hardly costs us anything to run the harbor? Or is that another page?
Nope, the harbor is included in here.
So part of the salary and benefits. Yeah, we need a better breakdown on this in the future. I hope we can get that.
Through to Councilor McDonald, it does include all the harbor staff wages within our budget as well. All the expenses and revenues associated to the harbor are built into this budget line, this budget.
Thank you for that clarification. In the future, if it's possible, it would be nice to see the breakdown between the two.
So through your worship to council, the issue is, and a rule of thumb in other organizations is when there's 7 people or less that you don't show the salaries, because then you can identify who how much someone would make. So we group salaries together for that reason. And so in that case, we keep them in a lump sum.
Do it in private session though.
Just a reminder that the salaried staff, for the most part, are part of collective agreements and unions. And even in private session, we don't get to get into the weeds of that. So we can fund or not fund a department in the service levels. We can't tinker in there and, look under the sheets to see what each person's getting paid. At the higher level people that we authorize, like the directors and stuff, that we have something over because there's pay bands. But I'm not sure what thread you're trying to pull when trying to expose the individual costs of one interdepartmental part. So maybe it'd be easier to articulate what you're after. Maybe there's another way to accomplish it.
I'm not trying to pinpoint the salaries and benefits. I'm just curious about, say, the ground maintenance line is went up from 7,500 to 8,000. Well, culture and tourism doesn't have any ground maintenance. It's just harbor. That sort of thing I'm trying to. Material and supplies. Printing and advertising. Is any of that for the harbor, or is it all tourism? That's the kind of percentage, not necessarily the salary, but the rest. I'm just curious.
Okay, yeah, we struggled with that with the boat launch, right? Because it's part of the harbor, to try and actually distinguish what is the revenue source from the boat launch and how does the boat launch money get spent, because it goes in the harbor budget. So some of that boat launch money could be paying for the grounds maintenance technically, right? So, because it's in a pot. So, Madam CAO, maybe you can explain this, because it is kind of an an interesting grouping. And of course, we see the high level. We don't see the GL line items in these things. So, I mean,
So
nor would we, but
Through your worship, yeah, actually, that one is, so apologies, thought you were talking about just salaries. With regards to the other areas, we could actually end up breaking out harbor and culture. That wouldn't be an issue, like outside the salary, sort of the lines below, but something that we could actually definitely do.
I'm
That
sorry,
would
just,
be appreciated. Thank you.
yes, and just a follow up to that. So the ground maintenance, you're right, that would be entirely harbor. There is no ground maintenance for culture and tourism.
great. So is that something we would see at a next budget, or is that something that could be presented to us post-budget, you know, if we want to just understand better how the costs are, you know, allocated? Maybe it's more of a question for
Just-
Councillor McDonald. When did you want to see this?
The next budget would be great.
So we can certainly do that. We can make that note. So I will say though, so again, the format that we use for budget, we will then use all year, right? So when we do the variance reports to council, we try to use the same format so that you're always getting consistent format, consistent information throughout the year. So just know that your 2025 updates would also be at this level, not the more broken down level. So I would say if council wants to see it in that way now, then provide that direction and we can make that amendment as part of the approved budget. So one thing we do once we do arrive at approved budget, we will post what these final summaries are on the web. And so we could certainly break down the difference between culture, tourism, and harbor if that's something council wants.
I think it'll be easier to digest and have better questions if it's broken down. With the next budget, I'm satisfied with that. I can ask my questions one-on-one that are outstanding. Thank you.
Okay, I concur, Councillor McDonald. I think it would be good to see, because I think some of us have been wondering, you know, a lot of things we do, we don't make money, right? Like, that generally, that's not what, unfortunately, those municipalities don't make money. We try to, but we operate a service delivery, and service delivery is for a large degree, a cost center, right? Not a profit center. So I'm always wondered whether us continuing to operate the harbor at the normal losses that one would expect operating a harbor is actually a worthwhile business venture for us, or should we perhaps pursue you know, farming that out at some point to a marina to operate for us. So having some visibility into how much it costs us versus the revenues, and are we giving the best service to, you know, make it sustainable and attract boaters to stay? You know, part of that's the security that we're going to talk about in a bit. So I think there'd be some benefit in seeing this exploded out more, maybe sooner than next budget, because, you know, we may want to make sure that we're running a sustainable model down at the harbor, because it's such an important part of it's a landmark for our community. It's really what distinguishes us from any other smaller municipality not on the shores of Georgian Bay.
Just another thought, perhaps council could give staff direction to prepare a staff report. Again, similar to, as Councillor Emeritus noted that we did for parking, right? So we did a separate staff report that really broke down those costs so that council could have an understanding of what the harbor truly does cost us. And then we could continue to leave our budget format the way it is for this year.
Okay, would you like that now or something later? What's your preference, Madam Clerk?
Our clerk is saying we could do it February 5th. Is that?
Yeah,
Yeah.
we'll do it at the meeting then. Yeah, because it's worthwhile to look at, because it could be that we're actually killing it down there. We're doing the very best we can, other than enhancing some services here and there, but it is difficult to parse when it's in this sort of melting pot format. So February 5th, we can come with a notice of motion. Oh, Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Your Worship. If council wishes, we can put it under motions for which notice was given. I just need someone to move it, and then we'll put it on the agenda. Oh, eeny, meeny, miny, mo. No. Thank you.
Fantastic. All right, that means we'll actually get to discuss it and give the direction on the 5th. And it'd be something good to look at this year. It's a good conversation around that. Councillor East.
Thank you, through your worship. So once again, first of all, thank you for everything that you do. You don't hear that enough. I just, I wanted to go back to that comment that I made last year about looking at the opportunity of moving the Festival to Little Lake Park. I acknowledge what Bill is saying about stores not making money that day. Now, small trinket stores and some stores that are able to adapt do make a bit of money. It's generally the vendors that make the most money. But the reason why I'm kind of throwing this out there again, just to build and expand on this idea, looking at what we're spending on vehicles and equipment for those special, car stoppers, I'm going to call them, right? What are they called, Bill? Those big things the barricades, for instance, right? So the thing is, when we have the Butter Tart Festival, we close out 13 roads. If we moved it to Little Lake Park, we would only be closing 2 roads. We're going to save tons of money in that route that we could look at. And I really believe that it would be much more efficient, saving us money down that way. The other thing is that we also have to look at ways to adapt and grow the Butter Tart Festival. So the thing is, we have the same people coming every year, the same comments about it being too hot. There's no trees down there. They're dying of heat. We have the ability to utilize one of the most precious parks in all of Ontario, as far as I'm concerned. So the thing is, if we could look at maybe the opportunity of just testing our feet in the sand on seeing how successful it would be up there, we can control the spending on those barricades, first of all, because we would only need 2. We also have limited parking all the way around it through the NFC. We could build on that as well. Like I know a lot of people, like the funeral homes and stuff, rent out their parking lots, okay, which is great. But I think with, say Barry nipping at our butt with their Butter Tart Festival they want to fly, eventually we're going to have to adapt it and give them something new. The other thing is that with looking at moving it up there, we can, well, you have so much tree shelter, right? Which is huge. But at the same time, it doesn't affect small businesses that really need to go on to daily business. I love the Butter Tart Festival. I think it's great, and I love seeing all the people. But even for me, it's the worst day of my year next to snow days like this, right? But the truth is that it's great for the economy. It's great for the restaurants. It's great for the hotels. But it might not be so good for some stores that are really trying to keep their doors open, right? If we moved it up there, we have the ability to go back to business as normal. And then and I hate to be that negative Nancy, but I also hear from a lot of our own residents that they don't go down that day. So the thing is, to run normal business, I can't even do that, and a lot of the other stores can't. So it might not be a bad idea just to take a look at and test the waters to see, okay, if we move it up here, we're giving tourism a new face on the Butter Tart Festival. We're giving tons of shade, and there's tons of room for all of the vendors. And it also gives the opportunity for them to maybe take a little walk downtown and spend some money, but not be so concentrated where you can't shop, right? It almost becomes overwhelming. You're walking through crowds like this, right? So I was just, like I was saying, thinking about that and how can we save money. I think that if we went down to 2 barricades or whatever the necessary at Little Lake Park entrance both ways, we're going to save tons of money. Would that not be a safe thing to kind of say or suggest?
Through Mayor Gordon to Councillor East, when I started with the town and I was tasked with running the Butter Tart Festival, the BIA at the time was so very concerned that I might actually move it from the downtown and put it in the Little Lake Park. And I told them I would never do that. It was a street festival. That's the intent of it. That's how it started. When we had the big dig and we were looking at where we were going to put it, Little Lake Park was one of the considerations, as was Midland Avenue, and Midland Avenue was the choice. If we were to go to Little Lake Park, I would have no place to run the contest. I would have no place to run the contest. I use the MCC for the contest. There's nowhere where I could store that amount of food and hold a contest for the Butter Tart Festival. So, and then if you're just allowing people to come in just to the point of where it's the Lake Park, then I think some of the downtown merchants might be upset that we weren't showcasing the downtown and the waterfront. Well, as lovely as Little Lake Park is, I'd love to run another event in that, a community event possibly there, and that could possibly turn into a tourism one. But if council wants, we could certainly poll the community and the downtown to see if that's something they wanted to do. But Just going off of the feedback I had when I first started, there was a lot of opposition to it.
Just as a follow-up, I totally understand that and I agree, but I'm not sure the downtown BIA has actually seen the way that it affects most stores. So that might be maybe something that Bill could take a little gander at. I'm just throwing out ideas here, right? I see expansion, I see growth, I see how are we going to compete with Barrie. I see stuff that we're grossly underutilizing. You're right. It would be great to use Little Lake Park for some sort of other huge tourist event in the summertime next to Canada Day, right? But I'm just not sure the BIA understood what it does to a lot of the stores. The $5, $10 things, sure. But I mean, every store down there is competing with all these merchants that are coming down there selling like, $5 sunglasses as well, right? So I know that we have to find ways to adapt to bring you into the store. That's on us, but just throwing it out there as a different idea to grow and expand it, right?
So just as a sidebar on this, we're approving the budget right now for this year. If we want to talk about changing the location or doing anything different, we should really deal with that at a council meeting as a motion, and then staff can come back with options and like rather than trying to solution these things in the budget, because the budget is really just the budget. So I don't disagree with you. We could talk about relocating it to the park, that we could use the Sports and Rec Center as the place for judging. There's those options, but we shouldn't try and solution that today, in my opinion. I think we need to deal with the budget in front of us. And then if we want to make material changes, this year we're committed clearly. And then we can talk about, we have the rest of the year to talk about what we want to do for next year before we do a call for vendors. So if that's fair, we can move that to a council meeting. Oh, yeah.
So through you, I am sorry then for wasting your time. The only thing that I was looking at was a way to reduce that 41.5%. And that's why I was speaking to it today, because I thought that we have the ability to trim that right now. But that's my mistake. So I apologize to everyone.
Not wasting time. I'm just saying that it's a material change to consider relocating the festival. And we couldn't approve it or make any changes today. So we're kind of stuck with this. And quite frankly, again, just because it's there doesn't mean staff's going to spend it. If hopefully they come in lower on the budget, but it's on the draft budget for now. Councilor Meredith.
Thank you. I just wanted to nip this in the butt. There's when I'm and it's going in the direction I didn't want this to go in, and I didn't see this coming. But no, that's good. It's good to get everybody's ideas on the table and so forth. When I talk about the downtown Butter Tart Festival not generating revenue, so if you take a normal Saturday with a business and right and compare it to Butter Tart, there's not a huge uptick in business. That as one would expect with 60,000 people coming into your community. That's what I'm getting. So the Butter Tart Festival, in no means do I want to move that to Little Lake Park. Not a chance. This is good for the town of Midland, right? And let's get that clear from the BIA standards and so forth. I was just that's what I'm getting to. Now, when you're talking about Little Lake Park, another festival there to add to tourism to Midland. Let's talk about that. Let's hone in on that. Absolutely, 100%, right? But I'm not into, deterring, right? I'm comparing one festival with another, for closing down a street versus the main street being open. That's the feedback that I get, okay? So just want to make that clear to everybody that, Councilor Meredith didn't axe the Butter Tart Festival and moved it to Little Lake Park, okay? My motto is if it's not broke, fix it, let it go, let's build. And it's one day that we get that many people here with all our, instruments and all the pings and all that, how many people are coming into our town through that technology or whatever they are. That's the technology part of me coming out, which is zero. Good to have, okay? So I just want to make that clear. As far as, which, previous to that conversation, Catherine McDonald was pointing out, breaking down numbers and nothing made me more happier to hear this, right? So this is important information, and I believe that the trend that we're going on and seeing with the increased costs of everything, right, and what is actually costing the town and our expenses and so forth, that council is engaged to say, hey, let's break this down, see where, because everything's getting more expensive, and where do we find savings, right? So I'm happy that this discussion is taking place, and I look forward to those breakdown reports, which be music to my ears. Thank you.
Counselor Paul, and then we're going over this side of the table.
Yeah, I would like to see them in 2025, not just the budget cycle. I would like the reporting to reflect the breakdown. I don't know, whenever you want me to make the motion, I will, but I don't want to wait till 2026 to see numbers.
That's good. We got time between now and February. You just have to get it in before the cutoff for the Tuesday before the meeting, which is already passed. So we're gonna sneak that in, I think, with the blessing.
Sneak it
of
in,
clerk.
Sherry.
Yes.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just for clarification, what was the motion that you wanted to bring forward?
CFO, what is the exact name of the report that you're going to bring forward that would have the breakdown on it? That whatever Lindsay says, Lindsay will get, so.
Through Your Worship to Councillor Ball. I'm ahead of the game, so I'd already prepared it.
Amazing, thank you.
All right, perfect. So we'll talk about that on the 5th, and that's good. We can debate it then. Anything, Doug?
No, that would be great. Is there any way we get breakdowns on more? No, not right now, but later. But I've always been trying to get breakdowns on Harbor and then certain areas. I know the parking study's coming, but certain areas of the parking areas and breaking down where their revenues are and where they're not. But that could come at a later date. Maybe we'll just hammer out this one first and get this one right. And is that, I don't want to make it confusing. So
So through Your Worship, right now, we just have the harbor down here. If there is, or if there are others to add, we can add, but right now, the motion that will be coming forward on February 5th is for a staff report to come back on the breakdown of the harbor.
that would be great because there are no parking revenues now, so it wouldn't be relevant. So Harbor is a good start. Thank you.
Councillor Patel.
Thank you, Your Worship. So as Mr. Mayor just mentioned, having another event at Little Lake Park, just looking at the crystal ball, there is an ask for an event and planner staff member. So if we want to have more events that are more inclusive for all age groups, I highly recommend we think about it now as it comes down the pipeline. And you never know, maybe the Floaty Fest can come back if we have an events girl.
Yeah, I think the insurance company was the Grinch on that one, or the shark, whatever. But yes, to your point, we're going to talk about that as an enhancement shortly. Councilor Meredith?
I was thinking something much bigger than what you're entailing. Like I'm talking butter tart caliber attendance here, right? Like so that's like, let's think big here, not small. So get some dollars and grants towards it and so forth, and then put Midland on the map again, because that park is underutilized as we know. So that's the grand thing. Not I don't in any type of events that I've ran in myself, the more money dollars you throw at it, the bigger it is, right? So let's go big, or as they say, go home. Thank you.
For the public record, Councilor Meredith wanting to spend more money. Just
with a ROI of some sort on there. Thank you.
Councilor Riddell.
Thank you, Worship. So that's why I was mentioning that we're gonna need additional staff to run a big event. Something that you're thinking of and you want to spend money. I'm very happy that you're loosening up the pockets finally. Thank you.
Thank you. And just to rebut that, we
can debate it later.
We have to have the proposal on the event, and then we need the staff to carry over that. So that's, I'll put as you said, the cart before the horse, right? So thank you.
All right, so let's focus back on this budget for the coming year. We have things planned, we have commitments, we have contracts, we have deals signed. We need to fund it. So unless there's something in here that anyone really takes issue with, but it's can be for next year. Yeah, right. So is there any other conversation around this page 128? Okay, well, we spurred some good conversation, that's for sure, and went a couple different directions. So I have a motion here. Moved by Councillor Major, seconded by Deputy Mayor Prost, that the tax-supported 2025 budget for culture, tourism, and harbor be approved in principle. All those in favor? Any opposed? And it carries. Next, oh, it's a triple threat here. So we've got the engineering department. That is page 141. And we will ask Mitch of Many Hats if probably going to answer any of these questions. See if anyone's got any. Any questions on this one? Down 10 points. That's a big win. I wouldn't imagine there's a lot of, we're not going to challenge you on can you go lower, you know? Nothing on engineering? We'll just skip through the tulips. All right, you got off easy. Mention this one. Moved by Councillor Patel, seconded by Councillor East, that the tax-supported 2025 budget of for engineering be approved in principle. All those in favor? Any opposed? Right on, go engineering. May you be an inspiration to the other departmental budgets. All right. Next, operations. Operations being our biggest department. We got the most people, the most assets, all the rolling stock, most of the liability in town. Like this is another Mitch of Many Hats department, but it certainly takes a lot of people to make this happen. This is 150. With a pretty meager, modest increase too. So. Okay, so this one's got a lot of numbers on it. But again, we could talk about snow. We could talk about snow removal. But it's a busy department year round and an expensive department. Questions, Councillor McDonald, kick things off.
Thank you. My question through you, Mayor Gordon, to Mr. Sobel. How did you save money on fuel?
Good question. Through Mayor Gordon to you. Fuel was previously budgeted at a higher, we'll call it a COVID price. So as the rates have stabilized, we've matched more to an accurate forecast for the year.
So wonderful to see some good news on these lines. Thank you.
But just a quick call out, there's an example where in other organizations I've worked for, when the price went down for fuel, if we'd been used to approving the same kind of increase on fuel, some of those organizations, province of Ontario, would actually leave it in the same line. They wouldn't show the savings because they'd be afraid that would hurt their impacts for increasing it if the cost of fuel went up later. So just another call out to, as much as these are complicated, big budgets with big numbers, staff are, they're not, I'm not suggesting anyone here is suggesting it, but no one's trying to bury things in or slide stuff through. I love the fact that we see the transparency on these budgets where when the projected costs go down, so does the budget line item. Because otherwise we would have no idea. We could very easily leave it at the old rate, have a bit of a surplus at the end, and we'd be none the wiser. So again, it's not just unique to you, but it's just something I wanted to call out for the people that are following along and just sometimes have an inherent distrust of government and budgets. Councillor Major.
Through Mayor Gordon, Councillor Major. So that's a number of things. We do hire a lot of contractors for things, whether it be hired trucks for snow removal, lawn care, people to look after some of our facilities, things like that. So it's a number of things. A lot of service contracts. Yeah.
Councilor Meredith.
Just a quick question, because we approved some security cameras, and on here I see security. It's a small number of 11,000. Is that security? Is that security cameras like in the? It's sorry, it's about 10 from the bottom, 10 up from the bottom, 9 up from the bottom. So it's
Through you, Mayor Gordon, Councillor Meredith, that would be our security alarm system. So the ongoing operating costs of Shironi alarms, things like that.
Yeah, I thought it might have been tied to the security cameras that we just approved, I believe, for the.
All right, well, there we go. Your team is hard at work trying to clean up the town, chasing snowflakes again. Just doesn't ever stop snowing. And just a reminder for those watching, we can't cut banks back or do any of the cleanup work until we get the maintenance side of it done, which means getting through the 270 kilometers of roads and 130 kilometers of sidewalks. And then we get to cleaning and clearing them up. It's just been a heck of a year so far, taking a beating, and it's the operations team. So just on behalf of myself and council, just tell your ops people to stay off Facebook. Don't read some of the just really disturbing things that people are saying out there, and to keep their chin up. We got their back. We're funding you, and we know you're doing good work. And you know, when mistakes are made, a road gets forgotten or something doesn't get tidied up the way it should, just residents can send in an email to service@midland.ca. A picture sometimes helps, and so does an encouraging word for these folks that don't seem to get any time off, and we'll get to it to tidy it up. And it would be really lovely if it stopped snowing for more than 2 days so we could get to the town again. So there's my little plug. But anyway, thank you very much for your team. It is a big, expensive department, but it's pivotal to the core services that a municipality exists to deliver. All right, so I have a motion here moved by Deputy Mayor Prost, seconded by Councillor Meredith, that the tax-supported 2025 budget for operations be approved in principle. All those in favor? Any opposed? Is carried. Next, we have transit. The wheels on the bus, as it were, keeping them going around and around. Oh, page number 178. 178. And just a reminder, this is a joint operated service between ourselves and Penetanguishene. They have a couple buses, we've got a few, and we run arguably quite a enviable service for 2 small urban municipalities offering transit, and we'll be doing that for decades. Quite affordably, even though it is an expensive service, and you never make money on it. And the gas tax, or whatever it's called now, that helps support it has been on a steady decline, which leaves us to soak up the difference. But it's a critical service, and I remember when I was being asked about OPP increases and how we were going to find $1 million. I think it was out east at the time in my car, and I just happened to be musing out loud, which I probably shouldn't have done, when I talked about, you know, what other things in our organization cost $1 million, and I mentioned transit to the CTV guy, and of course that made it onto the clip. And I started getting phone calls and emails from people concerned that, you know, to pay for the OPP, we were going to close down our transit system, which I can understand after I listened to the CTV thing, why they would draw that conclusion. So, you know, sometimes you got to slow down on answering the media. But at any rate, so have spent a lot of time talking to folks, letting them know that the transit system is, you know, is viable sustainable, is expensive, but there's a demographic in our community that relies on it. It is like the library. It's something that for those that don't use it, we don't really care about it. And sometimes you wonder, why am I paying for this? But there is a large demographic in our community that relies on our transit system, even though it's sometimes the 45-minute meander through town, the scenic route to get from A to B that all of us can travel in our cars in 3 minutes. But this is a very important service to the community, and we're going to continue through the AMO to lobby for more funding for transit. And the county, actually, because the municipalities that are part of Simcoe County and Simcoe County itself operates transit, right? The Lynx bus, which is another widely used service. We're asking that the county look at actually uploading. We'd like to upload to the county to see if they would consider running and enhancing a transit system and expanding links throughout the county. So we're looking at enhancements. And so I just wanted to make sure that people, who may have watched that CTV interview when we got the surprise increase in OPP, don't have concerns. And that's what I've been talking to. I'm going to say that a dozen people called me. I'm not talking like hundreds here, but for a dozen people to call me about anything is usually a big deal. Usually it's 2 or 3. So just to clear the air on that one, that's what's happening at the county level. Well, I don't expect to see anything soon because things at the county don't move quickly. And the county has a huge budget anyway and lots of spinning plates, especially with the social services and homelessness prevention and whatnot, and health and ambulance and all the other things that the county does. But this is a service that's very important to the community, and I just want to go on record saying that I fully support our transit system, and I'll always find ways to make it better, and always looking for ways to help fund it. Unfortunately, for the business side of our house, not on the backs of the users, because there's a finite amount that our demographic could pay for a ride. And, that difference between what it costs for a ride and what we charge for a ride is quite substantial. And any municipality that runs a transit system has to eat that, which is part of the cost of delivering a service for the greater good. So that's kind of my high level preamble on transit. We see the cost of running it here. And for those people that had reached out to me, I wanted to commit publicly in a forum like this that we're dealing with the OPP increase in our own ways. We've already actually talked about it today. And ultimately, we'll find ways to offset that people don't have to worry about the wheels falling off the bus. So there we go. Council, open up. Council McDonald.
No, it was her binder. The lights are on, but there's nobody home. Again, this is a service, the transit service that is available to all our residents. And what I'm curious about is, when was the last study done on the route and the efficiency and whether it's in the right spots for being used at the right time, sort of thing? I guess that could be a future question. But it is an expensive service, but I'm proud of the fact that we do offer it.
Through you, your worship, I believe the last time the routes were reviewed for efficiency was 10 to 15 years ago when they canceled Sunday service. That's the last time I can recall it was reviewed.
Thank you. Just follow up. So how would one go about reviewing it again? 10 to 15 years ago, that's maybe time for another study.
Absolutely. If that's council's wish, we can definitely look into another study on a route optimization.
In the future, I'll bring forward a notice of motion as such, and hopefully my fellow councillors will follow it. Maybe some more people want to go to church on Sunday now.
Just to tie on to that, stay tuned, because part of my commitment, as I alluded to, or I think I said it, is to enhance our service delivery. I have something that I'd like to discuss with council and the community sometime later in Q1. And it's to your point, it'll involve study, recommendation, and optimizations and service level enhancements. That's the objective. And cost containment, of course. So you and I can, I'd look for your support then on this motion. I still haven't come up with how we're going to craft the wording. I'm going to work with Mr. Reicheld on that. But that will happen in Q1. We need to get that in front of council because there's quite a bit of legwork to do. And the good news is studies usually come with dollar signs, right? And there's nothing for a transit study in our budget right now. What I'm suggesting, although it uses staff time, it's staff related rather than outsourced. So again, I don't want to get ahead of myself here, only to say that, I'm renewing my commitment, to transit in our community and to improving the service. And if we can find a way to operate it more efficiently and, enhance the service, I am all in. So we'll work together on that and try and bring that forward. I'm going to say early March. Got to give some time for the dust to settle from budget. Councillor Meredith.
Thank you. I'd like to be a part of that discussion as well, if you don't mind. The reason being is if we're going to look at routes, there are some, I was contacted by a school board. There are some students that are out of a bus zone that they especially weather like this, they have to walk from across town from the east side all the way to get to Hugo. And I did have conversations with school staff, principals, vice principals, and there's concerns because the kids aren't showing up to school because of, they're lower income and so forth. So there's a big problem there. And if we could somehow coordinate a bus to go by that at the appropriate times, that would be, very helpful. And we don't want to see we want to see these students succeed and not contribute to the problems we have now. So I definitely like to be in that discussion, and I look forward to it. And the sooner the better. And we can get this. The biggest problem is in the winter months, from what they tell me. But it would be nice. I talked to the school board, but their zones are pretty much, yeah, they don't bend. So there are concerns there, but thank you.
Mr. Major.
So I can save part of the cost on consultants to come up to see if the buses run on time, because they go by my house on the hour, like all the time. So they're either right on time or the most maybe 10, 11 minutes past the hour. So that'll just save some consultants coming up from Toronto to watch it by the hour. I've already done it for you.
Awesome. Well, we'll look forward to this discussion. I'm committing, we're going to have it. It's going to be good. So I just wanted everyone to know how committed we remain to transit, and certainly I do too. So Councillor McDonald.
Thank you. Just one other question in regards to fuel. How come one department was able to save some money, but not the transit service?
I'll take that one. I think in this case, the transit fuel budget was a much more accurate forecast than the previous operations one. So when we looked into the actuals, as the mayor spoke to before, we cut from where we could. And in this case, if you look at the actuals from 23 being 126,000, 24 actuals, 24 did go down from the 23 approved budget, and we were forecasting to be in line with that. So we maintained it for 25 versus operations was the opposite. We didn't go down and it was still much higher.
I'll accept that. Makes sense what you're saying. And it's good for you to take the hit for the transit service.
Yeah, of course, we schedule transit, right? So you can forecast how much gas you're gonna burn because you don't know how many routes and kilometers and all that stuff. Snow, we can't schedule. We sure wish we could. But of course, we don't have our plow trucks driving around aimlessly on nice summer days, so it's harder to schedule. So I think a lot of it has to do with just the dynamic nature of ops. Any other questions or callouts? Okie dokie. Moved by Councillor East, seconded by Councillor Ball, that the tax supported 2025 budget for transit be approved in principle. All those in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. Moving right along. Fantastic. Service level change requests. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, are we Madam CFO, would you like a bio break or something? Well, not you personally, but I mean.
Me personally, yes.
HR fail on TV. Sorry about that.
I was just going to suggest that our Heritage Committee Chair has been very patient and waiting, and this is his second time now showing up. So wondered if we could maybe let him do his brief presentation. So normally that would fall under the council request section, and then we can go back to the service requests.
Reasonable, council, you all right with that? Heritage Committee? Always lovely to hear from them. All right, step right up, step right up. Yeah, we don't have the podium, so just to grab a free mic. Jim will share his.
Your Worship, Council, thank you very much for allowing us to make this presentation. I'm assuming that you've all read this committee request, or is that an incorrect assumption?
Let's just find the page because we're changing gears here.
It's very short, not going to require much concentration.
Yep.
The Dollartown signage is already done. What
Yeah.
this is a storyboard request in the center of Dollartown proposed by the staff, which is, I think, a tremendous idea, building on Dollartown signage. And the second request is for ad hoc cultural and heritage evaluations to continue, which is mandated by the province. This is not, not designation. This is doing an inventory. And I just wanted to give a little pitch because the second part of it says, why is this initiative important? It says the recognition of historic Dollartown is important in two ways. First, it builds the momentum of interest generated by the approval of historic Dollartown street signs by educating and informing the public and visitors about the unique history of Dollartown. In this sense, the proposed storyboard is a celebration of a shared history, one that will foster a sense of place, belonging, and community, making historic Dollartown, and therefore Midland, a unique place to live. Further, the incremental rediscovery and recognition of Dollartown may generate interest outside the community, attracting visitors who share a passion for historic Canadiana. This can help Midland build a unique tourism brand similar to the historic communities of Collingwood, Creemore, and Cookstown. These are comments that we had come up with, but I want to make a comment that's outside of it. It has to do with Cabbagetown. Back in the 1970s, Cabbagetown, as you may know from Toronto, named after all the Irish residents there who planted cabbages in their front yard. What they did is they did historic Cabbagetown. They put signage all through Cabbagetown. And what happened, and I'm not saying that this is the only thing, but there was what they called a whitewash movement. In other words, renovation started to occur. And what that does, the impact it has, is that you have an increasing tax base because you're having renovations go on, so there's all that. It's not just a tourism thing, it's actually a real estate thing. It's an improvement, an economic improvement. So really that's what it's about. And then the second item, which is the ad hoc cultural evaluations. This is the cultural heritage evaluations, formal assessments of historic properties to determine the province's definition of having cultural heritage value or interest to the community. Properties that meet the province's definition can be designated as a historic property under the Ontario Heritage Act. These cultural heritage evaluations are considered as ad hoc, not part of the larger cultural heritage evaluation project driven by staff. as they are owner-driven. That is, owners of historic properties apply to have their property evaluated. To their ad hoc nature, the number of ad hoc cultural heritage evaluations cannot be forecast. However, the committee is aware of at least one request for ad hoc evaluation with at least one more request forecast. If approved, the requested funding will be used to hire consultant to conduct the ad hoc evaluations. The total budget request for this initiative is $6,000. So the two in total are $9,500, a fairly modest evaluation. I also want to point out that you may recall in the news when Notre Dame burned down in Paris. They've spent hundreds of millions of dollars. They hired Canadians to do the woodwork. It was a huge project. Why? Well, they value that historic property since, what, the 11th century. And people go to Paris. Millions of people go every year. I'm not saying we're Notre Dame. I'm not saying, but we do have a similar thing here. For instance, the shrine. And various historic and cultural properties. And I think that this process of recognition, even though some people oppose it, they feel that there's constraints. They've done evaluations in which they say heritage designations and designated heritage districts have also demonstrated positive economic correlations with real estate prices in studies completed all over the world. Almost always, official recognition results in the increased value of the property at the time of sale in comparison to non-designated properties of otherwise similar value. I'd just like to say thank you very much for the opportunity for presenting this, and I hope you'll give us some support. Any questions?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Exeter. We'll start with Councillor Major.
Yeah, so I totally support the 3,500. But it's got to be on the trail, not up some side street where someone from out of town's got to drive up to Lindsay Street or I don't know where. But as long as it's on a walking trail, that it can be seen for people coming into Midland. And then I don't mind, like the dollar town signs are good. The 6,000, our staff's doing that. So we're already, as the staff here are doing that. So we basically got that covered. So
I think it's best that our planner, Thomas Vierge, address that last comment regarding staff doing the evaluations. In fact, staff is not, to my understanding, doing those evaluations.
they're fine, like they're looking at whatever they're doing.
Through Mayor Gordon to Councilor Major. So there is an ongoing cultural heritage evaluation project where staff and a consultant who have already retained are looking at evaluating 63 listed heritage properties on the town's municipal heritage register. That's one project. What the chair was referring to is a separate project, which would be if a property owner comes and says, I have a historic property that's not currently listed and not currently part of that 63, that the committee would then look at evaluating that property separately. The reason why these two things are separate is that the existing 63 are under a timeline, under a legislative timeline. They have to be evaluated by January 1st, 2027, whereas new ad hoc designations are not subject to that deadline. So they're two separate things. So we won't be adding any new properties onto that existing list of 63. We have to get through those as quickly as possible, whereas new requests for designations would be evaluated by the committee through a separate process. So the same name, two different processes, essentially. Thank you.
I'll still support the 3,500. That's it.
Okay, just to be clear, the ad hoc means, because we discussed this about, the designations, we're doing this with applicants, not to them. So we're not going to be going and declaring things without their consent or, they have to be willing participants. I think what the Heritage Committee is asking for is when somebody has a home or buys a home that they think is worthy of being designated, they would approach the committee rather than staff. And the committee would then, with this funding, allow them to help make the determination and sort of shepherd the person through the process if, in fact, it qualifies. somebody might have a house that has some unique characteristics to it, but doesn't qualify for the designation. And that's the kind of work that our volunteer-led committee would help shepherd the owner through. So I think they're, although they have the same topic, one is, legislatively required, and the other one is just doing our due diligence. And part of the Heritage Committee's sort of raison d'etre is that they entertain these ad hoc applications from interested people in the committee. So we're not going looking, driving around town, figuring whose house we could slap the designation on, and now they're stuck, with all the expense that sometimes comes with this designation. They have to approach the committee, and there would be some kind of call for, hey, Midland residents, do you think you have a unique home that's deserving of the following things? Tick these boxes, reach out to the committee, and they would engage with them. So I think that's what the funding's for. Without the funding, we're asking a lot of the volunteers, and we almost didn't even have this committee. It was hard to stand it up again. So is that a fair characterization?
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. You're correct. I want to call attention, if you drive down Yonge Street next to the villa is a big white square house. That's probably one of the finest examples of the international style, which is known as the Bauhaus style, that was ever done in Ontario. It is that potentially could be, we're not talking about telling them what to do. We're saying we want to recognize you. Designation doesn't necessarily mean, hey, we're putting you can't put a window in here. That's not what it's about. And that's one of the most important ones. And the other initiative that we have going is we had in the 40s, late 40s, fairly well-off people living in Midland who did what are known as mid-century modern homes. So if you go up Hugel Avenue, you'll see on the corner of 6th and Hugel, probably one of the best examples of mid-century modern. Basically, what we're looking to do is we want to recognize them. We want to do an inventory. By the way, this is voluntary. And then we want to ultimately say we'd like to recognize them in the same way that we recognize Victorian homes, which we've dwelt on endlessly. And I say that's worthy because there's such fine quality craftsmanship. But also we want to recognize modernism as well. So that's another initiative that we're doing. I'm not looking to rationalize our volunteer work, by the way. I just want to say we want to build this town up in such a way that people will say, hey, you know what? There's some very unique examples of architecture here, and there's some very interesting historical places that we should think about visiting in the same way that Niagara-on-the-Lake or Creemore or any of those places. We need to preserve the things that we still have. Thank you. That's it.
McDonald.
Thank you. Through you to Mr. Hackstetter. I would just like to understand the $6,000 for hiring a consultant. Your report says here that you have at least one request. Would this $6,000 only cover the one, or is the consultant on standby when someone else requests to be evaluated? How is it being spent?
Through Mayor Gordon to Councillor McDonald. So we estimate about $2,500 per evaluation. It depends on the complexity. So you're correct, there's a little bit of buffer built in there for more requests to come in. And we know that there's another request pending. So there's at least 2 for 2025 that are ad hoc that we did not plan. We did not know that they're going to come forward. And there may be more as sort of this program spreads through word of mouth in the community.
Thank you.
Councillor Ball.
Thank you. The storyboard, I think, seems like a no-brainer. I mean, we don't put all this time and energy into researching, identifying, putting signs up, and then not explaining it. So I'm for that. I also think it's good to designate these properties. My first question was whether you're working with staff with this, but I see the back and forth of the answering is that you are, which is great. I do want to know if anything afterwards, the provincial requirements that are now being put on us, which we just talked about, if this was identified as these properties come forward as new properties, do they automatically get on the list that the province is acknowledging, or it doesn't qualify at all for new? I just want to know there's not an additional step that we then have to look at. I want to make sure it's done properly the first time.
Through Mayor Gordon to Councillor Ball, the legislation only affected properties that are currently on the municipal heritage register. Anything new is still expected to be evaluated within a 2-year time frame. So we do have a little bit of time, but it's not intended to have properties in a holding pattern with no time frame. It's temporary until you evaluate and determine if they can proceed to designation or not. So evaluation does not always mean designation. It just means you have to meet the provincial criteria, and if you do, you can be designated following council's direction to do so.
Can you hear me? Okay. So the step after would be for council to designate these properties. There is an additional funding aspect to the completion of this project after.
Through Mayor Gordon to Councillor Ball, so once we complete an evaluation, staff would bring a staff report to council and recommend whether designation is warranted, and then there's a motion from council to proceed with a designation. There are some legal costs with a friendly designation, just registering the bylaw and title. However, if there's an appeal, then there are legal fees involved in that. However, we're trying to only proceed with designations that are friendly. So we're trying to avoid those legal costs.
Thank you. So since this is volunteer, we won't anticipate that will be happening. It makes sense that we're going to do this together. If we're doing it already, it should be done at the same time. It doesn't make sense to go back to the drawing board and try and do it again. So you're working together as a committee already. We're working on these designations now. I think it makes sense to continue with new ones, and hopefully we won't have a continuous cycle of these for years coming if we deal with it now.
It's fair comment, 'cause I don't think they're building any more of these. So, just wondering, is there any opportunity for cost recovery? Like, if this is a $2,500 undertaking, could a person who is, because it's ad hoc, could they meet us halfway, 50-50? They put some skin in the game. Is that something that could be explored? Is anyone else doing it in other communities, or am I completely out to lunch here?
Councillor or Mayor Gordon, that's an excellent question. We have not looked into other municipalities as to if it's a split cost. In my previous work experience, the municipality covers the costs. Otherwise, nobody would do it. It's difficult for most property owners to see the benefits, even if there is a tax abatement program in place, such as in town of Midland. You recover those costs. It takes a while. So it's the upfront cost of doing it that usually is a barrier. So municipalities tend to take on that cost. Yes, that's it.
So if there is a designation, they get a tax break?
That's correct. So we do have a program in place, and a property owner can apply to have a reduction in the municipal tax component. So the other taxes still apply.
I'm really just thinking outside the box here. But could we build in that cost recovery if they're successful, spanned over a couple of tax remittance seasons? So we kind of claw that back. They're getting a break on taxes, but we're also refunding the ratepayer who funded the whole thing to get them there in the first place. Like, maybe, you don't have to decide this second, but just planting that seed, it might be something that we could explore if it's something that is legal and that maybe other organizations or other municipalities do. That takes some of the immediate blunt impact of the cost up front to the applicant, but ensures the taxpayer is made whole over a tax season or two, perhaps. Just throwing it out there as a lob. See what you think.
Thank you, Mayor Gordon. I will. I guess we'll discuss with the CFO, and I will defer to her.
Councilor Meredith.
Yeah, thank you. And most of my questions were answered between the parties, but I do support this, and see. It's nice to see different architecture coming into the picture here in the town of Midland. So I like that idea. Thank you.
Could I make a comment, Mayor Gordon?
Please do. I was just going to say, it's nice to see sun.
The sun came out just the right moment, lending hope. As an example of this, the tax abatement, which there is, and it's not huge, the Captain's House, which is on the corner of Queen at Hugel, runs a bed and breakfast. They have many, many Europeans come, and they were given a tax abatement. This is supporting them in a small way. I don't know how much cost recovery is that we're capable of, but it's certainly something to give some consideration to. I've always thought with the signage that if we had support from, say, the commercial community, but again, that's kind of a, what's the word, a rocky road. If you have commercial endorsements along with the signage, that's problematic mainly because I thought with Dollartown, we have several of my colleagues in the real estate business who would have happily donated money if we gave them that option. But I don't know where we could use it. Certainly, it wouldn't probably be a great idea to put it on the signage. I'm talking about the storyboard. And I won't cite who it is, but I talked to them and they said, yeah, they'd be very interested. And because I had the same thought you had, how do we pay for this? Not just coming out of the public purse all the time. So I just want to make that comment, but also to thank everyone for giving us the opportunity to make the presentation if all comments are finished. I don't know if Councillor Patel wants to make a comment.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I just want to thank you for coming in, and I think it's very important that we support the entire budget amount that's asked. Because I mean, why do we go to Europe, right? I mean, it's the history, and if we can preserve that type of history in our town, there can be a lot of benefit down the road economically for our town, and also preserve the culture that was our town is built upon. And also, I mean, you look at Toronto, Casa Loma was taken over by the city of Toronto after going bankrupt, and it's been preserved. And that's the kind of history we need to preserve in this town. Thank you.
Councillor Bell.
I just wanted to thank you for reminding me that I was the proud winner of the Captain's House stay with the Mayor's Golf Tournament. So thanks for that reminder. I haven't utilized that yet. Maybe I'll go make some European friends later.
Thanks. I think the key takeaway is that all of this is voluntary for the applicant. Of course, once it's there and the guy sells his house, then, you know, the person who buys it may have different ideas and begrudge the fact that it's on the registry, but c'est la vie. You know, so this is why we're trying to get through this list. So that's either kind of like you're on or you're off, right? So that's the work that staff are doing. The province is compelling us to make a decision. Their motivation is largely for housing. And, you know, what Mr. Hackstetter and the folks on the Heritage Committee are going to be doing is the please pick me type voluntary thing. So I do look forward to seeing what comes of that. And this is not, you know, this isn't making or breaking our tax increase this year. So, you know, I'm supportive of it and look forward to the good work the Heritage Committee does. And of course, I had that, there's always new initiatives for us to do, but I do look forward to putting those signs up when the weather turns not foul and kicking off the Dollartown signage. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Is there a motion with this? No, we're just gonna.
No, we'll
Carry on.
save it till we get to the rest of the council and committee requests
All
because
right,
we
you're
have
not out of
one.
the woods yet, Renee.
We have one motion
Okay.
for everything. We just wanted to let him do his presentation. And just a reminder, so this $9,500 is funded from reserve.
Yeah.
Right.
The tax supported reserves. Yeah. So 5 minutes. Okay, perhaps we can take 5. It's 3:33 right now. We'll come back at 3:40. Do my best to stick to the times. Okay, we're back. All right, folks, we are now at the service level change request section. And that is page number 220, I believe. 220 physical. I don't know about if it's the same digital. It is, yeah, 220. Perfect. So these we may as well walk down one by one. That's generally the way we do these. So the event and marketing coordinator for the culture department. As we see here, it's primarily funded out of Matt and the fact that we're going to remove one student position. And there is a portion that's taxpayer funded. And we have already talked about our desire to ramp up and fine tune and really extract the most value and expand. And we've really kind of gone all over the map with culture when we're looking at the operational budget. This ask, clearly is in support of our desire to do more and have more. And it's kind of lovely that we have a new funding source in Matt. And of course, Matt, at some point, may actually be able to fully fund this position as we increase the number of organizations that collect our MAT as we move into short-term rentals, which hope to discuss and get into place for 2026. We'll be discussing that this year post-budget. It's a post-budget talk. So council, we'll kick it off. Who wants to talk about this position? Councillor Patel.
So, of course, I'm going to speak about it first, I guess. I think this position is very important. We pulled out of the Cultural Alliance, and I don't think we realized the savings that pulling out of that alliance this year. The budget ask was 25,000 for it, and that's pretty much one of the reasons the alliance died, because the other towns didn't want to fund it. Now with having that person that the alliance had as a part-time and hiring a full-time event and marketing coordinator, we can actually do better cultural activities for our town and have more inclusive activities for all age groups as well. And we're going to do the study as well for the tourism, which will kind of give us that right vision. So I'm just saying we're lining up our ducks, and we shouldn't shoot any of the ducks in the middle, because then we're going to go off track of what our vision is being created. So I highly support this position, and I ask everyone to think deeply about it before saying no. Thank you.
Councillor Ball, you're next, then Councillor Meredith.
Thank you. I do appreciate that this is funded through the MAT tax mostly. I would like to see this as a contract if we even move forward with it. We did already have an additional staff member, I think was 2023, I want to say. But I haven't seen aside from the mural festival this year, there hasn't been an additional, I guess, amount of events we've run that I can see, or the community, I guess, can see. So I know that you're not sitting on the Midland Cultural Board anymore. The Cultural Alliance is gone. So I see time savings there. So correct me if I'm wrong. I'm sure you will. And I just am a little confused about this request stating that we can't do the mayor's golf tournament. It was short notice this year, and I appreciate the hard work that went into it. But if we're planning in advance for it next year, why would we not be able to do it with the current staff we have?
For Mayor Gordon to Councillor Ball. In addition to the mural festival, we also brought in music in the park, which was very successful. So we had 8 weeks of music in Little Lake Park on Sunday evenings. We also launched the mural restoration program. The municipal accommodation tax was implemented this past year. And yes, we had a surprise golf tournament thrown at us as well. So if we want to have the golf tournament, I spent numerous overtime hours organizing that. If I worked during the day on my regular tasks, I was working on the golf tournament at nighttime. We don't have the capacity to throw in another event. The golf tournament has a lot of detail to it, so we do need an additional staff person for that, especially if council's asking us for possibly a tourism event in Little Lake Park, or we're going to be launching the tourism strategy this year, and that'll align with bringing in a new staff that can support new programs as well, and new initiatives. And we will be taking on cultural programming ourselves, just as it was before the Cultural Alliance was formed.
And removing a student, I did notice that Museum of the Park was a lot of student involvement, mostly student run from what I could see. Not obviously behind the scenes, there was an aspect to other staff obviously being involved, but eliminating that student, well, where does that leave us with that running music in the park?
Through to Councillor Ball, we'd like to have 2 staff members there just for safety. So it would be one of our staff who would work and flex some time to be with a student that night. If they're there to receive the musicians, make sure that everything goes well, and to make sure that everything clears up at the end of the night.
Council Meredith, I think you're next. Then we'll go to Councilor East.
Thank you. So I'm not in support of this at the moment. If you look in the 2026 forecast, this is going to be a full-time unionized position. I think I do want more events, but I want to see the plan for those events, and then hire the appropriate personnel to kick those off to make it happen. So I don't really think the impact, as I said before, on smaller events like the proposed Butter Tart concert of 28,000 afterwards, I'm not interested in that. I think Butter Tart's fine the way it is. If you want to, if we can get third party, something like the party on the dock kind of thing, or something during the day, so it's family orientated. You have different music genres like One World, working with them and so forth. So the onus isn't on all of the town of Midland, right? So if it's third party, and I know there's been some issues with working with, from the town, but I'm not sure how we get around that, but there's 150 hours, I believe that you said that are freed up from Cultural Alliance. So if we want to pick something that, if it's the golf tournament or if it's music in the park, if we have to act something because you cannot fulfill those then obligations, then fine. But I think right now, the way I'm seeing it, I'm not supportive of this at the moment. So give me a plan that's going to have some impact, and then we'll review it. Thank you.
Through to Councillor Meredith, thank you. I have a list of events and activities I'd love to run. We just don't have the capacity for it right now. Also, this position would hopefully be more active on social media, engaging more people on our Midland tourism. We want to draw more people here, and also with the municipal accommodation tax and the work that we're doing with the county, because we're working on all those projects that the county's doing. We're trying to make this a 4-season destination.
Thank you, and I can appreciate that. But again, I don't know what that is. So I can't throw money at something that I don't know what I'm getting. So if we're happy with the way things are right now, we're building a $350,000, $60,000 structure in the park for music in the park. If we want to just have weddings there instead of music in the park and we can't afford it, then if this person is the missing link to providing that service, I don't think it is. But even at Butter Tart, we have people, organizing the, I think he's from, can't forget his name, from Tiny, who organizes the music as it goes by the day, towards the day. Gibbons and Figs. He goes by Gibbons and Figs is the stage partner to Gibbons. Anyways, Marlon and no, but anyways, I know he's got some kind of input in there and organizing talent and so forth. So utilize some of our talent in our community in that entertainment field. They'd be more than happy to come on. But at this time, as I said, I could appreciate you have a list. If we have, right, if we have a list of 20 little events, well, I'm not interested in that. I'm interested in impact, and I'm interested in a plan, and it could be at something, in winter. There's nothing here. So utilizing something in the winter at Little Lake Park, you know, you're saying that four season kind of, right now, we don't have Winterfest. We don't, if we do, it's very dismal, right? It's not even worth throwing money at it. So that's kind of where I'm at. And until I see that, then I'll be supportive. Thank you.
We could have Shovel Fest. I think it's underway right now. Councillor East.
Okay, so I understand, first of all, thank you. And through your worship, I'm leaning toward mirroring Councillor Patel's feelings. I see the value in this. I think to do big events like that, I can see that you would need help, especially if we're gonna do like Sheldonado Fest down at Little Lake Park. Kidding aside though, can you maybe explain to all of us how that employee would help you, just so that we have a better understanding of the need that you desire?
Thank you to Councillor East. Yeah, so if council wants to have a golf tournament, they would be likely running that. They would also be working on tourism promotions and marketing. With more capacity for us, we've been putting together a sponsorship package for all of our events. We're trying to get more sponsorships, more revenues coming in for each of our events before we haven't had the capacity for that. So that's been a big push for us. We're going to launch our sponsorship package next week. They'll also be working on filling the gap in the cultural programming sector. Without the Cultural Alliance, because before the Cultural Alliance, it was me. And then we had the Cultural Alliance, and then a lot of our projects that we were doing as Culture Midland went to them. So bringing in cultural programming and cultural engagement, we don't want to lose that. It's very important, and we've built up a lot of projects and activities and initiatives, and we don't want to lose it. They would be working on that as well. It's also support for, if someone were to be sick, we'd have someone to step in as well. But we brought in some new events this year. We're doing mural restoration. We also have the sesquicentennial in 2028. There'd be programming for those activities as well.
Councillor Paul.
Sorry, can you just touch upon, you're saying this position is going to do more marketing and communications with Midland Tourism. Do we not have a department that helps you do that already? Like why would this position be in charge of that if we already have a department that deals with marketing and communications?
Through to Councillor Ball, we have a corporate communications department. They take care of the town of Midland, the media releases on behalf of the municipality. We also have social media for Midland Tourism, and that falls to my department, my division's responsibility. We promote our events. We also share what other events that are happening in our community that are third-party events, such as Brookside's event or Rib Fest or Poutine Feast.
Have there been discussions about how to utilize that department to help you with that? And also, I thought that the last time we spoke about this, I believe last year, is that adding those events onto the page right now is at the third party's discretion. We have nothing to do with that at the moment, correct?
Through to Councillor Ball. So I'm talking about our Midland Tourism Facebook and Instagram. Those fall to us. Yes, Miss Carlisle does help us. Sometimes she keeps an eye on it. When she comes to our events, she takes photographs. They also help get our media releases out for us. So there's that partnership and collaboration there. When we have our microsite or the new webpage, then the organizations that are third-party events can have their events listed there. There'll just be a name, and they can put them on the community calendar right now also. And if you're signed up for notifications for those pages, you'll get a notification when there's something coming up.
Thank you. Is there any appetite to make this a contract position? Are you open to that? Because I think especially with the MAT tax funding a portion of this, that's not something I believe is a permanent sustainable solution. We haven't really talked about what we even want to do with MAT tax, so I don't want to allocate all those funds for that ongoing. And also, again, what Councillor Meredith said, this becomes a unionized position, it benefits, et cetera, et cetera. I'd like to see what you can do with another staff member, but I also felt the same sentiment in 2023, and I haven't seen as much as I would have liked to.
To Councillor Ball, certainly I'd be happy to have a contract staff for 1 year. And also to Councillor Meredith's point, if you're not interested in the Butter Tart evening concert, we could allocate the MAT funds from that to this position or to another initiative such as Tall Ships or the Mural Festival or something else.
Yeah, when that comes up, the way I'll be voting, but it's the majority who will decide that one for sure. While I'm on the mic, I just wanted to, in the 2026 forecast, maybe the CFO can answer this, is the 43,339, is that in additional to the 27,054? So it'd be a $70,000 position, or is it 43,000 for the unionized position? Just to be clear. So next year, what would be the full amount? Are we taking this strictly from mat tax position?
Through your worship to Councillor Emeritus, so the funding for 2026 is based on that position at step 5. So you will see that note under salaries and benefits. So the step 5, which is our approved IEBW grid, would be 78,339, and then again, the annual reserve contribution for IT support and computer, and then cell phones. So the breakdown is a little bit higher for 2026.
Okay, there's a lot of wordage in there. So I just want a number for 2026, and then let's say 2027 forecast. So are we $70,000+? Is that what I heard?
So the total is 83,339 is the total, and 40,000 is still showing as coming from Matt.
Sorry, I didn't look up on the other grid. I was looking at the grid below it.
No
So okay, thank you.
Then Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I think we should keep that evening concert. That's when I first came on as a counselor. We wanted an event that would continue on to the butter tart. And now we finally got it, and we're asking it to be removed. I think we should keep it. We should try it. If we don't try it, then how do we know it's successful or not? Thank you.
Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor Gordon. I have a bit of problem with approving this request. One reason I don't like to see the removal of a part-time student job. Another reason is we did give you additional staff last year. And the third reason is because of the dissolvement of Culture Alliance, you have 150 hours. You did express your opinion that it's a very important thing to continue, which I agree. I was sorry to see it dissolved, but you have the 150 hours now. And the other thing, with your expertise in running the butter tart, and I recognize all the work, to me, it's like a fine greased wheel. Like it just should get better every year and take less time as it grows. That's, I've done repeated tasks every year, and every year I learn a little bit more. Right now I'm thinking of income tax season when I worked at a chartered accountant firm, and every year it's overwhelming, but every year the workload gets bigger and we get through it every time. So there's some credible ideas here, but I'm not in the position to support it this year.
I'll weigh in. I think that I like the contract idea, so then we're not bound to an FTE and all the sort of baggage that comes with that. Not that there's any baggage. I love our FTEs, because this is kind of a new resource that's going to be targeting and working on new initiatives that are really new to the town. One thing we didn't talk about is the stay and play and how we're going to bundle MAT money and all the work behind the scenes for the website for that, and then marrying up accommodations providers with the attractions. this is all new work that we have never done before, and the committee has only contemplated it. Nobody's actually doing it yet. And we have to liaise with the county and work with their side. There's a lot of heavy lifting here aside from just the golf tournament and whatever other help this new resource can provide to Karen and her team. The fact that the lion's share of it's funded from Matt, which is tourism, paying for tourism, which is one of the objectives, to me is really compelling and attractive. But I also share the concern of, diving right in and making an FT and not that I don't think this is going to succeed, but I definitely would like to see it sort of phase in and graduate to becoming something bigger where we'll probably end up needing another person. Hopefully it gets so busy. So I'm supportive of this ask because it's primarily funded out of Matt. And I do like Councillor Ball's suggestion that, we do this on contract. We can probably find some really good, talent out there that's very interested in taking this contract position on, proving themselves, knocking it out of the park, running with this unbeknownst list of extra, events that you've got in your back pocket ready to go, and really just wow the heck out of us so that next year we can, graduate that contract position to an FTE, probably unanimously. So that would be kind of a phased approach to it. So I do support this for those reasons, just so people understand the rationale, and I look forward to, ROI being very clearly presented to us, not just by budget next year, but in steps as we move through things. Because I know that any of the municipalities around us right now are already advertising for the golf tournament and looking for sponsors. And, we need to get to them earlier than later. We haven't even picked a date yet, although I believe we'll try and pick the same date as last year. There's a lot of work to do beyond the golf tournament and the good things that come from that funds, which means not tax supported money going into our grants program, but these other programs. So to me, this is a relatively trivial spend. And if we go contract, we reduce risk and really put the onus on you and your team to wow us, mid-year and right into next year. So I'm good with this one for what it's worth. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor Gordon. I neglected to ask the question about the MAT tax. It leaves me a little disturbed that we're spending the money. Is there a term of reference, or have they met to say, yes, we would like to spend the money on hiring a coordinator? Are we doing stuff, neglecting going to that committee? I think that's important. They agreed to help us with this tax, and have we consulted them with this proposal?
I was sitting at that committee, but I'll let Karen respond to this, other than to say, ultimately, the decision on how we spend the money is in council's hands. And that's always been the deal. They all knew this. But the deal was we would spend that money on tourism-related initiatives. And it wouldn't just be a tax that we could then use to put flowers down or put a new dock in, and not try and weave that, oh, well, the new dock is kind of touristy because it might attract the new guy with a boat. Like, we're not trying to make any stretches here. This is directly relating to tourism marketing and working with the funds that come in from the MAT, matching it to the stay and play, which was our commitment to actually make everything stay and play right now. And then, of course, it's going to grow in scope. So there's, from my perspective, yes, the buy-in has been this from the very beginning. Did we tell them we're going to hire a person and this is what we're going to spend the money on? No, because the committee doesn't have those kind of decisions. The committee, that's entirely up to council and municipality. And of course, we could go back on our pledge and blow the money any way we want. I would never do that, but we have that option. So
just clarify, this committee is struck by the town. There must be a term of reference in it. I'll access it then and read it. Thank you.
Councillor Ball.
Thanks. Have we actually made this much money on MAT tax? Surprises me. That's great. I was against it, so good to know I was proven wrong. Can I put in a motion to change it to a contract position then now, or are we going to continue to talk about it?
Mayor Gordon, I just wondered process-wise if council would consider going through all of the staff requests before we officially vote on what's in and what's out.
Okay, fair enough. And suffice to say, they've heard us. I don't know if we actually need to specify that it's maybe we do, because it does say in their document that it's a unionized FT, but yeah, we'll cover that one. Councilor Meredith, do you have any other comments on that one position before we move on to the next?
Thank you, Mayor Gordon. I just wanted to respond to a comment from Mr. Patel. The request for the late Jim Downer put in a request for a second day of butter tart, and it wasn't for an evening concert. So that's a bigger scope, which I like. And so the night concert will come up in a later date, but I just want to make sure it's clear that what council was asking at the time was a second day for butter tart, right? And third party, and I know you did try to land something out there. You put it out there. You even contacted the BIA and see if, and I understand that, but that was the focus on that request. And we can definitely, if a third party wants to come in, and I'm hoping we'd be open to that request. So, but anyways, I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
It's fair. We'll have our new stage and our new roof. So it'll be good. I think we have a rented stage anyway for butter tart for the bands, but anyway, where we host it, how we host it, if it gets hosted is a subject of another request anyway. Any other clarifying? I know we've had a lot of conversation about this one. Ask. Councilor Meredith?
I just wanted to clarify on what the CFO just requested. So are we going to go down after we go through all the requests here? Are we going to vote it all as one vote, or are we going to individually have a vote? Because if I'm not in favor of this ask, then I won't be in favor for any ask. So I just wanted to make sure that if we're clumping it all together, then I don't really need to respond to any more. Thank you.
Through you, Your Worship, to Councilor Meredith, I was suggesting that maybe we have the discussion on all of the asks first, and then yes, we would certainly go through them one by one. And actually, just on that, our executive director of community growth does need to sneak out. So hoped maybe we could have the discussion on the planner next, if possible.
Okay, so what basically that means is the existing motion that I'm going to have, it will be redrafted by the clerk at the end, so that there may be ones that we are not approving. So we'll do the old straw poll thing again, and then we'll adjust this so that when we pass it, it will contain any amendments that are needed, which could include the language around contract if council so wishes. So we'll jump over the financial reporting and data analyst and systems analyst, and we'll jump down to planner. And what page is that one, or is it coming up already? 228. Councilor Ball.
Thank you. I also wrote this one in as a contract position. I think the province, I can't argue that they've given us a lot of hoops to jump through this term. And I do appreciate the need for having a larger review, but I don't think this is an ongoing. I know we need the support now, but I would like to see this one as a contract position as well.
Is that possible with what you're trying to do, Steve?
Through your worship, there's a lot of work. There's a lot of work that needs to be done, and some of these projects take longer than 1 year to do. This position would free up time for our senior planner, who's doing a lot of work right now that a planner or junior planner would be doing. Our senior planner would be assisting the manager in some of these larger projects. Economic development also falls with planning, so they would be assisting potentially with some of that initiatives as well, working with the BIA for economic development. So a contract position for this, obviously we would take it if that's what council so choose to provide us, but a lot of these studies take longer than 1 year. So for example, the new zoning bylaw, our official plan was started in, I think, 2014 or 2015, and it's still not fully approved because of the appeals. So there is significant work that does need to be done. Also, as the mayor alluded to earlier in the meeting, if the county of Simcoe, their planning authorities are removed from them, all that work gets downloaded onto the lower tiers. So there's no shortage of work that this planner would be doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Contracts can be extended, so I'd prefer still to keep it like that. And I was definitely not the one you want to sell the economic development to, because I was definitely for an external review of that. So that's maybe not a sell for me, but maybe for other people. But I do wish that we could keep this as a contract if you're open to it. I know the work might need to go on, and then we can review it as making it a full-time in the future.
So given the nature of and the demand for planners in the market, my understanding is there's far more demand than capacity for planners. It's a very competitive space. And we also have to do our best to cling on to the ones we have, the good ones anyway, which is all the ones we have right now. My only concern is, this is 57 grand. This is not like a high level position. I think if you can find somebody who's willing to come work for us for $57,000, who's got the key requisites, that I don't know if I would want to risk, getting someone who's maybe less committed to the community, who's on a contract, because it's a different mentality getting a contract job than it is coming to work for municipality and, effectively marrying the municipality and us marrying them. So this is a position where I don't know if it would make sense, given the very highly competitive market for planners. Those are my thoughts, only because we've talked about this at county. And, it's not a matter of if county planning approvals goes away, it's just when. So there's going to be some planners, probably already got their Indeed on their phone looking for new gigs. And I think if we can snag a planner at this rate, and of course they'll go through the bands, like any of our staff, I think this is money well spent. And your department is one that, is very near and dear to my heart, and I want to support fully, because we're putting a lot of the growth responsibility on you, because you're the front line for it. And so, I was looking at the staff requests and, trying to crunch my numbers, and just, this position is not on my sheet, because I think it's important, and quite frankly, the remuneration is, in my mind, trivial. You're going to get a junior person who's really kind of looking for their first municipal gig and to start contributing OMERs and, like, who wants to eke out a career in planning, and I'd really like to keep them. So, unless anything I'm saying is invalid, I'm stand to be corrected. I think that A, this should be approved, and B, it should be offered as an FTE, and we need to find the best caliber person and hopefully put our hooks into them, and don't become a training ground where they bounce to the next highest paying municipality. We got to show them our culture and our love, and groom them so that we can really grow this department. Anyway, that's kind of my stump speech for the planning position.
If I may just make one clarifying comment there, just with respect to the wage. So this is a planner, which is again part of our IBEW wage grid, but we have essentially given up 3/4 of a year of a student. So right now, the planning department does have a budget for a year-round student. If this were to be approved, we would essentially only have a summer student, fall student, or winter student, whatever season fits best with their needs, but we would be giving up some of our student budget, just to clarify.
Right. And so just to be clear, a student is somebody with planning expertise coming out of a planning program who's working towards accreditation, and which is great. We've had some great value in students, still do actually right now. But this one would be somebody who's got the accreditation, has written all the exams, and is a certified planner that we'd be looking to bring on board. Is that accurate?
Your worship, yeah. So for the person that we'd be looking for, they would be, we may not be able to get someone who's a registered professional planner, because there is a process for that you have to log a certain number of years of experience. But the idea would be to try and get someone who, it probably would be more of a junior planner. The idea is for that person to provide some support in the projects that are outlined, but also to free up the time of the senior planner so that the senior planner can provide that higher expertise on some of these higher level projects. We're not, I mean, if we're for a student, we try and give our students the best experience that we can when they're here. You've seen our student present to council. But there's certain files, there's certain expertise that we can't give our student because they don't have that expertise, or they're only here for 2 days a week and because they've got class. So, we need someone here who's full-time that can commit to the municipality and contribute to these projects and provide that assistance to the whole department. Thank you.
Okay, so in follow-up, this person would have been a student somewhere else, gained their requisite experience, and is now looking to cut their teeth and land their first FTE job as a junior planner at a municipality. That's fair characterization? Okay, good. Because I do really like this whole idea of student learning, moving people through. It's just that we already have that, and now we're looking to bring someone who's slightly at the next level. All right, thank you. Councillor Ball?
Thank you. Can you let me know what the price of the student is that we're cutting? Because I don't want to fund this from a student budget. I'd rather see the additional costs. I think we're talking about right now utilizing students coming through the shortage of planners. The last thing we want to do is take that opportunity, especially for something like planning. So what is the cost of the student that we're looking at getting rid of right now?
Through your worship to Councillor Ball, it's a difference of about 40 to 43,000 when you're including benefits.
That's the cost of the student for 1/4 of the year?
That's the savings.
Yeah, you might have to explain that one a little differently to me, sorry.
So the total student budget for planning is almost 57,000. And if you're taking away 3/4 of that, that's a savings of 43,000. So the remaining 13,000 would be 14,000 would be what would be left.
Leaving in 14,000?
Yes.
That's a lot higher of a number than I wanted to hear.
Councillor Meredith?
Yep, thank you. So just a little confused here. The budget, it says $57,000 for a junior planner I'm taking. And typically when we get amounts, everything's in, salaries and benefits. So is this salaries and benefits? It seems to me extremely low here. And you said that it costs about $40,000 for a student. So for $17,000 more, we're getting a junior full-time planner with benefits. And benefits are about 30%. So if you take 30% off of this, like you can't even pay rent. This. I don't see this at all. I don't know. Rent's going to be 25,000 and you're taking off 30% of this is benefits. So am I missing something here?
Through your worship, if I, so including benefits, it is, the junior planner would come to around 99,000. So if you take off I'll say just for easy math, let's say 100,000, take off 30, we would be paying 70,000 plus the benefits. The reason that it shows 57 up here is the difference between not having a student for 3/4 of the year and putting that cost towards the planner. So all that all that the budget ask is, in addition to what we have today, is 57,000, but we would be paying at that rate for the planner.
Thank you, but the 2026 forecast, right, has 58.3, so it's not the full amount in the 2026 forecast. So, I mean, this is misleading to me, right? So, because Mayor Gordon is just saying for $57,000, this is cheap, right? It's misleading. I'm just.
So through your worship to Councillor Meredith, so this is the forecast for the budget. This is all you're paying. So right now, today, we have in budget approved 40, I'm just gapping here, 43,000, let's say. Sorry, we have 57, but we're only using 3. Yeah. So we have 57,000 in the budget today. The plan is to use 3/4 of the student rate that we have today and just offset it. So that the only budget ask is 57. The reason it goes up in forecast next year is COLA. It's only the $1,000. So really the budget hit is 57 and we would reduce a student.
I get that, but when we go to the firefighters for the projected cost in 2026 and 2027, right? We have the full amount. I think it's 127,000. Like.
Sorry, through your worship, it's because we're not we didn't have like a student firefighter or a firefighter that we were changing over. This is an existing position. The 4 firefighters were new positions.
Okay, I get it. So every year now in 2026, we're gonna take the 58,357 with the COLA, plus the student that we would have hired that we're not, and add it to that. In 2027, we're gonna. So I mean, this is right. So this 2026 total should be $100,000, not 58.
So I think there's confusion. In 2026, it's not an additional $58,000 hit, right? And so that column is meant to show what the budget will be in 2026, not with the additional budget hit, right? Once you include it into the budget, it's included in your base budget. There's no increase next year, right? Other than COLA, which is the difference between those two. So the increase projected for next year is there's $1,200, right?
Okay, so we never actually see on 27, 28, 29, 30 on this item, we'll never see, we'll just see the COLA budget increase, and that's it, not the actual wage.
Yeah. I assure you, we were trying to be as transparent as possible, and that is why that note was there, right? So the note says building inspector rate, which again means something to us, but that matches our grid, right? And that's how I know that costs 99,000 with benefits. And then if you reduce the student that we're giving up, the impact to taxpayer in 2025 is 57,000. I get that the 26 column's confusing. Again, that wasn't the intention. It was trying to show what the budget is for 26.
And I understand that.
Yeah.
And if you want to be transparent, I don't know what a 3/4 year-round student costs, right? So this is the numbers that are in front of me. So if you put a number in there, right, that's transparent. A 3/4 year-round student, I don't know what that figure is. So anyways, thank you.
Well, that's why we have these conversations. Councillor Bowe, and then Councillor McDonald.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. That's why I was pausing at that 40,000+ amount. So that means that we will, if we ever want to hire a student again, you're looking at an additional $40,000+. Like this is eliminating students entirely. So I agree with Councilor Meredith. This is not an accurate description of what the ask is. I understand the way that why it's written that way because our budget already includes the students, but I think full picture, like the amount of money that you're paying a position is what should be in front of us, at least in a little asterisk on the end, because then you're looking at ever hiring a student again, you're looking at $40,000 to hire the students back full time for the year round. I'm off with this one now too.
Councilor McDonald.
Thank you. That was a pretty fast learning curve there. So when you're advertising for this junior planner, the rate that's going to be, that we're going to entice them with will not be 57,000. It'll be closer to the 100,000.
Including benefits, yes.
Including
The
benefits.
posted wage rate will be less, but yes.
And then will we be advertising for 1/4 of a year-round student? Which would be maybe 10,000. Yeah.
We would advertise for a seasonal student, so 3-4 months of the year, 4 months of the year. And yes, that is the difference between the two numbers, which is 13 or 14,000, depending on how you round.
I can understand your view that this is transparent to you, but hopefully you hear us saying this is deceitful to me. But like the mayor says, we're having the conversation.
Yeah, I might
It
caution
also-
that I think alleging staff of deceit is a very egregious statement. I don't think that's what you meant, but that's what you said. So I think maybe you might want to rephrase that.
Okay. I certainly is not alleging that the staff is deceitful. I interpreted what they're presenting wrong. So if an apology is required, of course, my wholehearted apology. I'll just, yeah, we've learned a lesson here. I have.
Well, I think staff has too. It might be easier to paint this picture, much like we see other things where it shows the full cost and then it can show the funding source. And there could be a column where it shows, that it came from students that we're no longer going to rely on. So I think I can see where the ambiguity is on this one, but I don't think it was done intentionally to mislead us or trick us into approving this hire. And I think that I just want to be clear because we're recorded that that's not the allegation that was intended. So I think you cleared that up, Counselor. I just wanted to jump on that because that's the first time we've ever used that word in this room, and it's been
Okay.
implied, but it was
I,
actually used.
again, sincerely
Yes.
apologize. It's ambiguous and deceitful is the wrong word. And hopefully they accept my apology.
It's all good. Still hugging. Okay,
So,
Madam CEO,
so
help us
through
out
your-
here.
through the mayor to council, if you look at the description sheet, this is sort of the sheet right before to explain what the position is about and what we're doing. It does lay out, so it talks about the year-round student position would be reduced to 4 months. The reduction would be approximately 35,000 from a student salary. So, and then plus benefits. And then we tried to lay it out in this format. So point taken that we could, look at different formats, but I think this is where we tried to lay out the details because it's very hard in that other sheet to show a lot, but in the description of it is where we tried to lay it out. Thank you.
Counselor Patel?
Thank you, Your Worship. So yeah, just wanted to, I should have stepped in earlier just to kind of clear up for the other counselor, because when I had our meeting with Madam CFO and CAO, I had asked the same question and then they explained it to me and I understood what was going on. That I thought I said the same thing. 57,000 looks very cheap, and they're like, well, that's because 35,000 was removed because the student position is gone. So I should have stepped in and kind of explained it from, I guess, a counselor's point of view, and we would have not had this discussion longer than it should have been. Just wanted to just lay that out. Thank you.
Thanks. I just want to weigh in again that there seems to be an underlying implied distrust of staff as we go through some of these line items. And I don't think it's intentional, but I can tell you, listening objectively as I do here, that there seems to be this undercurrent that staff are either not telling us truthfully or, disguising it or not. It just seems like in the line of questioning, and this is not unique to this budget cycle. It's happened in other budget cycles, and quite frankly, it happens throughout the year. But I just think we need to change the way we ask these questions. And, this isn't the first time you're seeing this document. So there has been plenty of time to go asking, and as Councillor Patel has done, do a little more digging so that we don't have this, what feels like a confrontational tone. So I just want to nip that in the bud right now because, it's really important to me that we don't telegraph to the community that there's distrust between council and staff, and that, if there is a better way to portray it, let's talk about that. But, the tone, the words we choose, the inflections, everything telegraphs distrust right now. And this is probably the most obvious, I guess the most blatant, shall I say, portrayal of that sort of undercurrent. And I just want to call it out that I'm experiencing here today, and I'm seeing it, I'm calling it, labeling it. So let's maybe just think about that as we move forward on it. Councillor Major.
So we've gone around and round and round for enough of this. So basically, the council's going to vote on hiring a $99,000 planner. That's it. So we don't have to go back and forth, 57, no student, no this. It's basically, do we have to put a motion on the floor? We're just voting on hiring a $99,000 planner. That's it.
But to be fair to my colleagues, that isn't what it shows on the sheet. It's not clear. You have to parse it from the paragraph text and weave that into the number. So I can see where the confusion lies. My only concern is in the way we're addressing staff about this. And I just want to be careful on that one. That's the point of my call out. Not that I disagree that it is ambiguous on here. Councillor Ball.
Thank you. I don't think that we're giving the community that like impression. I know we praise staff all the time, so this is just a miscommunication which has been solved here. My question is, Mr. Parkinson, you said that this person would not be accredited, so that this is a high paying position for someone to not be accredited. Is this a higher on the expectation that this person will be accredited? And is that at the cost of town of Midland for those accreditation fees, if there are any?
Through your worship, if we can get someone who's a registered professional planner, great. In order to get to the top of the grid, the top job rate, there is steps and years that they would have to get there. So when they, if an employee starts with the municipality, they don't start right at the top of the grid. So while this position, it may top out, let's say we're saying 100,000, say it tops out 100,000, when they start with the municipality, they won't be starting at that 100,000. They will be starting at a lower bracket when they start. But it's based on qualifications. If we get someone who's a registered professional planner with years of experience, then we would pay more because we're benefiting from getting someone who has that experience.
So for transparency's sake, because I do think this is important, would it make sense to amend this document at some point, because it lives on our website, to show the 2026 expended forecast, considering we're eliminating students in 2026, unless there's a new request to revisit and have students on top of this ask? Would it make sense that 2026 shows effectively the all-in cost of this new hire? Because I agree that it really shouldn't be the over and above, because we're considering eliminating the students entirely. That would clear up a lot of ambiguity on this.
Through your worship, are you talking about future ones? Because I think how we can potentially change this is put the full cost and then in the line below, put the negative cost from the student cost. And that would, so we will do that going forward. And if that works for council.
Yeah, I think council, would that work for you? Because I agree that I know where their staff were going on this, and it did make sense when you read the paragraph and did the mental math, but in fairness to everybody, it really should show what the true cost is. So this planner is, clearly not coming at 57K, so it should be the full cost, and we can show the offsetting and how we're offsetting it by just basically discarding the student program to a large degree. And then the following year, assuming there was no appetite to enhance the student program, we would just carry on with this FTE as they progress through our organization and the pay bands. Would that make sense? Would it help things out? It would help me anyway when I'm reading it. Councillor Ball?
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to say I did read that paragraph and that sentence in the paragraph, and it says the reduction of approximately 35,000 from the student salary budget, which is included in the calculated cost of this project. That to me meant the calculated cost was the 57,128. So I believe everyone here did their homework, but it wasn't clear. Just wanted to put that out there.
Okay, so in fairness, we're looking at an FTE that's on the pay grid. Like the pay grid's not negotiable here right now. That's what it costs to bring one of these folks in. So it's the tax implication is what you see on the screen, 57,128. So by us saying no to this hire, that's what's going to come off of our tax increase. So for now. So because we're not deciding these on a onesie twosie basis, are we going to move on to the other ones, or okay? And is there any other comments or question about this? Are we clear on what it looks like, how it can be better portrayed next time, and what we would be asked to approve? You good? Oh, Councillor Patel? Yeah.
Just want to give some insight why it's done like that, because being an Excel nerd, like adding more lines would create more work for staff, and there's lots of pages. So that's why they've done it the way they've done it, because it's the world of Excel. You want to be quick, efficient, and be transparent as possible. Thank you.
Well, it's confused a bunch of us, so I think staff have heard that, and we'll see it differently next time, if there's a next time. Councillor Major?
So do we have to put a new thing on the floor to vote on? No. Okay, that's all I need.
We're beating these to death, each one of them, and then we'll deal with it as amendments as needed. Councillor Meredith, anything else on this one? Before we move on to, we're going to go to the
No.
financial reporting data
I
analyst
just
next.
want to comment, yeah.
Yeah.
It wasn't clear. There's no insinuations of distrust or anything like that. When I'm going through the budget, I go through the budget, and in the previous discussion with Karen, Ms. Mealing's request, her student, or her full-time, and she's removing a student. So if I go to that rep, and that's clearly laid out, and then I go to this one, it's not clearly laid out. So we're removing a student from both of them. So our position.
Sorry.
So that's,
They're both shown the. So the 27,000.
we need to revisit that one then and get a clear picture of what's going on there too then.
So again, so you can add $14,000 to it, because
That's a $100,000 position as well. 67, 77, 81.
I will do some quick math and show you what the total cost is for both.
Yeah. So are all these asks on the same? Only the ones that we're getting rid of a student.
Yes, through your worship,
right,
yes, just
so-
the ones. So the other two are not. They're just as you see.
Okay, well, thank you very much.
All right, so Madam CFO is going to maybe update an Excel or something and show us this after. Again, what we're debating for the budget, the change to the budget are these numbers, but if you want to see the whole, what we're buying into by adding a new headcount, that's what we need to see. Okay.
That's important for 2026, right? So we're trying to maintain this year's budget, but the effect of this is not clear for 2026 as well. So I'm forward thinking as well as doing 2025 budget. So thank you.
Through your worship to Councillor Meredith. Yes, so our CFO is going to put some numbers down just to be able to show you as you debate the next position. And then in 2026, we will display it in the way that we had agreed here.
All right, financial reporting data analyst contract position for the finance team, funded from tax supported reserves. 1-year contract for a specific project identified in the document on page. And just to be clear, this 97,181 is the all-in turnkey wages, benefits, new card pass, everything, parking space. Are we ready to move on with this one, or? All right, so here is the updated spreadsheet showing the way that arguably it probably should have been to lessen the confusion.
The event and marketing coordinator. So the actual total budget would be the 41,969 plus the 40,000. So we're looking at an $82,000 fully costed position with benefits. And you're giving up 14,009, just under 15,000 for that student. So again, the 27 that we showed in the budget was the net of those two numbers. Same for the planner. So the total fully costed position is 99, almost 100,000. And again, that's at step 5 with benefits. And you're giving up 42,000, just under 43,000 in student wages. So again, that net is what you saw in your budget of 57,000, including and that is again fully costed step 5, including benefits.
So just to be clear, there was a student in the original budget, which is why we're realizing savings in the future by not having them, right? Because this math doesn't work repeatably year after year, because there won't be a student in next year's budget. There'll just be this one head count, right? So it's that first year where things get kind of muddy. The event marketing coordinator is a different animal because there's a funding source of MAT that can increase over time. But the planner is kind of a one-time savings because we're changing the deployment model. We're not going to have as many students. We're going to turn that student into a full-grown, brand new blossoming planner. This does make it a lot clearer. So take note for next time. Save us like 45 minutes of conversation. All right, so financial reporting and data analyst contract, 1-year contract funded from tax supported reserves. This one is, probably, I guess, Lindsay, you're probably the one to field the questions. You're getting lots of grilling today. Council? Yeah, Councilor Meredith.
Thank you. So I do want to know the importance of this role, and I also want to know how our department cannot handle this. Is this for playing catch up? Right now we have, I'm looking at the staff complement, we have 8 in finance and another, it says 1.3 in full-time equivalent. So we have 9 full-time staff in finance. And I'm just wondering, the importance of this hired or contract position? What is the purpose? If other than that, I've read that, but
So just to clarify, the 9.3 would include this 1-year contract position, as well as it does include that student summer position as well. As well as asset management.
the 9 point
The 9.3 that you just
that I
quoted
just said
includes
is including this?
includes this, yes.
So okay, confusion again, because it says 2024 actual full-time complement 8, and then what do we have? Finance 9. So we have 9. So the one that you're hiring right now is a 0.3. So right now we have 9 in, sorry, 8 full-time and 1 student. And then you're going to hire another part-time in 2025. So that will equal the 1.3, I guess. So the 2024 1 student and the 2025 1 student is going to equal the 1.3.
Only 1 student.
I don't.
Oh, only 1 student. So
Well-
I believe you're referring to the section in the financial, are you in the financial overview section of the budget?
I'm in the staff complement right
table?
now. The full-time staff complement and the
Let me just
part-time. and
look at what
contract.
you're looking at.
So anyways, it's on page, that's why I'm kind of, you just threw me for a loop there when you said that. It's on the financial overview tab 2, which is page 21, 20 and 21 of the binder.
Sorry, I did.
It's not a big deal. I'm okay. Let's just move on.
So I think your question was, is this crucial, or is this important, was sort of your starting.
Yeah.
And so just to reiterate what staff have written is, this role is crucial in the timely completion of the accounting cycle and will contribute significantly to the finance system redevelopment project. And so you've likely heard me more than once say that our systems are old, our processes are manual. We do our best, right? There is work to be done to improve how we do things internally, which will then assist us in getting our reporting out sooner. We have almost 5,000 GL accounts. We have been working at mapping them so that it's easy. Today it is not. It is very manual. It's very Excel driven, and it needs to be done year over year. We want to automate that so it's a click of the button, so that we can produce these reports that are not only the budget reports, but financial statements, all of that. That was never done, right? So when the PSAB, the Public Sector Accounting Board standards, were updated in 2009, again, the town did their best at implementing those. I can say we are still implementing those, and there is work to be done.
So with this position, one year contract position, you feel that will you be caught up? Is this going to put you guys on a way forward where what you just explained, it'll all go away, and then you'll be on a good path forward, and you'll have tons of time to do what you all those 5,000 entries and so forth, and then year ends 2023 bound, all that stuff. Is this the answer to your problem for 2025?
I sure hope so, to be fair, because yeah, we need to get caught up. It's important. I recognize it's important. My team recognizes it's important. The work needs to get done, but the demands also need to match the resources, and they don't.
And I understand that, but if you're hiring a 1-year contract position, this is what needs to get done. This is the scope of work laid out initially. I don't care how you get it done by the end of your contract position, it gets done. Is that that's how my world works? I don't know if they're not bound by union here, it's a contract position. So is that kind of what we're going to be in our ask, in our overview of the position?
Again, I want to reiterate that this position is providing support to this senior staff as you know, largely me, right? Because I certainly am the bottleneck, I'll call it, of the department, because my time only goes so far. So they will certainly do what they can. I will still be involved. Jacqueline will still be involved. As you can, I'm sure you can appreciate, the budget process is quite lengthy. It is quite time consuming. So there is a good portion of the year when we are invested in this and not working on year end and not working on other projects. So we certainly need that resource because they can dedicate that time, but recognizing that they still need support from us because that big picture of what we're trying to achieve is important, right? And we certainly don't want to just do work just to do work, right? We want to make sure that we're doing the right things for the right reason and providing the information that council wants, that senior staff wants. You know, it certainly takes time to understand the full accounting cycle in the municipal world. You really do have to go through it a couple times because you do it once and next year you go, what did I do? Right? So it takes time. So we have had a revolving department for a number of years. I believe I'm probably the 5th CFO in 10 years. That in itself is problematic.
Well, that's great. I'm glad that, and I can appreciate, you know, work of finance and honestly, like I had 3 meetings with the finance team prior to this budget, which I don't know how many other municipalities offers that to council, but that is a world of help, of understanding the questions and so forth. So, and I totally appreciate that. And the 3rd meeting, I didn't even ask for it. They called me in, which, you know, I was floored at that. So I appreciate that. And I just want to make sure that, you know, if we need this to get caught up, and I know finance is very, very, in this world, municipal is complex. I understand that. Thank you.
Just in summary, though, this is not a single task contract where there's a deliverable that, you know, we give you on day one, and by the time your contract ends, you turn this over because it's done. I wish it was that simple in this case, but we could very well see this asked for to be renewed next year. But hopefully with some good news, like, hey, we got through half of the GLs and we got this mapping project done, and but now we need some more help to help us do this or get off Great Plains and migrate to something different. You know, so it's a good question. I just want to make sure that everyone knows there is not a single deliverable on this ask, and that it quite likely will be renewed, but we're saving in that they're not going to be an FTE right away. Because to your point, it is a big department and we got lots going on, but we're still behind the 8 ball because we got to get our FIRs filed on time. You know, press the auditors to get their stuff together because I'm stuck with them, and then with all the help. So you're bang on. And I do appreciate, because I was called into one, I think I was at one of the meetings that was primarily yours, and I learned stuff at that little get together with finance too. It's quite enlightening. The library was there too. So anyway, Councillor Bell.
Thank you. I definitely am not debating the merit of this position. I think it's necessary. Like you said, you're the 5th CFO in 10 years. It's impossible to catch up the way that we're asking you to. And it's not a matter of whether we need to catch up or not, like we do, or it's affecting grant applications. I mean, it's not an ideal situation, and I appreciate how far your department has come. My concern, and also with the previous positions listed, is this is a really high ask in dollar amount, as well as the 2 we just spoke about. And I don't like Indeed search. It seems like these are high paid positions. So is there not somebody that you can do as, it's a support role? It's not a senior position. There's not somebody that you can hire for less than this, like this just, and that goes for the previous two as well. It seems like really high asks for junior level positions or support positions.
I certainly wouldn't refer to this as a support. Oh, I did refer to it as a support position. I wouldn't refer to it as a junior. So this position would be in line with what our accounting analyst position, the job rate for that position. That position, you know, reconciles our bank, and deals with hundreds, actually thousands of transactions monthly, as well as journal entries and that type of thing. You know, you have to have a certain level of knowledge, as I said, about the accounting cycle, about our business, about financial systems in order to be useful here. So, you know, it's not necessarily an entry level job. So it still requires assistance from myself and from Jacqueline, but it again, you know, this position is self-led and requires knowledge, and so I do feel that that position is appropriately costed out.
Thank you. I would feel a little more comfortable with it being $10,000 less, especially if, as Mayor Gordon alluded to, that it's going to becoming a full-time ask in the future, maybe. It does seem high. And I understand that you think it's appropriately priced, but I feel like it's a really high-paying job. So I would hope that we can get it for less, especially if it goes into full-time. It's harder to say, now we want to pay you less as a full-time employee if we hire contract at a high rate. So it's just my thoughts.
Council Major?
I think the only thing I'll add to this is, don't forget, we're trying to entice someone to come. I grew up here, so I got off, but someone to come to Midland. So, you know, sometimes, like the mayor said, we got to entice them, got to hope they stay with us. So that's the way I look at the salary.
That's fair, and we really don't negotiate salaries. So it's, you know, staff tell us what it's going to cost for this person to come here, and that's what we go with. You guys know the market and what you can get and what they're worth, and people with skill sets, you know, the better the skill set, the higher the wage. So, yeah. Anyway, there we are. So next, Liz Lester, any more convo on this one? Our objective is to try and wrap up today at 5:30. So we have the Anne of Green Gables at Huronia Players. It's the dress rehearsal tonight. A bunch of us got an invite, so we're going to try and get over there. And tickets still on sale. So the next position is the Senior Systems Analyst, Business Systems and IT Governance. And again, safe to assume, I'm assuming that the 125,935 is the all-in cost for this person. Fantastic. Okay. So I think this is almost it's not the same as the ask last year, but it's similar in scope in that, you know, we, much like finance, there's a bunch of things that have to get done. It's defined here. This one actually was on my list, Mike, I'll tell you, to try and find some savings on. I would suggest, while we get into the merits of the position in general, I think that we need this. I think they made a good business case for it. And I know we pushed off last year, but if we could save 50% this year if we started this person midterm. So, you know, in my little Excel sheet here, I've got a 62,697 save by, you know, first of all, it's going to take a little while to go to market and find a qualified person. So even if I didn't say this might be the reality anyway, because they're not just dropping out of the skies. But in reality, if we budget for a higher mid-year, then we can enjoy some first year savings, which is, you know, my objective to try and get down this year's tax rate. And clearly, the business case, you know, is not a contract position, one and done. So from my perspective, I support this ask, but I would like to achieve that 50% savings by not starting anybody. We can start advertising now, I mean, assuming it gets approved, but the plan would be to start the mid-year so that we can enjoy some of the savings in year one. So they're kicking off the combo with the team here. Councilor Patel?
Thank you, Worship. So yeah, I kind of support this same thing as you're supporting it halfway through. We do have to, I guess, bring in upgrade our cybersecurity. So we definitely have the need for somebody with that caliber. And the position is expensive, but it's what we need, and we have to get it done. So if we can start it at half the year, it probably will take that long by the time we find someone qualified anyway. So whether you want to go that way or not, that's probably what it's going to be turning out to be. So I would approve it. Thank you.
No more discussion on this one? Councilor Meredith?
May as well weigh in, yeah. Yeah, I don't disagree with, you know, going for half the ask here. I'm kind of oblivious when it comes to IT and cybersecurity. It's kind of out of my wheelhouse. I did have prior conversations with senior team on, you know, if I was going to go down the list, and I thought I knew which was, you know, if I was going to hire one, you know, choose one of the following four that were asked, and I had my choice, but I was way off. This is the most important one. So for various reasons listed here and so forth, and without having the security, it puts us at risk, you know, with the lucrative cyber industry, hackers and all that. So, which I would have not known that had I not had previous discussions with the senior leadership team. So, and again, the importance of meeting with them was, you know, a lot of valuable information there. So, I just wanted to basically just share that with everybody. Thank you.
All right, so I guess we can move on to the next, or is that's it? We hit them. The other ones for folks following along is a new format this year where staff are actually forecasting and kind of telegraphing without the justification documents yet, what's coming up in the 26-27, which gives council a little bit of an idea. So we're not dealing, again, driving the car, looking over the hood, we're looking down the road. So it's helpful to see what's coming down the pipe. And on there, Councillor East, are a couple of firefighters for next year. So, or sorry, one next year and one in 2027. No. Easy, chief. So it's good to see that these things are coming and they're being forecasted. So it isn't sticker shock every year. And that'll even help the incoming council knowing that in 2027, expect that there is going to be another ask in line with that study. So these aren't numbers that are just coming out of your pocket. But anyway, I like to see that. So now we've got two good changes, one that we're seeing here, and another one is the way this reform is displayed, so we can see the funding source, especially when it's robbing from a previously approved budgeted funding source. All right, so council, we're down to the straw poll time here. Of the four that are before us, maybe I'll just go down from the top. So the event culture marketing coordinator converted to contract, 1-year contract. Is straw poll, are people in generally support of that, keeping it in? So just sort of a show of hands if you're supportive of having it in as a 1-year contract. Okay, so that one's staying in. The financial reporting data analyst contract, 1 year for finance funded from the tax supported reserves. Are we good with that? Show of hands. Okay. The IT, I'll just call it the IT person. Show of hands. We're gonna talk less here. Yep. Starting mid-year, yeah, which I think will be the reality anyway, but and our planner, our junior planner extraordinaire, our $99,000 planner, not the $57,000 planner. Although it's a 57K hit on the taxes. Are we for bringing that person on board? Show of hands if you're good with that. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4. So sorry, planning. So that'll be the amendment. So that'll be the one we remove, Madam Clerk. Or did I do the math wrong? Oh, sorry, was there 5?
I'm not sure. Can you?
Okay, let's show of
Thank you,
hands for the
Worship, but
planning
can
guy.
you just do
Loud
another?
and proud here. Oh, yeah, okay. All right.
Can I just chime in?
Yeah.
I really don't like this format, how we're clumping it all together. I'd rather go through one by one, recorded votes on every one. If we can do that, that would be great. Thank you.
So we need,
Yep,
we
for
would need
every-
separate motions then, right?
I'd like a recorded vote on each one.
So we would have to like vote to split a motion and all these, yeah, stuff. So I'll let the clerk make a new one. But of course, anybody watching this can see who's in support and who isn't. But if you want the formality, we can do the.
I do. I like recorded votes because in 3 years' time, it's on record. And therefore, it's on record. So I think it's important. Pardon?
Yeah, no problem. So we can call those. We'll just get the new motion. Councillor Balt?
I just want to know where that, the 2025 service, everything, where is that?
Oh, page 220.
Thank you.
Are we able to change IT to a contract, or is that just gonna make everyone cry?
Did you want to speak to that? What contract for the IT position?
Sure, yeah. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, I wouldn't recommend this as a contract position. We really need this knowledge to stay in the corporation. And there's a lot of projects. There's a lot of projects here. This is not really a one and done sort of situation, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. I know that's just was my request last year as well. I just have a hard time swallowing 125K ongoing forever and ever COLA increase over and over. It's just hurting my heart a little to try and do that right now. So
Well, I can speak to my life contracting briefly. Contractors typically charge a lot more than FTEs, especially in the IT space. IT contractors, it's very lucrative. Before I patched over to the province in the police dissolution, I contracted for the ministry for 6 months, and I was making double what I made once I became an employee of the province, which was great for me. But you have to be an independent contractor, and there's all kinds of tax implications. But contract employees suit a purpose for short or defined periods, for specific project deliverables, which makes perfect sense, because then when the project's delivered, you don't really need the body anymore. You don't want them just filing papers or, you know, helping someone with their windows freezing up. But in this case, it's actually, it's a add-on IT governance, not only setting it all up, but managing it moving forward. It's a position that, I mean, our IT department needs to grow. And I'm kind of jealous actually, because I would love to have one of these in my other life, but I don't, and I can't ask for one right now, because we're in the middle of M&A. So I think in this particular case, the contract probably would end up costing us more if we could find someone who is willing to do the contract. And again, there's a lot of onboarding that's involved, and especially the work that I see in the ask here, and just from knowing that job, that you probably wouldn't want that coming and going after. You want to keep that in-house. So this is one where I think would be not worth contracting.
Obviously, I understand it's not ideal, but many organizations, I know not within the municipal world, do rely on funding from government sources to have whole departments, whole jobs. So it's not maybe in the municipal world used, but it is in a lot of organizations. So I understand the sentiment of not wanting to, but it's a hard amount of money. Like, it's a lot of money up here right now, and a lot of it's ongoing. So
Okay, so we're just going to take 5. We're just doing some clerical updates here so we can get the motions in play. So we're back at 5:25. What to do? Sorry. Welcome back, everybody. We have split that previous motion into 5 other motions. I got 5 sheets. Oh, one's to suspend the rules of procedure. Yes, sorry. Very good. Yes, because we are splitting apart this ask. It was previously drafted as a motion. So in order to suspend the rules of procedure so we can deal with these separately, I need a mover. Councillor East, seconded by Councillor Major. The council suspend the rules of procedure to allow for the service level changes referred to in recommendation 22 of staff report CSR 2025-12, the 2025 budget approval dated January 28, 2025 to be divided and voted on separately. This is a motion to divide. All those in favor of dividing and dealing with separately? Anyone opposed? Carried. Okay, first one is going to be the event marketing coordinator. Who wants to move it? Major and East. That the event and marketing coordinator position be approved as a 35-week contract position. We've had our debate, unless there's anything more you want to yak about. Call the question. No, Councillor Meredith, did you want each of these to be recorded votes? Yeah. I believe you did.
I did, yes. Thank you.
Okay, lucky clerk. Fire away when you're ready.
Your worship. Just for clarity, the reason why we put 35 weeks, we have an agreement with our union that contracts with IBEW will not extend beyond 35 weeks. That's why we've written it this way. Okay.
That's a good distinction. That's right. With contracts, there would be something that would offend the collective agreement. Otherwise, we would just have all contract people and not FTEs. That's a good little nugget to stash away. All right. So it's not a 52-week. It's 35 weeks. Councillor Ball.
yeah, sorry, wouldn't that change the cost then? If we're removing this from a full-time position that had the allocation for benefits, et cetera, and down to a 35-week contract position, would this not be a much lower cost?
There's probably some magic math to do on this one because there'd be things like pay in lieu of and things like that as part of the contract.
So I would say we've got a couple options, right? So as much as we are limited to a 35-week contract, we could also have a second contract for up to 17 weeks to get to that full year, which is what our manager has indicated that she needs resourcing for.
Can it be the same person, or is that deemed to be trickery with the association? So I would feel like, from my old union days, I'd be calling BS on that one.
So again, we committed to the union that we would partner on these contracts, and that a contract would not be extended beyond, or would not be for more than 35 weeks. But our union is, you know, I mean, we have a great relationship. We want to maintain that. So we would want to discuss that with them. So I wouldn't be able to guarantee it. I wouldn't be able to say no. Our letter of understanding says maximum 35 weeks at this point. So I would suggest we stay with the 35 until I was able to have further conversations with the union.
So this is complicating it a lot more for this. I mean, arguably, this is a position that is going to be eternally funded through Matt, unless we abandon Matt at some point, and is going to grow in scope. And we're going to want to have more tourist attractions. I think the intention behind this was to try and, avoid the FT thing, but this is sounding like now we're going to have to get into negotiations with contracts and collective agreements. And I can tell you, again, from my past labor experience, if management wants to come to me looking for a deal to help management out, my next question is, well, what are you going to do for us now? This could be opening Pandora's box in maybe a way where I think we may be cutting our nose off to despite our face here. So would you be willing, is there any appetite to kind of just put this back to an FTE and, really hold Karen's feet to the fire that they produce and do all the things that we're promised to do?
Thank you. This is good to know. I would have loved to know that 3 years ago. This has been spouting contracts all over the place, and this is a red tape I didn't know didn't exist before. Oh, great, great. Love red tape. Okay, well, I mean, there's not much I can do about it. If that's the appetite, this is a complicated. I mean, I never expected this level of red tape to try and hire a contract position. That's frustrating.
Councillor McDonald? But right now, the motion on the floor stands unless we amend it or modify it. So, but we're still talking about the merits of this 35-week contract position unless there's a motion to amend, which need a seconder. Okay. Would this be the same with the contract position for finance? No, I'm getting head shakes.
Oh, not union. So there's
Non-union position versus a
one
standard
union. So all contract positions are. Okay.
Through your
Thank you.
worship, to Councillor Meredith, this is for any contract within the union. If it's a non-union position, it's different.
So could this event coordinator not be non-union?
Through your worship to Councillor Ball, because we have an existing position that's already in the union, it is a union position, and it would be otherwise performing bargaining unit work. So it needs to be in the union.
Councillor McDonald, do you have a comment question?
Two questions. The person that's being considered is the union person that the contract position would be offered to, or not? Okay. If the person is offered a 35-week contract, accomplishes so much that we want to offer her a full-time position, is that feasible?
Through your worship to Councillor McDonald, I would assume we would need to come back to council for additional money. If we're approving only a contract and we want to hire a permanent, that would be an ask, correct?
Since I put this forward as a contract, and since we haven't done the math on how much a contract would be, and there's a bunch of red tape, I'll just remove it. It can stay as a full-time.
Council Meredith?
Yeah, unless we just put it at 35-week contract position, leave it at that. And if Karen, Ms. Mealing thinks that it's 35 weeks is feasible, that stuff can get done to her, it's beneficial. If not, then we just go back to, I mean, I know what doesn't affect my vote, so, but it might affect somebody else's vote, so, because it is, now it hits a tax rate, you know, every year now. Thank you.
Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Your Worship. Procedurally, the motion on the floor is for a 35-week contract. If council wanted to amend that, you would go back to that the event and marketing coordinator position be approved as presented.
Are we, is,
Well, I just don't even know how we could have amended the motion without the cost being different. Because we're approving a full-time employee with benefits. The cost hasn't been given to us of the contract position. So I don't know how we approve something without a cost attached to it. So I say go as presented as a full-time employee.
okay, so we'll need to amend this motion. Because it's on the floor right now with, oh, you've already got it? All right. So what do I do with this current motion? Oh, you've made an amendment. Okay. So, Councillor Major and Councillor Easter, are you content with the amendment, the friendly amendment as it were, which doesn't really exist? Okay, I will reread this motion. It is that the event and marketing coordinator position be approved. I think we beat this one up. All those, oh, this is a recorded vote, please, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. Council, you've heard the motion. When I call your name, please say yes or no. Councillor McDonald?
No.
Councillor Major? Yes. Councillor Ball?
No.
Deputy Mayor Prost?
No.
Councillor East?
No.
Councillor Bald?
No.
Councillor Meredith?
No.
Councillor Patel?
Yes.
Sorry, was that a yes? Thank you. And Mayor Gordon?
Sorry, the mics are acting up here. Actually, it might have been me. I had mine on and there can only be two on at once. So that could have actually been me. Sorry about that. My bad. Sorry, yes.
The motion is defeated.
All right, the next one is the financial reporting data. It says dated analyst, but we'll go, we know it's data analyst, contract position. In finance be approved. It's okay, I'll just make a little stroke there. Moved by Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor East, that the financial reporting and data analyst contract position in finance be approved. Madam Clerk, this is a recorded vote. I will turn my mic off this time.
Thank you, Your Worship. Council, you've heard the motion. When I call your name, please say yes or no. Councillor Major?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Prost?
No.
Councillor East?
Yes.
Councillor Ball?
No.
Councillor Bald?
Yes.
Councillor McDonald?
Yes.
Councillor Patel?
Yes.
Councillor Meredith?
Yes.
and Mayor Gordon.
Yes.
The motion is carried.
All right, next is the Systems Analyst, Business Systems and IT Governance position. Moved by Councillor Major, seconded by Councillor East. That the System Analyst, Business Systems and IT Governance be approved with a higher date of July 1st, 2025 for cost savings in 2025 of $62,968. Madam Clerk, recorded vote, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Council, you've heard the motion. When I call your name, please say yes or no. Councillor Bald,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Prost,
Yes.
Councillor McDonald,
Yes.
Councillor Patel,
Yes.
Councillor East,
Yes.
Councillor Meredith,
Yes.
Councillor Major,
Yes.
Councillor Ball,
Yes.
and Mayor Gordon.
Yes.
The motion is carried.
And last but not least, this is the planning position, mover. Okay, I'm going to swap you guys this time. So moved by Councillor East, seconded by Councillor Major, that the planner position be approved. Madam Clerk, recorded vote.
Thank you, Your Worship. Council, you've heard the motion. When I call your name, please say yes or no. Councillor Meredith,
No.
Councillor McDonald,
No.
Councillor Bald,
Yes.
Councillor Major,
Yes.
Councillor Patel,
Yes.
Councillor East,
Yes.
Councillor Ball,
No.
Deputy Mayor Prost,
Yes.
and Mayor Gordon.
Yes.
The motion is carried.
All right, it is 5:45, and we do have had a long day, certainly a very fulsome day of discussion. We made some changes. We don't have a calculation of what that difference would be. Is that a difficult one to make, Madam CFO? It'd be lovely to know what, if any, number we've moved in day 2. Thank you. We'll just take a couple minutes, and that'll be the end of today. Tomorrow we will kick things off, I assume, with ABCs because they're likely coming first and expecting to talk. We'll get through our ABCs and then we'll deal with council and committee budget requests. And ABCs are our agencies, boards, and commissions. Technically, we've already done library because we did them on day 1, and the new Southern Georgian Bay OPP Detachment Board. But we're not, the meeting's not over yet. No, we're almost done. I was giving the summary, and Madam CFO is running the calculations to see with the, the changes we've made such that they are, if what our number looks like at the end of day 2. We'll just play the Jeopardy music for the folks watching at home. All right, I got motion here moved by Councilor Meredith and seconded by Councilor McDonald that the service level change request related to staff with a net tax levy increase of $120,096, reserve funding of $97,181 be approved as amended. So this is the wrap up of what we just finished doing. So council, all those in favor? Any opposed? Carried. And our last one for the day, moved by Councilor McDonald, seconded by Councilor East. But you know what? I won't pronounce this yet because we want to hear the number. Because once we're closed, then we'll turn off the broadcast and we'll be the only ones who know. Well, you got to give the news something to report. There was no changes yesterday. I skim read the article. Yeah. We get to see it. Okay.
So we did move the needle. So just to recap, so right now we're at a town of 5.83 and an overall blended of 4.88%. That includes the $8,000 in changes that the library brought forward yesterday. That was yesterday. As well as the changes that we made this afternoon. So instead of the 210,117 in requests that that council had considered this afternoon, we approved 120,096, and the remainder of the requests are still basically up for discussion. So actually, that's a good point. So one moment, please.
All right, and also there was for the IT security audit, 16,700 that was coming out, or is it already out? Or haven't talked to it yet? Okay, whoops. Showing my hand. Sorry, Mike.
Sorry, just a quick change there. And again, I will confirm this, but I did want to give you something to walk away with. So because we haven't dealt with the other service level change requests, which do have a tax impact of another 58,000, I've still included them, right? As in, we haven't discounted them yet. So that being said, we would be at just over 5 as a blended rate currently.
All right, great. So we know where we're starting off tomorrow. And there's lots to talk about tomorrow. All right, so folks, the motion here moved by Councilor McDonald, seconded by Councilor East, the special meeting of council with closed session regarding 2025 budget held on January 29th, 2025. Recess at 5:52 p.m. and resume tomorrow, January 30th, 2025 at 9 a.m. All those in favor? Any opposed? Carried. We are adjourned until tomorrow.